Tantor Audio presents Indebted by Amy A. Bartol, narrated by Emily Wu Zeller. Chapter 1. Jade Dragon Mountain. Evie. He can't hide from me. Not that he is ever trying to, but still, it's impossible. I know where he is at all times. I'm attuned to his voice, his scent, the beat of his heart. It's my favorite pastime these days, stalking Reed. It's a game that I play without knowing that I'm playing it half the time. I hunt him, and he lets me. As I move through the stone-walled courtyard, my bare feet make almost no sound while I traverse the stone bridge that crosses a tranquil plunge pool in the middle of the Zen garden. A galaxy of stars reflects in the water beneath me, but they can't hold my attention. Reed is ahead of me, in the bedroom of the Nashi-inspired pagoda that we have been sharing. He is poring over maps of the surrounding terrain. Reed studies these maps frequently, learning everything he can about Lijiang and the Jade Dragon Mountain that has been our base of operations since we arrived in China last week. He has been very busy. Too busy. My eyes shift to the banyan trees in the courtyard that nestles just outside the wide doorway of the pagoda. Illuminated red paper lanterns are strung within its weeping branches. The light from the lantern turns my pale skin pink as I creep behind the twisted trunk. I scan the slate porch from my leafy position. The doors are open, allowing the breeze to pass freely through the room on either side. Reed hasn't looked up from his seat at the desk, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't know I'm here. I can't tell if he has sensed that I'm stalking him. He never gives anything away. I study him for a moment. His dark brown hair has gotten longer than how he had been wearing it in Crestwood, but I like it. It looks very sexy. His body is curved at sensual angles, making me want to touch him, to feel the raw power beneath his skin. His wings are in, so he looks completely human, well, as human as Reed can look. Since he is absolutely ethereal, I can't see him as anything but angelic now. When I look up at the arcing, gray-tiled roof of the pagoda, I try to see if there is another way in. A sneakier way because I want to take him by surprise, jolt him out of his tactical plotting. He has been singularly focused since our arrival, amassing an angelic army, one strong enough to match Brennus's army. I shiver at the thought of Brennus. With a little luck, Brennus and his army of Gankana are half a world away. Reed is going to great lengths to protect me from Brennus. He has literally gone to the other end of the earth to accomplish it, bringing me to China, to the secluded base of an enormous snow-capped mountain. Reed and Zephyr have been working on little else other than keeping me safe from the Gankana leader who wants to make me his queen, his undead lover. I cannot allow that to happen. If he gets me back and bites me, there is little chance that I will not succumb to his venom and become one of them. Now that I'm reunited with Reed, I'm desperate to remain with him, no matter what. A deep, primal growl coming from the room ahead of me makes me freeze where I am. I glance back towards the room and every hair on my arms rises. Another low, rumbling growl drifts to me on the gentle breeze that stirs wisps of my auburn hair around my face. The sound is terrifying in its intensity, and every instinct within me urges me to run from it as my eyes connect with the animal making it. Fierce green irises peer at me from the enormous, sleek cat crouching before me near the doorway to the pagoda. A shiver of pure fear shakes me as I involuntarily take a step back from the massive black killer. "Nice kitty," I whisper to it, taking another shaky step backward and feeling the rough bark of the tree at my back, impeding my retreat. "Reed," I whisper urgently, as I cast a glance into the room, but he is no longer seated at the desk. My eyes fly back to the aggressive animal in front of me that is stalking me like I'm a luscious morsel. The panther's muscles tense, looking as if it will pounce on me at any moment. I look wildly around for an exit strategy while several killing scenarios pulse in my mind, but I would rather try to run than try to engage it. "Stay!" I command the panther, watching its tail swish as it deepens its crouch. It's not listening to me. It looks like it's enjoying itself immensely, the way its tail is swishing back and forth like it's toying with a mouse or something. Hide, I think, when the hackles rise on its sleek black pelt. Reed! I squeak, watching the cat bound up and lunge in my direction. I squeeze my eyes closed, holding my breath and pressing deeper into the tree, waiting to feel its sharp teeth sink into my skin. Evie, Reed says from directly in front of me. I open my eyes to find that Reed is no more than inches from my face, looking at me with panic in his eyes. His powerful charcoal gray wings are arcing out around him, shielding us. His hand reaches out, cupping my cheek. I try to answer him, but I find that my entire body has gone rigid, so much so that I cannot even move my mouth to speak his name. Reed braces his hands on my shoulders, running his hands up and down me as if he cannot see me. Evie, he says again, but this time he is leaning into me, inhaling the air near my face. I try to speak, but I feel stiff. It takes several seconds for some of the rigidity in my limbs to ease, allowing me to inhale a breath as I look up into the face that I love above all others. Big cat, I utter as I attempt to pull away from the tree at my back, only to find that I am entangled in vines that are holding me to the trunk. Looking at my arms, they have taken on the rough texture of the mossy bark of the tree. When I raise my hand to my eyes, my fingers appear twig-like as I wave them in fascination and horror. What the? I inhale a sharp breath. My eyes move to Reed, who is observing me now with a mixture of pleasure and awe on his face. You can relax, Evie. It's not permanent, Reed says to reassure me. You are evolving. It appears you can change your shape now, he says, smiling and raising one of his brows. But I'm a tree, I whisper to him, feeling appalled by my current shape. I have taken on the mossy exterior of the banyan tree that I'm near. Yes, but you are not really a tree. You are more like a chameleon, he says as he leans his face closer to my ear, brushing his cheek to mine. I feel the suppleness of his skin against the coarse roughness of my current bark-like exterior, which causes a small measure of my fear to melt away. Bun said that when this shape-shifting thing evolved, I would be able to turn into butterflies or something, like she can. I respond, remembering how Buns had shape-shifted before my eyes into a swarm of butterflies to demonstrate her angelic ability to me. I'm beginning to feel disappointed over my current predicament of looking like some sort of woodland sprite. I was really hoping to be more like my friends, the angels, when I evolve, not less like them. I'm already too different from them, being only half angel and the rest of me human, that this is just one more thing that will separate me from being seen as one of them. This is so much better than that, don't you see? He asks me, grinning. No, from this angle it kind of sucks, Reed, I reply, stepping forward as my knees become less rigid, enough to bend them as I pull away from the tree that I had become a part of only moments ago. Reed wraps his arms around me, steadying me by pulling me tight against him. No, what you can do is much better. We have to change into something animate, like butterflies or a panther, but you can change your shape to reflect your surroundings, camouflaging yourself. It's a huge asset, Reed says with excitement until I cut him off. That was you! I accuse him as my skin begins to take on its normal hue, and I start to change back to my original form. You changed into a panther! A chuckle escapes Reed then as he hugs me tighter. I thought for sure you knew it was me, but you didn't, did you? He asks. I probably should have known. Your eyes were the exact same color as the cat's eyes. I've always thought that you moved just like a cat, I say, gazing up into his perfect face that is mere inches from my own. Is that the only shape you can take, or will I be running from a bear next time? Oh, I can take on many, many forms, but I cannot do what you can do. My forms have to be animate. I have to change into an animal, but you... Do you think you can do other forms? He asks with excitement. Do you think it has to be just a solid form? Can you be liquid? Air? I don't know, I reply honestly. What were you thinking right before you changed? He asks. Were you thinking tree? No, I was thinking hide. I reply. Of course, Reed exclaims. I have someone I want you to meet. His name is Wook, and he is a virtue angel, like Phaedrus, who has lived near the Nashi for several centuries. He has studied the Tibetan monks and the Nashi mystics, and has seen some of their abilities. Perhaps he can instruct you to hone your human capabilities. I will not be much help to you in that, as I have little insight into the human side of your nature. You think this is a human trait? I ask Reed with a skeptical look. Because I can't think of any human that I know of who can change herself into a tree. Reed's eyebrow arches in a cunning way. I don't know, maybe it's a hybrid trait. No angel I know of can do what you just did. It is very unique, he says, and awe is back in his voice again. I don't even know if I can do it again, Reed, I reply, feeling strange about what just happened. This evolution into a stronger being is really disturbing. It takes the awkwardness of puberty to a whole new level, I think. And maybe we shouldn't tell anybody about it. Why not? Reed asks, frowning now while scanning my face. Because it's unnatural and freakish, I reply as casually as I can, but I'm a little too stiff just yet to pull off the casual shrug. Evie, you don't understand. This is mad cool, to use your words. It makes you even more dangerous. Reed breathes, and I can see he is really charged up about this. Searching his face for signs of disgust, I can find none. He is truly happy that I can now turn into something else. He must be worried that he will not be able to defend me. He must see this as one more evasion technique. You think a tree is great? Just wait until I can turn into an avalanche and come pouring down the mountain. I smile as my arms creep around his neck, pulling his face closer to mine. Yes, that would be excellent. He exhales near my ear, causing shivers to run through me. So you don't think this is sketchy? I ask, feeling relief that he is not repulsed by me. I don't question your existence anymore. I'm just grateful you are here, in any form, he says, picking me up off of my feet and carrying me back into the bedroom. The bedroom is sparse by the standards of Western culture. It contains only a rather large bed and a writing desk. The silk-clad bed is centered in the room on a low wooden platform. Folding doors open up the entire room to the outdoors, so that the room is exposed to the gardens and courtyard. High stone walls that allow for privacy from the other pagodas cluster around our own to shield the entire pagoda. Isn't it your job to question my existence? I ask him teasingly. No, my only job is to annihilate fallen angels, and since you are not one of them, you do not fall under my job description, he says, nuzzling my neck and placing me in the middle of the bed. Following me down, he brushes the hair back from my forehead with his strong fingers while gazing into my eyes. But now that we are bound to one another, I have a new job description. You do? What's your new job? I ask, fascinated by the sensual turn of his mouth. I trace his lips with the tip of my finger that has now returned to normal. To love Evie, Reed says, holding each of my fingers to his lips, kissing them one by one. To protect my brave girl from any evil that would dare to speak her name, he continues, tracing a line from the palm of my hand to my wrist. To make her enemies bow at her feet, he murmurs before his lips find mine. I recognize his words as those that Buns had translated for me after Reed said his binding vow to me in his angelic language. He had promised to protect me in the descriptive detail that only a power angel can convey. It is a little overwhelming to hear the words, even when it may become necessary for him to actually do all of the things he is saying in order to protect me. Reed, I whisper against his lips. That's kind of scary. Thank you, he replies smugly, just before deepening the kiss as he completely misinterprets my words as a compliment. At the moment, I'm in no mood to correct the mistake. Kissing him back, I reach my hand up to gently stroke his wing. A soft groan escapes Reed at my touch. I love that. Slowly, Reed's hands move over my body, and the feel of his hands on my bare skin, although exquisite, is shocking because I just realized that I'm not wearing anything. I squeak in surprise. causing Reed to pull back a little so that he can look into my eyes again in question. "My clothes?" I ask. "Trees don't wear clothes," he replies. "That very pretty little sundress you were wearing is now shredded at the base of the tree outside." "Oh, and where are your clothes?" I ask as a smile forms in the corners of my mouth, allowing my eyes to rove over his perfect form. "Panthers don't wear clothes either." He shrugs. "How convenient," I sigh, wrapping my arms around his neck again and pulling him back down to me. Just then, Reed's cell phone rings annoyingly on the desk behind us. I tense, holding Reed tighter to me. "You are absolutely forbidden to answer that phone," I whisper against his lips. "What phone, love?" he says as his head dips lower, tracing my collarbone with his lips, causing shivers to course through me as desire ignites within me. I relax as the phone stops ringing and my hands slip to his hair, threading through it and feeling the softness of it. I trace the line down his neck to the place just above his heart, the place where my wings have been symbolically branded into his skin. I'm still fascinated by the way in which it appeared after the binding ceremony that linked Reed's life to mine was performed. I can't hide the smile of satisfaction that this mark on him makes me feel. It literally screams the word mine. Reed is mine, and no one can take him away from me now. Our fates are connected, and I know that I should feel guilty for tying him to me like this. My fate can turn on a dime because most angels, when they first see me, believe that I must be evil, since no angel before me has ever possessed a soul. But in this moment, I can't feel anything but happy that we are here together. "What are you thinking right now?" Reed asks, searching my face. Right now?" I ask, trying to stall because I just got caught reveling in the fact that he's mine. "I was just thinking about how happy I am. About this," I say, feeling myself blush as I trace the shape of my wings that are imprinted on his chest. "This makes you happy?" he asks, and when I nod, he speaks to me in angel as he tenderly kisses the symbol of his wings etched into my skin just above my heart. "What did you say?" I whisper, because I haven't learned to speak his language yet. It still sounds like music to me, like a hypnotic lullaby. "Me too," he replies, smiling broadly. "That sounded a bit more than me too," I counter, but Reed's smile only broadens. "And I wasn't just thinking that. I was also wondering what I can call you." At his look of confusion, I go on. "I mean, you're not my husband because you're much, much more than that." I trail off, waiting for him to say the word for what we are to each other, now that we both swore a vow to be united for eternity. He responds immediately in angel, and I smile because I should have known that it wouldn't be English. It sounds like he said aspire, but in a way that is so beautiful that it makes tears form in my eyes. My voice is thick when I ask, "Translation?" Groaning, Reed's brow creases in a frown. He is struggling with the limitations of the human language, so I wait patiently for him to answer me. "It means beloved above all others, most revered, venerated. But it's more than that. It means essential to me and a part of me." I can't help the tears that slide from my eyes. "Aspire," I whisper to him as my hand cups his cheek. His eyes close briefly, savoring the contact. Feeling Reed tense against me, his eyes snap open as he begins scowling right before he says, "We are busy right now, Zephyr. Come back later." Quickly, Reed covers me with a silk sheet. "I cannot. This is important," Zephyr replies from somewhere outside of our room. From the distance, it sounds like he is standing near the stone bridge that traverses the jade-tiled pool in the courtyard. "You should answer your phone." "He was kind of in the middle of something, Z. He still is. How important is it?" I ask, trying to hide the irritation in my voice. "Very," Zephyr replies, and at the sternness of his voice, dread seeps through my senses. It causes my arms to tighten on Reed, pulling him nearer to me. "What's wrong?" I ask, hearing panic in my own voice. A growl comes from Reed then, as he leans his forehead to mine. "Evie, it's okay. Whatever it is, I'll take care of it," Reed says soothingly, trying to calm me down. But I have seen too much lately to be reassured by his words. "Is it Dominion?" I ask Zephyr, with my heartbeat drumming rapidly in my chest. I look over at Reed, seeing that he is already dressed. Startled by the fact that I hadn't even seen him move, I sit up in the large bed, pulling the sheet up with me and wrapping it securely around me. Zephyr steps into our room then, keeping his eyes averted from me as he speaks directly to Reed, but he is using their angelic language that I can't understand. My panic increases. Zephyr never does that. He never speaks in anything but English when I'm around because he knows I can't understand them. Something is wrong. Something big. Something he doesn't want me to know about. "What's going on, Z? What's happening?" I ask them, looking between their two faces as they debate something important. If it has to do with Dominion, it can't be good for me. The military headquarters that acts as the high court for power angels put me on trial for my life only days ago, which wouldn't have been so bad if they hadn't also told me at the time that the only right I possess, in their eyes, is the right to pray for death. The next thought has all of the blood draining out of my face as I whisper, "Brennus." "No, it is not Dominion or the Gankana," Zephyr says rapidly, trying to reassure me, but still his face looks grim. There is only one other thing that can be severe enough to warrant a look like that from Zephyr, and my brain can't even move past the name that it keeps repeating over and over like a prayer. Russell. Something inside my heart recoils painfully. "Where are Brownie and Russell?" I ask them, watching their faces closely. They both have blank expressions, like they are deliberately trying to hide something from me. "They are still in the Ukraine," Zephyr replies in a calm, soothing voice. "They are being very cautious, and they are moving slowly. Many, many kingdoms have risen and fallen in that part of the world. Many beings still like to call it home," Zephyr explains with patience. I exhale a breath that I didn't know I was holding as his words register with me. I know I won't be able to completely relax until they are both safely with us. I still have no idea yet what I will tell Russell about Reed and me. I made Buns and Zephyr promise that they wouldn't breathe a word of the binding vows to either Brownie or Russell. I have to be the one to tell Russell, and it has to be face to face. No matter what I say to him, he's going to have a hard time understanding why his soulmate has chosen to bind her life to someone else, after all of the lifetimes we have shared together. I don't think I'm going to be able to explain it to him, my need for Reed. I don't even understand it. All I know is I tried to live without Reed and it was impossible. I was dying inside every day. "Maybe we should go to them. We can pick them up and bring them back here," I say, because I'm extremely worried about them. Brownie is a Reaper angel, and although she's immensely stronger than a human, she does not possess the brute strength of a power angel. Russell is part Seraphim angel and part human, like me. His strength will soon rival that of Reed and Zephyr and all other power angels, but he has not fully evolved yet, so he is at a disadvantage should he run into a fallen angel. Or Brennus. "Z and Buns are going to go to the Ukraine. They are leaving within the hour," Reed says softly, and I bounce out of the big bed and head to the bathroom wrapped in a sheet. After I retrieve some clothing on the way, it only takes me seconds to change before I am back in the room, searching for a bag to pack some of my clothes. When I look up, I see Zephyr and Reed studying me. "How long will it take us to get there?" I ask, trying to gauge what I will need to take for the trip. Buns has done some shopping for us, but Zephyr has been attempting to lock her down. He has been trying to explain to her that she is a target for the Gankana too, since she is my friend, but she doesn't want to listen to him. She has never really had to take any of this into consideration before because she is a divine Reaper angel. Since her job is to negotiate for human souls, she has essentially been immune to the fighting taking place between divine power angels and the fallen. As for other beings, they too leave her alone because of her divine status. But the Gankana have vowed to get me back. They have even gone so far as to attack Dominion's compound while I was there to rescue me. It would be nothing to them to use Buns to get to me, and I can't have that. You are safer here for now, love, Reed says, and he uses his sexy voice when he says it. My eyes narrow because I'm on to his attempts to soothe me. I say, I want to go too. I can help if there's trouble. No, you cannot. Not right now, Evie, Zephyr replies in a low tone, like he is talking to a child. You are too emotional right now. I can handle whatever comes, Z, I promise. I'll be fine. Trust me. I reply, not looking at him and continuing to pack my clothes into the bag. Evie, listen to me, Zephyr insists as he moves nearer to me in order to make me look at him. I can see that you believe that, but I can prove to you, right now, that you are unable to separate yourself from your emotions. Z, I'm fine. Really. Let's go, I insist, crossing my arms in front of me in defiance. Brennus has Russell, Zephyr says quietly. Panic hits me, and I struggle to take the next breath. My heart twists and pounds in my chest as my hands shoot out to grasp Zephyr's forearm so I won't fall down. Flashes of Russell's smile, his face, the way he looks at me when I enter the room come to my mind in an instant. How? I breathe, searching his face. We have to go now. I have to talk to Brennus. He will listen to me. Shh. Evie, it's okay. The Gankana don't have Russell, Zephyr says with a soft tone, putting his warm hand over mine to comfort me. I said that to emphasize my point. Right now you will do anything, agree to anything, in order to keep the ones you love safe. We can't have that. That was mean, Z, I accuse him with a grimace as my hand trembles underneath his. Reed hovers near me, and I can tell by the look on his face that he wants to jump in and comfort me, but he is trying really hard to hold himself back from doing it. I am sorry you think so, Zephyr replies with an even tone. His amazing blue eyes reflect his regret. I have decided that I need to take a different approach with you from now on. Oh yeah? Have you decided on the scare-me-half-to-death approach? I ask with a salty tone in my voice as I look at him. No, my approach will be to emphasize what is best for you. I will be your mentor, and the first thing that you will learn is that we will protect you from now on, not the other way around, Zephyr says. The word is out about you, Evie, and it is trickling down like rain to even the lowest level of demons. Many will come for you, and they will die. We are organized and well-equipped to deal with them, but you must listen to us and believe that we have your best interests in mind. I already know that, Z, I reply rapidly. But you have to understand that I have your best interest in mind as well. Some of the sternness leaves his face then as he glances over at Reed, and then he looks back to me again. Evie, you are a seraph, and it is in your nature to guard and protect, but we are ancient warriors while you are still very young and have had little training. You have been born on the front line of a battle that you are still ill-prepared to fight. I will train you so that, one day, you may fight at my side. I promise that I will teach you all that I know so you will become very powerful, like me. Hearing the sheer arrogance of his last words makes a small smile curl in the corners of my mouth. I move forward and put my arms around his waist, hugging him tight. It's hard for me to remember your scary old Z because you look as young as me. I am scary old, and you will listen to me from now on, Zephyr replies as he picks me up off of my feet and gives me a bone-crushing hug. I'll hang on your every word if you let me come with you to get Brownie and Russell, I whisper to him because it's hard to talk when all of the air is being squeezed from me. You can explain all of the strategy that you have planned to protect me. Nice try, Zephyr replies, setting me back on my feet. But there is little chance that I will take you to the Ukraine with us. You are staying here with Reed. I am sure you will find something to do while we are gone. How come Buns gets to go and I don't? I ask Zephyr as I pull away from him. Reed will have his hands full watching one wild card. He does not need another unpredictable female to pin down, Zephyr replies. Are you sure that's the reason, Z, or is it that you can't be away from Buns? I ask, watching him close. "Is it my fault that neither of you respects authority?" Zephyr counters gruffly, but I can see that he is worried about Buns and unwilling to let her out of his sight for too long. Since we have been here, it is rare to find one without the other. Zephyr guards Buns close. Several plots take shape in my mind as I consider ways to make Zephyr take me with him to get Russell. Seeming to read my mind, Zephyr says, "Reed is staying here alone. What if he needs your help?" "Z!" I exhale as if he drenched me in icy water. He knows me well enough to know that I can't seem to tear myself away from Reed for very long. I'm constantly monitoring him at all times. A part of my brain is always tracking him. Reed explained that it's instinctual for seraphim to protect what they consider theirs. I don't think that I can stop doing it, even if I wanted to. I reach out involuntarily to Reed, hugging him to me. His arms immediately wrap around me, encompassing me in a feeling of security. Zephyr grunts in satisfaction. He knows he has just outmaneuvered me, and so do I. "We are leaving soon, Reed. I want to go over some things with you before we go." "I will meet you in your rooms in a minute," Reed says to Zephyr over my shoulder, snuggling me closer to him. Zephyr nods and is gone in a fraction of a second. "It's going to be okay," Reed whispers against my hair. I'm quiet because I know better. My dreams have made it horrifyingly clear to me that something big is coming. It's so big and terrifying that I have trouble remembering what I dream when I awake. My conscious mind keeps trying to blot it out, denying what the future holds in store for me. A word keeps filtering through my mind. Kazik, mare. Do you know the word Kazik? I ask Reed as my cheek leans against his shoulder. Reed stiffens and replies, "It means to destroy." "Where did you hear that word?" he asks me quietly. I ignore his question. "What does mare mean?" "It means the great," Reed responds instantly. "What is this about?" "I don't know," I reply, giving him a smile as he pulls back to look at me. His eyes narrow, telling me he is not buying my attempt to cover the fact that his answers have freaked me out. "Again, where did you hear those words?" Reed asks with persistence. He wants to interrogate me about it, and I really don't have many answers for him. "I think I may have dreamt them," I reply, resting my cheek back on his shoulder. "What else did you dream?" Reed asks in a low tone, his hands running up and down my back gently. "I can't remember," I say. "Try," Reed replies, brushing his lips against my hair. I tip my face up to meet his. "I will, I promise." I breathe against his lips as I kiss him. Reed's phone rings again on the desk. Leaning his forehead to mine, Reed gazes into my eyes. "That is Z. Let me speak to him and I will be right back, and then it will be just you and me. Alone." The thought of being alone with Reed without the potential of being interrupted is a delicious one. "Okay," I agree in an instant, causing a grin to appear on Reed's face. He kisses me one more time, and then he is gone from sight. Left alone in the room, I look around for something to do. There is a television in the next room, but Chinese TV is really weird, and I can't understand much of it because I can't speak their language either. The commercials are bizarre, too. There is always some sort of huge stuffed animal mascot bouncing around on the screen, holding the product and looking jovial. It reminds me of Yo Gabba Gabba. Spotting Reed's new laptop on the desk, I open it up and log on to the internet. I love this computer. It's uber fast. Surfing the internet for a while, I check the Facebook website under Leander Duncan. Russell has been using his site that I had set up for him to correspond with his family and me. He has posted pictures of Brownie and him as they have been traveling through Europe in the last week. He has written about what he has seen. I especially like the picture of them traveling through the rural vineyards in France. He looks stoked. I post a note on his wall, telling him that I miss him and I'll see him soon. I do miss him. He is my best friend, but I don't know how he will feel about me after I tell him what I've done. I try not to think about it and move on to other websites. I really want to talk to someone about how I should tell Russell about what happened between Reed and me while I was at Dominion Chateau. I need some advice. I wish that I could ask Uncle Jim what I should do. The thought of my uncle sends waves of sorrow through me because I miss him too. There has to be someone I can talk to about this. Molly, I think, as my adolescent friend pops into my mind. Summer is almost over and she will be going back to Notre Dame soon for her sophomore year. I haven't spoken to her since I left Crestwood with Russell. I was afraid to contact her because if I let her know where I was going, Reed could have persuaded her into revealing it to him. His uncanny ability to use his voice to persuade humans would have rendered Molly unable to refuse to answer any question that he asked her. If she had any clue where I was all summer, he could have found out instantly and been there to take me back to his home. I couldn't allow that to happen at the time. I was sure that the only way to protect Reed from being seen as a traitor to his own kind, the divine angels, was to leave him, so that when Dominion caught up to me, he wouldn't be executed for helping me. I didn't know that Dominion would arrest Reed and Zephyr anyway and torture them to find out what they knew about me. I also didn't know that while Reed was being tortured, the Gankana, the undead vampire-like species that wants me to give up my soul to become one of them, was targeting me. Maybe it's better if I try to avoid telling Molly how I had spent my summer vacation, I think, cringing at the lies I'll have to come up with to protect her from all of this. I know that Molly has probably emailed me a zillion messages, but I haven't checked them because I had been afraid that Reed could have been able to find me if I logged onto my email. Now, with all of Brennus's resources and the fact that he has ransacked both Reed's house and my storage unit to collect all of my possessions, I think it's pretty safe to assume he is monitoring things like my email. Creepy vampire, I think, as Brennus's face looms in my mind. He may be monitoring my email, but that doesn't mean I can't send Molly one from a different account. With that in mind, I create a new account under a fake name and write her a quick message, telling her that I'm alive and that I need to talk to her. Sending the message, I contemplate what I can tell her when she writes me back. Maybe I can say that I had an opportunity to travel that was just too good to turn down. While thinking about different excuses, an email alert window pops up on my screen. Molly must be online, I think excitedly. I look at the message line. It reads, I miss you. Quickly, I open up the message, but it's blank. It has an attachment to it, so I click on the attachment, and I wait briefly while the video feed sets up. Curious, I watch as a dark, hazy room comes into focus. Loud, banging music is playing in the background of the video as the camera pans past several colorful-looking individuals. It looks like this is some kind of nightclub filled with scenesters. The camera is moving down a dreary, graffiti-enshrined hallway. Panning around, there are several emos standing near the wall watching a band that is in the back of the club on the stage. The camera moves again to the bar where people are milling around, trying to get the attention of the bartender. Slipping in and out of focus several times, the camera person uses the lens to scan the crowd near the band that has just started playing a whiny cover song. The thumping of the amps and flashes from a strobe light make the video chaotic as I try to see what this is all about. The camera is slowly coming back into focus and is zeroing in on one particular individual who is milling around with a group of friends. I recognize Molly immediately. She is sipping her drink coyly, holding it close to her as she laughs at something someone leaning near to her is saying. I can't see her companion well because he has his back to the camera. I reach out and my hand trembles as I touch the screen where Molly's image appears. She looks exactly the same, like nothing has changed with her. Seeing her smile again at whatever the person next to her says, she doesn't even move when the tall man reaches over and gently touches her cheek, caressing his fingers down it. The look on Molly's face slowly changes. Her flirty smile seems to sag. My throat tightens, and I find it hard to take the next breath. The man turns then, looking at the camera behind him. Walking towards it with the stealthy grace of a supernatural predator, his eyes never waver from it. His face is exactly the same as the image I have of him in my mind. His eyes have an iridescent shine in their watery green depths, piercing with intensity. His ebony hair is artfully falling over his arching eyebrows, and the planes of his face are just as beautiful as they ever were, as exquisite and youthful as they had been on the day that his Gankana sire, had changed him from a fairy into a parasitic creature. Nearing the camera, he poises before the lens, like he is looking directly at me. "McCree," Brennus breathes. Hearing Brennus call me my heart, I instantly feel the burning infection of his venom within my blood flare up in response to his voice. Chapter 2. Missing Pieces. I feel all of the scars in me that Brennus has left behind as he continues to speak to me in his video message. "I missed you at the chateau. 'Tis sorry I am for the mistake I made there. I should have come to you myself, not sent the fellas," Brennus says with regret, not looking away from the camera. "Finn thought we should be cautious. He said I may need to send an ambassador to you. He thinks I may have hurt you a wee bit too much when I tried to change you. I think he is right about that. But I should have come to you myself nonetheless. If nothing else than to make you see what you mean to me." "I'm just a shadow on the floor without you, Genevieve," Brennus murmurs, and his words are just barely discernible over the music in the background of the club. "I have lost all sense of purpose, save one, and that's to find you. To be so close to you and to lose you. 'Tis almost more than I can endure." Brennus pauses then, and the lack of light from the camera hides the true pallor of his skin. He looks almost normal, except for the fact that he is unearthly beautiful. In the haze of the club, no one would ever know that he is an undead fairy. He looks like a supermodel, and no human could detect the sweet, cloying smell that the Gankana emit from their toxic skin. He is the perfect lure for any young female, the ultimate killer. Brennus runs his hand through his dark hair and holds it to the back of his neck, as a pained expression crosses his face. "I know you will not believe this, but I plan on doing things differently this time. I will not try to change you. You can decide when you're ready to become one of us," he says, and I scoff at the computer, not believing him for a second. I can still feel the pain from the bites he gave me. The gnawing hunger registers in my mind, along with the echoing agony of it. "I just need you near me, for now. I can make anything happen when you're back with me. You can come to us now, or we can find you. 'Tis your choice, but you may not like what happens if you make me come to bring you back home. I love you, McCree. You're mine." "But you already know that, do you now?" He says the last part like it was not at all in question, and a part of me believes him. I don't know why I do. Maybe it's Stockholm Syndrome. But I feel like one of his possessions, just waiting to be collected. "I have been giving our situation some thought," Brennus continues as he casually glances over his shoulder at where Molly is standing. She looks dopey, like she just took something, but I know that she hasn't. It's Brennus's touch that is making her act that way. His toxic skin contains a highly potent drug that is now rendering Molly his slave. She will do anything he wants now that he has touched her. Everything. Peering back into the camera, Brennus says, "I do not want you to feel alone when you come home to us, so I found a friend for you. We will turn her, and then you can have her with you for eternity. You see, I plan to give you everything you want. Anything your heart desires will be yours. Tell me where you are, and I will bring you home. 'Tis time, Genevieve. 'Tis your destiny." The screen goes black then, for just a moment, until the email window engages again. As I stare at the blank email, I feel as if I have gone into shock. I've been lying to myself. No, it's more like pretending that this wouldn't happen, that somehow it would be prevented. I thought if I just keep things simple, just keep the few people that I love close to me, that I would be able to protect them. But Brennus has eternity on his side. He can pick them off one at a time, until there will be no one left to protect. Will I then beg him to kill me, to stop the pain from the loss of everyone I love? I don't know when this video was taken. Am I too late to save Molly? I wonder as panic seeps into my mind. A rational voice in my head tells me that the answer is yes. I was too late the second he touched her. Molly will crave him now, and she will be his stalker if he doesn't either turn her or drain her blood and kill her. She will be like a junkie looking for more of the toxin in his skin, unless she could somehow be cured. But I don't even know if that's possible for a human. I survived the venom of the Gankana bite because Russell had fed me venison blood, which ebbed my craving to drink Brennus's blood, but his skin does not affect me. Brennus can touch me, and I'm not susceptible to him like other beings are susceptible, like humans and angels. Brennus isn't going to stop. He will come for me, but I already knew that. This is a game, and it's to the death, his or mine. This ends when Brennus ceases to be or when I become his undead Gankana queen. The only question is, how many of my friends will he kill before this ends? Maybe my defensive position is the wrong tactic to take with him. Maybe I should find him right now and destroy him before he gets anyone else. The Gankana don't respect anything but strength. Maybe I need to show them that it's not in their best interest to pursue my loved ones or me. With that in mind, I begin formulating a response after I click on the reply button to compose an email. Brennus. You seem to have forgotten that I'm not like the others. Your charms don't work on me. My soul is not for sale, and I will never surrender it. If you truly want to give me what my heart desires, then do not change Molly. If it is in your power, then I want you to let her go. It will not make me happy to have her as my Gankana BFF. What will make me happy is for you to go away and never bother me again. If you do not, I will make you leave me alone, and you may not like what happens when I show you just how temporary you can be. If you refuse to hear me and you choose to come for me, I will see it as a declaration of war, and I will not hesitate to kill you. Don't make me do that. You are not my destiny. I'm your enemy. So completely not yours, Evie. P.S. I want my stuff back, you creepy stalker. Without contemplating the consequences of my actions, I click the send button and mail the reply to Molly's account. Gazing at the screen, my throat tightens. Tears cloud my vision as what this means hits me. Molly is probably dead by now. Not dead, she's undead, I think, as flashes of the desolate cells beneath Brennus's lair come to my mind. They won't be in Houghton anymore, so he couldn't have locked Molly in one of those cells like he did to me. Dominion knows about the copper mine that the Gankana had inhabited, so they probably left the area. They couldn't stay in the mine anyway, since Russell's grenades blew it up when he rescued me from the Gankana. Remembering Russell walking into the mine to save me forces the tears from my eyes. He was magnificent, I think, as I wipe my tears with the back of my hand. He faced Brennus for me and wouldn't let me surrender to him. I owe him my life, and I have left him out there to fend for himself without me, just like I left Molly out there alone. Crushing sadness grips me as something in my chest squeezes tight. I am too new to all of this, naive and stupid, but I can't claim ignorance. I know what Brennus is capable of, and I had refused to listen to that voice in my head that was telling me that he's coming. Staring ahead of me, the email alert window flashes onto the screen again. Seeing the brightly illuminated pop-up, the hair on my forearms rises as a chill passes through me. Dragging the cursor to the inbox, I depress the button near the keyboard. One message is in my inbox. It's from Molly's account again, but there is no tag in the subject line. They are actively monitoring Molly's email. It's not just a programmed response then, I reason. Brennus has been waiting for me to contact her. Suddenly, I feel like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. I open the email. My dearest heart, had I not known that before you are perfect to me, then your most exquisitely executed note would have solidified it for me. I hope that you do not mind, but I showed it to the fellas, and they are all most eager now to get their queen back. You may have to put up with a wee bit of chafing when you come home, because the fellas may not be able to help themselves. You are just too tempting. I am sorry to disappoint you, Macree, But we have already turned your friend Molly days ago. It took no time at all because she was most willing to be Gankana. She is very content, but she is a little irritated with you for not telling her what you really are. I explained to her that you were probably trying to protect her. She did not realize 'tis what seraphim do. As for me being temporary, I can assure you that I am permanent and I am your destiny. You forget that I have tasted you. I know all of your deepest desires, the needs that you hide deep inside of you. I know them all. You want a family above all else. I will provide that family for you. You want other things as well, things that you don't speak of to anyone, ever. I will find your sire for you, I promise. I have been making inquiries, looking for your daddy. If he is here, we will find him. I do not fear you. I fear for you. You have aligned yourself with the wrong side. You cannot trust the angles. They will turn on you. If there is even an inkling that you could be seen as evil, it will be over for you. We are ever ready to protect you. It is you who is refusing to hear me. I am finished asking you, Genevieve. No, I am telling you. Come to me before I have to come to you. I am not your enemy. I love you, and in time you will love me too. So completely yours, Brennus. P.S. All of your belongings are awaiting your return, my beautiful angel. Rage is overcoming me as thoughts of Molly's death enter my mind. It's just like the anger I feel when I think of what Alfred did to my uncle. Alfred viciously murdered Uncle Jim, and I couldn't stop him. I keep the secret of that anger locked away because it makes me feel as if the lining of my stomach is rubbing together when I allow it to rise up in me. My fingers are shaking as they fly over the keys of the laptop, responding with all the hatred I feel in this moment. Dear walking corpse, I will never forgive you for Molly. Send me your dead and I will bury them deep for you. I'm done making sense to you and I'm ready to face you. Come and die. Hate you. Evie. I have only minutes to wait until the email alert window crops back up, delivering Brennus's response. Dear darkest night, I'm already dead, but looking forward to seeing you. In China. Be there soon. Love ya, Brennus. I pick up the laptop and throw it across the room. It hits the far wall and showers in pieces to the floor. I push back from the desk and drive my fists right through its thick, ancient wood. It shatters and splinters into a pile at my feet. Looking around, all I can see is Molly's face as it sagged after being touched by Brennus. I didn't think to protect her. Of course she was a target. Brennus has all of my pictures. Molly is probably in half of all of those pictures. The room starts spinning around me as my fists come up to my eyes to try to blot out the images of what her death must have been like. It would have been gruesome. They would have fed on her blood before one of them allowed her to feed on him. I wonder which one of them turned her. Was it Brennus or Finn? It could have been any of them. Maybe Declan or Lachlan. I'll find out which one it was and kill him slowly. Painfully. Several killing scenarios pulse in my head as it's spinning like someone stuffed me in a blender and hit puree. Dizziness makes me sway on my feet. Bringing my hands away from my eyes, I feel as if I should be moving. I need to go to Molly. Help her. It's too late to help her. I need to go to Brownie and Russell. They need to be warned that Brennus is on his way to China now. He traced my email. He at least knows where the POP, point of presence, which I used to send the email, is located. He will find me. If he gets close enough, he'll probably be able to smell me, I think, as nausea rolls through me. I need to warn Zephyr, Buns, and Phaedrus. If he touches them, they will be Brennus's slaves too. Reed, I think, as the room sways again. I feel like I'm spinning in infinity. Unable to control the whirling, I crouch down on one knee, resting my head on the other knee. My hands go to the floor as I attempt to steady myself. I have to warn Reed. Russell. Z, I think. The most unnatural feeling of lightness pulses through me like a shock wave, while something lifts out of me. Looking up, my stomach twists as an image of myself becomes visible to me. It hovers near me like a luminous ghost for a few brief seconds. Blinking at the perfect representation of myself, I watch as my mirror image turns from where it is standing just in front of me. With a grim expression on her face, the glowing impression of me rockets itself forward so quickly that I can barely track it as it exits the room. I grit my teeth as another shock wave erupts within me. A second holographic image projects out of me like an ascending soul and immediately bolts from the room. When the third luminous me bursts from my body like a physical echo and leaves the room, I lose most of the dizziness that was overwhelming me. I stand on shaky legs and try to make sense of what I just experienced. As I stumble to the bed, I lean against the frame, willing myself not to fall onto it. I take deep breaths and raise a shaky hand to my forehead, but I pause when a movement near the door distracts me. Reed is staring at me from the entrance to our room. His face is blank, but there is pain in his eyes. He moves forward, engulfing me in his arms. He is not wearing his shirt, and his charcoal gray wings are arcing out menacingly. I inhale his sexy masculine scent as he presses me to his chest. "You're alive." He breathes into my ear as his arms hold me like I'm a fragile flower. A clatter sounds behind me as he drops whatever weapon he had been holding. It sounds like some kind of sword as it hits the ground with a heavy metallic clang. "What?" I choke, pushing against him so I can see his face again. "I saw you. You passed right through me. There was such pain, sorrow when you went through me, and then you just disappeared," Reed says in a hushed and urgent tone, holding me to him and refusing to let me go. "When did you see me?" I ask, giving up trying to see his face. Instead, I hug him back. "Seconds ago. I thought..." He trails off as his voice thickens. "You thought I was dead?" I ask, and he just tightens his grip on me until I wheeze, and then he eases his embrace so that I can breathe again, but he still doesn't let me go. "How did you do that? Send out a piece of you, your emotion to me?" Reed asks. My emotion?" I ask in confusion. "At first I thought I was seeing your soul when it approached me, but when it ran into me, right through me, I didn't know what it was because it didn't feel like a soul. It was raw emotion, pain and agony. But the scent. I could smell you. It left your scent on my clothes," he says and pulls me back from him so that I can finally see his eyes. "How did you do that?" I shake my head numbly. "I don't know," I say, seeing his beautiful face, his eyes searching mine. "I wanted to warn you. It's Molly. They turned Molly and now they're coming here," I say in a rush. "I didn't protect her and now they have her. They picked her up at a club. He said he turned her already. They made her a monster and I let them." My voice breaks and I bury my face in his chest. "Brennis?" Reed asks in a dark tone, resting his cheek against the top of my head. "How did he contact you?" I manage to nod again, but it takes me a few moments before I can say, "I emailed Molly to tell her I'm alive, and I found out she's not." Tears leak from my eyes to run down my cheeks. "Brennis made her again, Canna. He knows we're in China. He's coming. I'm sorry, I blew our cover." "Shh." Reed just holds me for a few minutes, and then he asks in a quiet tone, "Is that how you felt when you learned Molly was changed? Sorrow? Pain?" "Uh-huh." I nod. "Your human emotions are excruciating," Reed utters in a soft tone. "I had no idea you feel that much. When the image of you hit me with such raw emotion, I could think of nothing but finding you." "You don't feel that deeply?" I ask as I sniff to hold back more tears. "I do, but I didn't know that you do too," he replies. "It was almost unbearable when I thought you may be gone." I squeeze my eyes closed and hug him tighter. It was not intentional. I didn't even know I was doing it. I was thinking that I needed to tell you what just happened, and then, suddenly, images of me were spinning out of me. I try to explain. Is that your version of a beam of light? Like the one in the 7-Eleven? Only you send an image of yourself as light to warn us of what is coming, Reed asks in a serious tone. I grow still in his arms. Is that what I just did? Did I send them out of me? I wonder, feeling overwhelmed by all that is happening to me. I don't know, Reed. I wish I came with an owner's manual or something. Stroking my hair, Reed says, That is a book I would enjoy reading, Evie. Our timeline just moved up. We have been planning for the Gankana since we arrived here. We will have the superior position. Every angle has been analyzed. They will come, and they will die. I close my eyes because fear makes it hard for me to hear what he is telling me. This changes things, though. I need to call Zephyr. Ask him to return here. We have to bring in our reinforcements now. We will tell Dominion where we are. They have been demanding to send a team to protect you. What? I ask as my eyes widen in surprise. Reed's expression darkens. Bodyguards. Dominion has been demanding that you have them to protect you, he says, and he sounds a little sour, like the thought of someone else defending me is making him ill. Do you trust them? I ask as Brennus's words echo in my mind. No, he replies. There will be some who will give their lives to protect you, but there will be others who will have another purpose. What other purpose? I ask. He avoids looking at me when he replies. I can think of several. They think of you as a weapon. You are the perfect lure to draw out evil. They would like to use you whenever and wherever they see fit to entrap the fallen. I'm in the way of that because I will not allow Dominion access to you. I believe that some will want you to return to Dominion, with or without your consent. Oh, I say. Dominion wants me back, and there will be a few of them with orders to seize the moment and make that happen. So, my bodyguards could turn into my jailers if given the right set of circumstances? Yes, Reed replies, as if he is proud of me for understanding what he is telling me. We have not allowed them close to you for that reason, but we may need them now that our timeline has been bumped up. I nod. What about Brownie and Russell? I ask, pulling away from Reed. Pacing the floor in front of him, I say, They shouldn't come back here, not with Brennus coming. He'll kill Russell after what Russell did to Alton and Driscoll. Brennus will torture Russell if he finds him because Russell killed several Gankana when he rescued me. Well, that, and the fact that Russell is my soulmate, which seems to really bother Brennus. We can protect them when they arrive here, Reed replies confidently, but paranoia is setting in now. I feel weak and vulnerable. Let's go now, Reed. Let's leave here, just you and me. We can lead Brennus away from here, I reason. That way, he will be forced to follow us and we can lose him. I know we can. Then at least Zephyr, Buns, Brownie, and Russell will be safe, I tell myself. No, Reed replies. This is the best position for us. We will fight here, and you will be safe. And so will Russell. We will protect him, he says, reading my mind. I want to believe that, Reed. You have no idea how much I want to believe that. But I've seen what they can do. They walked right into my room at Dominion's chateau without any of the powers knowing that they were there. Brennus is obsessed. He is like a spoiled child who has never been denied a toy before and he can't stand it, I explain, wringing my hands. You are not a toy, he barks, and I flinch. No, I'm not a toy, I agree, as I stop pacing to look at him. A small sound from the wooden gate that connects our pagoda to the others registers in my mind right before Zephyr's tall frame materializes just inches in front of me. He reaches out to me, grasping my upper arms and pulling me off of my feet to dangle before him. His brown wings are stretching out, blotting out everything behind him but the menacing-looking hilt to a broadsword that is strapped to his back. You are alive, he states between panting breaths as his eyes rove over every inch of me, assessing me and looking for anything out of place. Yeah, I nod in a soft tone, smiling sheepishly while gazing into Z's ice-blue eyes. You get my message? I add, and then I bite my lower lip as his eyes narrow. "Explain," he barks, but Reed steps between us, pulling me gently from Zephyr's grasp. "Evie has a new ability that we didn't expect. She can send out clones of herself," Reed says, standing between Zephyr and me. "If your message was anything like mine, then—" "Is that what you are calling it? A message? It felt more like emotional terrorism to me," Zephyr replies, piercing me with his stare. "Sorry, that's what I was feeling when it happened," I reply, feeling ill remembering Molly's face. I brief Zephyr on what just happened. Zephyr grills me about every detail of the email exchange between Brennis and me. I watch the corners of his mouth lift a little when he asks me to tell him again about addressing Brennis as a walking corpse. Zephyr grunts when I finish. Looking at Reed, he says, "Buns should be here any minute. I didn't wait for her after Evie's clone ran into me. Buns tried to tell me that it was definitely not Evie's soul, but you felt it too, didn't you?" Zephyr asks Reed, and he nods. "I have never felt that way. I did not enjoy it." "Sorry, Z, I was freaked," I say, looking down at my feet. Using his finger, Zephyr lifts my chin up so he can see my eyes. "Yes, and now I finally know what freaked means," Zephyr replies. "You have more courage than I thought." "Sweetie!" Buns calls out right before she lands outside the doorway of our room. Her golden butterfly wings float behind her with effortless grace as she strides into the room. Coming to me, she embraces me, squeezing me briefly. "That's a killer new trick you came up with," she says. "Thanks, Buns," I reply, seeing that she is trying to make me feel like less of a freak than I feel right now. "It just happened. I wasn't even trying." "Well, it's a very stellar party trick. You can clone yourself and then we can make everyone guess which one is the real Evie," Bun says, smiling into my eyes with her cornflower blue ones as she brushes a stray hair back from my face. "Can you do it again now? Can you send one to me?" "I don't know," I waver, biting my lower lip and looking uncertainly at Reed, who was watching me. He nods to me in encouragement. "Try," Reed says. Nodding slowly, I close my eyes, breathing in deeply. Now that Brennis is coming, this may be my last chance to tell each of them what they mean to me. My heart speeds up as I allow thoughts of Brennis to create in me a sense of urgency, like I had felt when this first happened. Thinking of Buns, of the love I have for her, I begin to feel like I'm spinning, caught in a centrifuge. Opening my eyes, I sway again. Trying to keep my balance, I find it's impossible, and I have to go down on one knee again so I won't fall down. A tremor jolts through me, causing a sense of lightness to expand within my body. Light is pushing its way out of me as my form is separating from itself. Seeing my likeness in front of me, it turns and rockets towards Buns, running right into her and disappearing in an instant. I have no time to gauge her reaction to it because another shockwave hits me, causing another image of me to spill out. This one runs towards Z, disappearing into him. Concentrating now on all the love and desire that I have for Reed, a pulsing heat, like fire, erupts within me as the light from me grows more intense. A brightly lit image of me bursts forth from my body, and it turns immediately towards Reed. Losing the dizziness that drove me to my knee, I watch as my clone bolts to Reed, enveloping him in its fiery light before it vanishes within him. He closes his eyes as his perfect face transforms from a concerned expression to one of bliss. Slowly, he opens his eyes again, and the deepest desire smolders within their dark green depths. "Sweetie, I was wrong. That's not a party trick," Bun says as she staggers to the bed to sit on it. I can smell you," she remarks as her eyes widen and she pulls her honey-color hair to her nose, breathing in. She speaks to me in her musical language before she smiles and says, "That was like seeing love through another's eyes. I will not forget it." "Dominion," Zephyr says, not taking his eyes off of me. He has an odd expression on his face that I have seen only one other time, and that was right before I managed to cut his arm with my dagger while sparring with him. We need to get them here now, Reed finishes for him, but he's not looking at Z. He's looking at me with that same expression of bliss still plastered to his face. I will make the arrangements while you make the arrangements to get Brownie and Russell here sooner. I cannot leave here now. They will have to make their way alone. I have not explained Russell to Dominion as yet. We can protect him once he is here, but I do not trust them to deliver him here if I were to tell them about him. It is too great a risk that they will keep him if I ask them to protect him. Zephyr finishes. Fear causes my palms to sweat as I see what I have done. I have ruined all of their carefully made plans. The plans to bring Brennus to them according to their own timeline and the plans to secure the safety of Russell and Brownie are now being scrapped because I messed up again. No, Z, you have to get them, I say adamantly. They'll be fine. Brownie is a Reaper and she kicks ass. She'll be able to handle it, Bun says with assurance, but I see the look she gives Zephyr over my shoulder. She is looking for him to reassure her. As I observe Zephyr, something in his demeanor makes me feel cold. He is uncertain about them. That's why he was going to get them. Please go get them, Z, I whisper in a hollow tone. He can't, Evie. He has to stay with us now, Reed says firmly. We will have to rely on Brownie and Russell to make it here without help. I want to argue with him, but I can see by the set of his jaw that he is not going to change his mind. He is firmly entrenched in the protect Evie mode, and he will not deviate from that mission, no matter what I say. Clenching my hands into fists, I want to break something. I keep thinking that this is all my fault. Grasping my phone, I walk from the room to out beneath the endless expanse of darkened sky in the courtyard. I dial Russell's number, but it goes straight to voicemail. When his brief message prompts me to leave a message, I say, "It's me. Call me when you get this." Hanging up, I start to wonder if I affect Russell just as Brennus affects me. I wonder if the sound of my voice rips open all of the scars I have left behind in him. Chapter 3. The Army. Trying to sit quietly and clear my mind as Phaedrus is instructing me to do, it is proving to be nearly impossible. I have thousands of thoughts going on in my mind, and there are new layers of thought expanding almost daily. How am I supposed to channel that into one stream of consciousness? I wonder. Several what-if scenarios are currently at work, viciously torturing me. Most of those scenarios have something to do with either Russell or Brennus, and in the worst scenarios, they involve both of them. This is not working, Phaedrus sighs next to me. Opening my eyes, I turn my head, looking at him sitting next to me. His legs are crossed, like mine, and his back is ramrod straight, exhibiting a perfect meditative pose. He is staring at me with his pitch-black eyes. If I didn't know that he is a virtue angel, I would be creeped out by his eyes, because there is no color differential between his pupils, irises, and sclera. They are all black, making him look wicked. But I do know him, and I know that he is the farthest thing from evil. He is sent on missions of mercy to perform miracles, and at this moment, I'm very grateful that he is choosing to spend his time with me. We have been at this for hours now, and I want to tell him it's time to take a break, but I don't want to let him down. Sorry, I say, exhaling a breath that I have been holding. You are not letting go, Phaedrus points out. You are also not breathing. Breathe more, I remind myself, closing my eyes again. Yes, focus on what you want to accomplish. Peace, serenity. If you can maintain those things and transcend rational thought for a moment, you can explore your newest ability, he says in a coaxing voice. Everyone is always telling me I have to be more rational, Phaedrus. Now you're saying I have to transcend rational thought. You guys are proving to be consistently inconsistent, I sigh. You are doing fine, Evie. Relax. Think of a favorite poem. Or music. Do you know any songs that are rhythmic? He asks. Let me think. I trail off, trying to think of any appropriate songs, one that I can focus on. The only one that's coming to mind at the moment is 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
I don't believe I know that one,
Phaedrus says, reading my mind in his uncanny way. Annoyed that he can read my mind so easily, I begin singing it loudly in my head. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall.
Delightful,
Phaedrus mutters.
I was hoping you knew some Bach, maybe Handel or Wagner. My eyes will never get heavy with this lullaby.
Smiling at his sarcasm, I continue to sing the rousing lyrics in my head as I hum the music aloud. On the 12th or 13th cycle through the song, I begin to feel calmer. A few more times through, and a feeling of detachment filters through me, and I lose the need to sing. Slowly, I control the spinning that I feel, not allowing the sensation to overcome me, but channeling it. The energy is building within me, ramping up to the shock wave that I know is about to tear through me. Focusing as the tremor of light erupts from me, I keep my eyes closed while my clone juts out. Instead of being an empty shape full of emotion, I'm trying to control the image of me, maintain a consciousness within her, a connection to her. Murky images of our surroundings are flittering in my mind. It's like having my eyes open underwater. I can see shapes and contours, but they are not crisp or very clear.
Can you direct her?
Phaedrus asks. I don't reply, but concentrate on the desire that I have to get up right now and look for Reed. Immediately, my clone moves toward the doorway that leads to the courtyard. The sunlight is bright outside, causing the shapes that I can see through her eyes to become clearer. Groups of angels are standing at intervals around the perimeter of the courtyard. The angels began arriving last night. Most of them are powers that aren't part of Dominion's division of rank. They are the elite assassins that Reed and Zephyr know personally. Moving across the garden, I have trouble discerning which of the angels is my angel. I can't see facial features too clearly, and colors are bleeding together. As my clone passes several figures, I move her closer to them and peer into their faces, searching for the one that is perfection. Needless to say, the ghostly image of me is not going unnoticed. In fact, all movement around her has ceased, as well as all of the conversation. Not that I would understand them anyway, because they aren't speaking English. Inhaling deeply, I smell Reed's familiar scent dimly through the muted senses of my counterpart. Following the meager scent of Reed, I direct my image forward over the carefully raked stone paths to the center of the garden, where a small stream winds effortlessly around an ancient tree. Leaning against the tree, a hazy figure of an angel regards my clone silently. Sniffing the air around him, I push nearer, listening for any sound he might make. Drawing close, I bring my ghostly lips inches from his ear. Concentrating very hard, I move those lips and manage to just whisper, "Boo." Reed's arms try to wrap around me, but as he does so, my clone dissipates into him like fog, and my consciousness immediately shifts back to my body, still sitting dormant next to Phaedrus. Inhaling a sharp breath, I open my eyes and look at Phaedrus, who grins back at me with his black, shiny eyes.
"Well done,"
he says, extending a hand as he rises to his feet. I take his hand and let him help me up off the floor. Blushing a little at his praise and enthusiasm, I reply, "Thank you for your help, Phaedrus."
"Not at all. Do you want to try again?"
he asks. "Not right now. Maybe later," I reply, feeling exhausted from the effort to control my new ability. But as I say this, something in Phaedrus's look makes me ask, "Is something wrong?"
"No, it's just that I'm not sure how much longer I will be here to help you,"
Phaedrus replies with a puzzled expression on his face. My eyebrows pull together. "You're leaving?" I ask in a sad tone, squeezing his hand tighter. I had hoped that Phaedrus would want to stay with us. He has become part of our circle quite quickly, more quickly than anyone else could, since we are all so tight now.
"I don't know,"
Phaedrus says in a frustrated tone.
"I am getting really strange signals. I am not sure what I am supposed to be doing, and it is very irritating because that has never happened to me before."
"What do you mean?" I ask, letting go of his hand and seeing his brow knit.
"You know how I told you that I see images in my head, pictures of a target that I'm to help?"
When I nod, he continues.
"Well, I get these pictures and then I set out to find my target. The closer I get to the target, the warmer it gets. Conversely, the farther away, the colder I feel."
"Right, like you said before, it's like a game of hot and cold for you," I reply.
"That is correct. I am getting images of a new target that needs my help," he says.
"Oh," I say with disappointment. I was hoping that I would remain his target to aid. Since he is an angel of mercy, a virtue angel, who is sent to execute miracles for his targets, I like having him around.
"Yes, but here is the disturbing part of all of this. The further I get from you, the colder I feel," he says in confusion.
"You mean you can't set out to find the person that you are seeing in your head because I keep drawing you back to me?" I ask.
"Yes. I have several theories as to why this is happening, but I have come up with no definitive answer yet," he admits.
My mind furiously attacks the puzzle that Phaedrus just presented to me. I could be in greater danger than the other target, and therefore in greater need of Phaedrus's help. Or I could just be a draw for him by my very nature, blocking out the other target. My mind shifts again as I think that maybe I'm meant to go with Phaedrus on his next mission. Maybe he can't leave me because I'm supposed to help him, go with him.
"I had not thought of that, Evie,"
Phaedrus murmurs, reading all of my thoughts as if I had been speaking them aloud.
"I have never had a partner before. It would be unusual for that to be the case."
"Who is your target?" I ask him out of curiosity.
"I don't have names, just faces," Phaedrus says, sounding frustrated. "It is all very strange. I don't know how I am to find them if I cannot follow my senses to them."
"Them? There is more than one target?" I ask.
"Yes,"
he replies, deep in thought. I was just about to ask him more questions regarding his pending mission when I hear a growl coming from outside. A part of my mind is constantly monitoring what is going on around me. Even though I can't understand any of the conversations taking place outside in the courtyard, I listen anyway. I know that growl, I think, as I bolt to the door to find Reed. It only takes me seconds to see him where my clone had just left him by the tree, but he is no longer alone. Scores of powers are surrounding him, causing me to stiffen. They arrived so silently, I hadn't even heard them coming. My wings force their way out of my back as I realize Reed is alone amid powers from Dominion. Plucking one of the wicked sharp swords off the wall near the door, I turn and stride out into the courtyard, calling over my shoulder to Phaedrus, "Get Z!" As I approach the mob of angels by the tree, all eyes turn to focus on me. I scan the crowd, seeing several faces that I recognize from my stay at the chateau. Foremost among them is Preben, the power who was in charge of me after I arrived there. I recognize his silver hair and light brown wings that are so similar to Zephyr's wings in coloring. Seeing Preben makes me lose some of the fear I have associated with these angels. He had tried to help me when I was at the chateau, even when he thought that I might be evil. I slow my pace and attempt to rein in my aggressive emotions that urge me to attack them for the threat they represent to Reed. My instincts to protect him are almost overwhelming me, making it difficult to assess the situation clearly. Adopting a casual mien, I stretch my hand out to Reed as I near him. He instantly takes my hand in his.
"Your bodyguards have arrived, love,"
Reed says in a casual tone, but I can feel that he is tense. He reaches down, taking the sword from my other hand, and holds it non-threateningly at his side. Trying to play along with his relaxed air, I reply, "They can't all be my bodyguards."
"You are very important to us,"
Preben says, smiling at me easily as I regard him with skepticism. He is so tall, I almost have to take a step back from him. Remembering how he helped me by translating for me what the War Council was saying during my trial, and how he allowed Reed and me to be together later, some of the animosity I'm feeling dissipates, and I smile back at him. I reply, quirking my eyebrow at him. You mean I can stop praying for death now?
Preben's smile deepens. I have my doubts that you ever began, Seraph. Preben replies in a mildly mocking way that makes me smile a little more, too.
Assessing all of the members of his unit that are standing behind him, 40 or more, I ask, So many angels just to guard me? You must think I can't defend myself at all.
You are very young. How can you possibly stand against ancient evil like the Gankana? He asks me rhetorically.
They don't want to kill me, Preben. They want me for their queen. I think my odds are better than everyone else's as far as they are concerned. They will want to keep me alive so that they can turn me later, but I doubt they will feel the same way about you when they come, I say with honesty, looking at the other angels amassed around us who are listening to our every word. Are you sure this is something you want to get involved in? The entire group erupts in laughter, like I had just made a joke. Looking at Reed to see if he will explain to me why everyone is laughing, I see that he's watching me carefully, not giving away anything that he is thinking. I'll have to learn to be more like him. He doesn't show his weaknesses to everyone, whereas I wear them on my sleeve.
Preben gives a sharp nod. I am quite sure that I want to be involved, Preben replies. We were just discussing your protection. I will choose who will be your personal guard, and then the others will be assigned other duties in your army.
I reply, regarding this new bit of information. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is not my army. It's Reed's army. If you join it, you are joining him. As for who will be my bodyguards, I leave that to Reed. He is in charge here.
Preben's eyes narrow. He is used to calling the shots.
Dominion has given him authority over all of these angels, but his rank doesn't translate to us because Reed now outranks everyone here. My seraphim wings etched on his chest, just above his heart, makes him essentially seraphim. He ranks above all of the powers and is now at the top of the chain of command. I didn't know I was giving him an upgrade when I agreed to bind with him, but I'm glad that there was at least one perk for him in being stuck with me for eternity.
That is semantic, Seraph, Preben states. Since you are bound to him, you are one, so I fight for you. It is your army, as it is his army. Unless he ceases to exist, then it is just your army.
A menacing growl escapes from me. What Preben said just now feels like a threat to me, and the growl that it elicited is purely instinctual. It's my first insight into the risks that Reed has undertaken in binding with me. What lengths will Dominion go to in order to get me back? Any talk of Reed ceasing to exist I take very seriously. Reed tightens his grip on my hand a little, but he doesn't say anything. I think that it's his way of telling me to play it cool. I squeeze his hand back before letting it go. Preben, it's good to see you again, I say a little icily, extending my hand to him to shake. He looks at it for a second, not sure of what to do. He takes it hesitantly, watching Reed over my shoulder the entire time. I shake his hand, but when I try to let it go, he doesn't relinquish it right away. Preben leans closer to me, saying in a low voice, I am not your enemy. You wouldn't be the first to tell me that and be wrong. We will see, won't we, Preben? I reply, pulling my hand gently from his. To everyone else, I say, Thank you all for coming. If there is anything that you need, please ask and we will try to accommodate you.
We will need intel, Preben says right away. We have been briefed with the information that has been gathered on the lair in Houghton and other nests that have been uncovered, but you have more personal information. I have listened to your statements to the War Council. We need to go over all of it with you again.
I will arrange it, Reed says with authority. We will provide you with the information that we have uncovered and you can ask all of your questions. We can do this after you and I speak about Evie's personal guard. Z, you in? Let's go, Zephyr replies, materializing from nearby and sounding a lot like someone from my generation is supposed to sound. He has been hanging around Buns and it's starting to rub off. I can almost imagine that he's really 19 or 20 years old, instead of a few billion, give or take. You won't be needing this while we parley,
Z says, wrapping one arm around Preben's shoulder and plucking the sword from the sheath strapped to his back. Tossing it to Reed nonchalantly, he continues to talk to Preben in a friendly tone. "All of you can follow me to the conference area," he says to the Dominion Angels. Then he turns back to Preben. "You play golf?" he asks, steering him towards the largest Nashi pagoda that is central to the cluster of pagodas. Taking my hand once again, Reed says, "Walk with me." We stroll casually away from the other angels. Reed doesn't speak until we are halfway across the courtyard. Then he says to me in a low tone, "Stay by my side until I tell you differently." I nod my head once in assent. My heartbeat picks up then, hammering at the walls of my chest, while all of the reasons he doesn't want me out of his sight dance in my mind. Stopping suddenly, Reed pulls me into his arms. When his lips touch mine, all of those thoughts cease. I press my hands to his chest, leaning into him as I kiss back, tugging his lower lip between mine. My heartbeat races faster as his hand skims over my wing, trailing downward hypnotically. "Don't be afraid," Reed whispers close to my ear. "Trust me." I close my eyes, and I focus on slowing down the beat of my heart. He must have heard it and wanted to give the angels another reason for it to be beating so fast. "I trust you," I breathe back, resting my head against his shoulder. I let him go and we continue towards our pagoda. I just don't know who is fronting and who is real. "You let me worry about that, love," Reed replies with ease. "How bad did I just mess up back there?" I ask in a serious tone. He shrugs lightly. "That bad, huh?" I cringe. "I would not call it messing up. I would just say you gave them some information that I don't mind them knowing," he replies, bringing my hand to his lips and kissing it. Stopping in my tracks, I face him and ask, "What did I just tell them?" Brushing my hair from my face, he says, "Well, you walked into the middle of the meeting brandishing a weapon when you thought that I was alone with them, letting them know you don't trust them and are willing to fight them if necessary," he explains, tucking my hair behind my ear. "Oh," I say, feeling a blush creeping into my cheeks. I cross my arms in front of me. "Then you positioned yourself between me and their leader, like a lioness protecting her cub, letting them know that you value me above your own safety. You demonstrated that the way to get to you is through me," Reed says. I stiffen, biting my bottom lip in panic. "So I put you in more danger instead of protecting you?" I ask, dropping my arms and pacing a little in front of him while looking at the angels behind me. "Yes, thank you," Reed says, smiling and enjoying the fact that he is now the center of any plot they conceive. "They will attack me to gain your cooperation." "What?" I yell, not caring who hears me. My heart is now ramping up to tear through the walls of my chest. Pulling me behind a large tree that shields us from the angels, Reed kisses me deeply. My arms wrap around his neck as I press my body into his. His lips move over mine as his hand threads through my hair at the base of my head, angling my face to his. Running my hands from his neck to his chest, I hear Reed growl low as he reluctantly breaks off our kiss. Drawing back from me, he says, "They would have seen me as a target anyway, Evie. You are mine, and they know that I will never let you go. They already knew that I am key to your compliance because you risked your life to save mine at Dominion. You just solidified the fact that nothing has changed." "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" I accuse him, running my hands over the solid muscles in his back. "Yes," he smiles, nuzzling my neck. "They'll have to go through me if they ever hope to get to you, and that is a very satisfying thought." "I'll never be able to sleep with them here," I mutter, thinking of all of the ways they could possibly come for Reed. There are so many of them. I can't possibly protect him. "Yes, you will. I will make sure you are sufficiently distracted so that there will be no time to dwell on them." My mind immediately contemplates several effective distractions that I wouldn't mind him employing. Reed's eyes soften with affection. "Let's go. I need to speak to Preben about your guards," he says, pulling me forward again.
Can you tell him I don't need any guards? Those guys creep me out. They're always looking at me like I'm the latest technology and they would like to take me apart to see how I work, I say honestly, remembering how they acted toward me after the trial at Dominion's chateau.
They'll get used to you, he replies. You're very alluring. We may have to rotate them often so that they maintain objectivity.
What do you mean by that? I ask in suspicion.
You have a way of turning us to your favor. You wrap us around your little finger. It's your special gift, but one that is not always an asset when it comes to your safety, he replies.
I would think that you would want them to listen to me, I reply, picking some imaginary lint off of my sleeve with a pout.
No, what I want is to protect you, and unfortunately that means protecting you from yourself, he says, watching me close.
Protecting me from myself? That's ridiculous. What am I going to do to me? I ask rashly.
Throw yourself in front of the enemy to protect everyone else, he replies in an instant.
I have more game than that, I mumble, looking at him grudgingly. At Reed's skeptical look, I drop the subject, walking away towards the pagoda. Reed's arms snake around me, pulling me back to his chest.
You are the most amazing 18-year-old I have ever encountered. You have the cognitive abilities of someone thousands of years old, but you have no thought for yourself. It is as if self-preservation is secondary, he explains quickly.
That's not true at all, Reed. It's just that I know what I cannot survive without, so the risk of dying isn't as grave as the risk of losing what I love, I reply, turning in his arms to look at him.
Then I will protect what you love so that you will survive, he says,
and I know that he is thinking of Russell. And I will protect you, I tell myself, but I don't say it out loud because he is always so adamant that he doesn't need protection. I want to argue with him about the bodyguards, but this isn't the place to do that. We are out in the open where we can be overheard by just about everyone. Finally, I begin to relax a little as I weigh the benefits of having these angels around when Brennus arrives.
Evie, what are you thinking? Reed asks.
I was thinking that whoever you picked to guard me couldn't be as sketchy as my last bodyguards. Although, I don't really know if you can call them bodyguards because they were mostly there to prevent me from leaving. At least the angels won't stink like Declan, Lachlan, Phelan, and Ian, I say, remembering the sweet, sticky scent of my Genkana entourage. Their smell was so potent to me before I was bitten that it burned my nose. The scary part was that, after I was bitten, their scent began to smell pleasant to me. I wonder how they will smell to me when I see them again, I think.
Do you realize that this is the first you have spoken of your captivity with a Genkana since we've been here? Reed asks in a gentle tone.
He hugs me to him, pressing his lips against my temple when he sees the color drain from my face. He was careful not to say Brennus's name, but I know what he meant. Really? Huh? I murmur, trying to act nonchalant, but I'm shaking, so I'm probably not fooling him.
Really,
he says, stroking my hair, making tears well up in my eyes.
You haven't said any more about what you went through.
Well, I already told you what happened, so there is not a lot left to say, I reply in a low tone because my throat feels tight, like someone is squeezing it.
You didn't tell me everything. You told me most of it, but there are details that you omitted, he says, trailing off to see if I'll say anything more about being Brennus's favorite slave. You gave me a general understanding of the events. You gave me the facts. You didn't tell me the details or how you felt when certain things were happening to you.
I don't want to talk about it anymore, I reply, giving him a ghost of a smile, as my mind races with images of the piles of dead women stacked upon each other, waiting to be incinerated in the ornately carved fireplaces. I don't want to waste any of my time with you talking about him.
Why?
He asks me gently.
I want to know.
Well, I don't want to tell you, I reply, feeling hollow.
Preben and the others are going to ask you questions about the Genkana, he points out, and I stiffen. They will want to go over all of the facts again, and they will want you to tell them everything. Every conversation you had while you were there. Every conversation that you overheard. how they operate, who is the second in command, who is next in line after him.
I can't, I whisper, feeling frozen and thinking of Finn. I never mentioned Brennus's brother and second in command to anyone. Finn helped me when no one else would, and I haven't forgotten that.
Why not? He probes.
I already told them everything they need to know, I mumble, trying to avoid his eyes.
Evie, Reed says, making me look at him. Why can't you talk to me about this?
What about Russell? I say, not looking at him.
We will have to tell them about Russell now, he says. He should be here soon, so there will be no hiding him. But that is not the reason you won't talk about the Gankana to me.
When I won't look his way, he puts his fingers under my chin, turning my face towards him. He looks grave, like I'm hurting him by not talking to him about this. Pulling my chin from his hand, I blurt out, "Because it's disloyal."
Disloyal?
Reed repeats the word like he doesn't know what it means. An act of betrayal, I admit, biting my lip as I see confusion in his eyes.
Whom will you be betraying? He asks in a low tone.
I twist my hands. The family.
They are not your family, he counters.
I know, I reply lamely. He thinks they are my family.
What do you think?
Reed asks, cocking his head to the side and reading every detail of my body language. I think I'm going to pay for my sedition when he gets me back. I say the words like I can't help myself, like I can't keep them in even if I wanted to.
Sedition? He asks. That means to rebel against a government.
Or a king, I reply with a sad tone. Brennus is the king.
Their king, but not yours, Reed replies, and he is not getting you back.
You're right. He's not getting me back, I agree, swallowing my tears and squaring my shoulders, but my throat feels raw anyway, like I've been crying for hours. I can see that Reed wants to interrogate me regarding all the secrets I'm still holding back from him. I want to tell him, need to, but I can't. Guilt or shame won't let me. He doesn't know that a part of me, a very small part, loves Brennus and is grateful to him. Brennus destroyed Alfred for me. He had Alfred viciously torn apart like an animal on the floor of my prison. He made Alfred suffer, scream in agony, just like Alfred made my Uncle Jim scream in agony. I can still feel within me some of the darkness I felt after Brennus bit me, but I can't tell Reed that either. Too much honesty can be unkind.
When you are ready to tell me everything that happened, I am ready to listen, Reed says. I know that he has gotten inside your head. He made you suffer, and then he gave you something very powerful. He avenged your Uncle Jim. That doesn't excuse him for what he did to you, for torturing you.
When I don't speak, Reed sighs and says,
We need to speak to Preben now. Are you up for it?
I nod and take his hand, following him quietly into the central pagoda. We walk down a narrow hallway to a dining room that is equipped with several low, black wooden tables. Large mat-like cushions are arranged around the tables, and several of the maps that Reed and Zephyr have been studying are draped over them, covering much of their long expanses. Zephyr is listening to Preben describe a few of the holdings in Houghton and Marquette, owned by the Gankana. Preben has brought with him a few of his lieutenants, but the majority of the angels are not present. Joining them at the table, I listen, discovering that Dominion uncovered some small apartments owned by several Gankana. The apartments are fronts so that the fellows could appear to be normal students attending the technical school. Their apartments didn't lead to much. Dominion did manage to locate a cargo ship used to import the women that the Gankana fed upon. Hearing this makes my stomach ache. They have to be stopped, no matter what, I tell myself, thinking of all the women they have harmed. Molly's face enters my mind. She's one of them now. Will they kill her too, along with the others? Can a Gankana be saved? I ask abruptly, interrupting Preben's intel. Preben doesn't look irritated by my interruption. He has been watching me since I entered the room, as if he is speaking to me instead of to Zephyr and Reed. He pauses, his silvery blonde eyebrows drawing together in question.
Do you mean, can they ever be restored to their previous state before they were changed?
Preben asks. When I nod, he answers,
No.
What if they change their behavior? Would that make them less objectionable? I probe again, not looking at anyone in particular.
I'm sorry, I don't understand, Preben replies.
I was just wondering, what if a Gankana chose not to feed on humans but got her blood from a different source? Animal blood or donated human blood, like from a blood bank or something? I ask. If she changed her nature, would you still hunt her?
Yes,
Preben replies without taking a breath. I close my eyes. Why?
Because they are evil,
Preben answers without hesitation. My nose wrinkles. I'm sketchy on the whole good-evil thing, Preben. I thought that deeds are good or evil, but that beings have the ability to choose their own paths, so that they have the ability to be good as well as evil, I say, feeling hostile.
There is inherent evil, Seraph, Preben replies. Evil by its very nature. They have no use for anything they can't abuse. They destroy all that they touch.
That sounds very black and white to me, Power, I reply. It must be nice to have been created to the right ascendancy.
It is, he states. Very nice, wouldn't you agree? You are Seraphim and you have a soul. I would say your ascendancy is nearly absolute.
If I am so powerful, then why do I need bodyguards from Dominion? I counter.
Your existence has its drawbacks,
he replies, and he has the audacity to smile at me.
You are at a serious disadvantage right now. You don't possess our strength yet. You have no knowledge of paradise except for human hearsay. You cannot speak our language. I can say anything I want to, right in front of you, and you won't know if I'm ordering dinner or plotting your death. When you speak of evil, I can see that you don't really know what you are talking about. Don't get me wrong, I know you have seen evil deeds, murder, mayhem, but true evil like what dwells in Sheol? I don't think so, or you wouldn't be debating the Gankana with me. You would be focusing on how we can eradicate them.
Did you just call me weak and ignorant? I ask Preben in a calm voice, feeling a blush creeping into my cheeks.
No, not weak, and I would never call you ignorant. I called you young and half-human with a pure heart. You came to us, remember? You asked for our help, he says.
You had something I wanted, I reply, looking at Reed.
Yes, but something has changed. You were willing to tell us about the Gankana before, but now you ask if they can be saved, he probes.
They've taken a friend of mine, a human friend. They changed her. I want to know what can be done to save her, I say, dropping my animosity in order to gain the information I need to save Molly.
If your friend gave up her soul, we cannot save her,
he replies without even pausing, like she asked for what happened to her. No, she didn't give up her soul, they took it. She was drugged by their touch, unable to make a fair decision, I retort.
Did you just say fair?
He asks, raising his eyebrows.
You don't expect the Gankana to be fair, do you? They are evil killers who never do anything without it being entirely to their advantage. There is no fairness in them. I would have thought you would have learned that during your time with them. Did they ask you if you wanted to be Gankana?
He asks me pointedly. I look down, shaking my head.
No, they tried to force you into becoming one of them. The fact that you aren't one of them speaks volumes for you. It is probably why you are alive now. No one could successfully argue that you are evil after seeing what you endured at their hands and still manage to hold on to your soul. Your friend was given a choice.
You mean she could have chosen death? That was her only other option, I say quietly.
Yes, but in death she would have been given paradise. We cannot understand why she would not choose it,
Preben replies. No, you can't, can you? I say in a bitter tone. You have no idea what it is to be human, to doubt, to not have seen all that you have seen. It's easy to judge us from your lofty heights, Angel. It's a little harder to see through the bolt hole.
Right, love. I think you should go see what Buns is up to, Reed says, stepping in front of me quickly. I will fill Preben in on what we know.
I look into Reed's eyes to see concern in their green depths. He is worried about me. He wants to protect me from all of this, but that is impossible since I'm at the center of it. I feel brittle, like I'm made of glass and all of my cracks are beginning to show. I nod slowly to Reed because I would like nothing more than to get away from all of this and just sit and talk with Buns for a while. Okay, I exhale the word. Pausing, I look at Preben and say, I am grateful that you have come to help me. Preben nods to me once in acknowledgement of my words. He looks like he wants to say something else, but he holds back. I turn back to Reed as he says, I'll walk you over to Buns and then I'll come and get you when we are finished here. Sure, I reply, taking his hand that he offers me. Reed looks past me over my shoulder, and his brows draw together. In an instant, he pulls me behind him, trying to shield me from what he is seeing. Peering over his shoulder, I see Russell moving towards us at the speed of a bullet. I brace myself for impact as Russell runs into Reed, but Reed doesn't fall down, because Russell passes right through him like a ghost. Russell's image hits me full force, and I absorb his ghostly light into me as he evaporates from sight. Then, pain like I have never felt before tears through me, and I scream in agony. Chapter 4. Torture. Russell.
Tell me where she is. Where is my Alia? He asks, pulling a sharp-pointed implement from among the many he has already used. Not Alia. Her name is Red. Never yours, I whisper, closing my eyes and thinking of Evie's beautiful face. The perfect curve of her neck, the way it sweeps cunningly to her shoulders, the incredible scent of her hair. I can still smell her on me. Thump. Bright light. Sear and pain. Groan. Her bare shoulders, the delicate line of her clavicle under her supple skin. Crunch. Dizzy and nausea. Heave. Her eyes, gray and blue with small flecks of violet near the center of the irises. Slice. Dark spots. Shaken. The sensual contours of her silhouette, the shape of a goddess, as I run my hands over the silk of her skin, the way her body rises to meet mine. Rip. Choke. Drifting. Floating. Falling. Red. I love you. I'm gonna go home now. Blackness.
Chapter 5. Echoes. Evie. As my eyes flutter open, I feel ice-cold and nauseous. I gaze at the ceiling from my position stretched out on top of one of the low tables in the gathering room. In the next instant, I lean over the side of the table and heave repeatedly. Reed, sitting at my side, holds my hair back from my face as I retch. After a few minutes, I moan and lay back on the table, closing my eyes. Most of the angels in the room are conversing, all speaking at once, except for Reed and me, who are silent. I cannot speak because all of the fortress walls that I have been trying to build around me are tumbling down as my entire body shakes. It's as if I have experienced the most gruesome torture firsthand, and not just an impression of it carried on the wind by my soulmate spirit. Russell, I whisper, and all of the voices around me cease. Pushing myself up on my elbows, I manage to sit up a little before Reed gently pushes me back down.
Evie, wait, Reed says.
I can't. I have to go, I reply, sitting up again.
What did Russell send you? Reed asks.
You didn't feel it? I ask him as the terror of what I just experienced comes back to me full force, crushing me with echoes of pain and leaving the taste of desperation in my mouth. Reed shakes his head, so I say, Someone is torturing him. He needs help.
He was asking for help?
Reed asks, trying to piece together what I'm saying.
No, he was...
I stop, covering my mouth. I struggle to get to my feet, but Reed isn't letting me get up.
What?
He asks me with a grim look. He was trying to warn me. They know about me. He can't hide me from them. Too much pain. Reed's hands grip my shoulders.
Who are they? The Gankana?
Reed asks in an urgent tone.
No, I don't know. No.
I choke. This is not really happening. My mind tries to reason with my heart, but my heart knows better. Balance. The thought flitters through my mind like an accusation. You chose Reed. You can't have both. Here is the flip side to your happiness. Choke on it.
Evie, focus.
Reed is saying, holding my chin in his hand and looking into my eyes.
What else did you feel? Is Brownie still with him?
I don't know, I say. This isn't Brennus's style, I don't think. He would be much more poetic, much less brutal. I grasp my head to block out images of flesh being shredded from Russell. Reed's eyebrows come together in a scowl.
Did he tell you anything else?
Reed asks me in a grave tone. Breathing heavy, I push against Reed's chest so that I can run. I have to leave now. Russell needs me. He can't withstand what's happening to him. If I don't find him, he will be lying under different stars. His soul will leave. He said goodbye, I choke. How do I find him, Reed? I have to find him, I beg, putting my forehead against Reed's chest as his arms pull me to him.
Z, find out their last known position. Track the cells. Try to get in touch with Brownie. When you target the area, find out whom we have there to investigate. Take Preben and Phaedrus with you. Keep them updated on whatever you discover,
Reed says, while scooping me up in his arms, carrying me to the door.
You four, follow me.
Reed orders the Powers, who are standing just outside the room. Nodding, they fall in behind us. Wait, we can start towards the Ukraine, to wherever they were last, and Z can call us and let us know where they are, while we're on the way. We can keep in touch, I say, trying to use logic to overcome the panic that is making it hard for me to breathe.
No,
Reed replies in a firm tone, continuing to carry me in the direction of our room. No? I ask, because he can't be serious. My best friend is being tortured. There is no way I'm staying here while that is happening.
We will find Russell. I will send angels to look for him. We will get Dominion involved because we have no choice. They are the logical choice. Powers are created to track and annihilate the fallen.
Dominion will keep him if they find him. They will use him like they want to use me, I say, grasping his arm.
I think he will prefer Dominion over the fallen,
Reed says with grim conviction. You think that the fallen have him? I ask, feeling fear stab me.
It would make sense. Someone is torturing him, but they haven't killed him. They want answers. About a being that is exactly like him that they have been looking for. A female. That was his warning to you. He can't keep you from them. He will have to tell them about you because of the pain.
He replies with regret.
Every type of demon is looking for you. The Gankana haven't been discreet in their inquiries. The fallen seraphim already knew about you. They had Alfred watching you, but he failed to report back. They have begun their search for you in earnest.
And now someone has Russell. But you think what they really want is me? I ask, feeling sick.
I'm sure they won't kill him until they get you, he says. The fact that they don't have you yet is what will keep him alive.
Why do they want me? I ask weakly.
Evie, there are so many, many reasons to want you. I don't know where to begin,
he says as we arrive at our pagoda. He lays me gently on the huge bed, saying,
You will need to stay here for now while I take care of some things. I will send Buns to keep you company.
He doesn't wait for my reaction, but turns towards the door again. What? No! Reed, I have to... I say, scrambling off the bed to follow him back out. Reed turns back around abruptly.
You have to stay here, Evie. If you leave and stumble into whoever took Russell, then he is dead. Do you understand? You are the key to keeping him alive. They need him to get to you.
Zephyr enters our pagoda just then with Buns slung over his shoulder. Buns is saying something in Angel that sounds really lovely, but by the look on her face I can tell she is really telling him off. Zephyr seems to be ignoring her and waiting for her to stop speaking. When Buns pauses, Zephyr asks her, "What will you do if I put you down?"
"I'm going to look for Brownie and Russell, Z. This is so shady. You can't stop me. I know tons of Reapers who can kick fallen ass. If one of those evil half-wits is torturing them, then I'm in," Buns says, flailing her feet, trying to get free. Zephyr looks like he can hold her all day with his one hand. She is not moving him an inch. "You are not designed to fight fallen, Buns," Zephyr says in a patient tone. "And neither are your friends." "Huh, like you guys are the only ones able to go toe-to-toe with them," Buns says with sarcasm. "Just because we're Reapers doesn't mean we can't fight this war alongside you. It just means we have to be a little craftier than Powers. They've got my family, Z."
"You are going to tear them apart, are you?" Zephyr asks with skepticism.
"No, I'm gonna light 'em up," Buns retorts. "After I get Brownie and Russell out of wherever they are, I can find them. I have contacts. Reaper contacts," she says significantly.
"Good. Find them. That will be very helpful. You can work the phones, get your people involved, but you are staying here, and your people are not to engage the enemy. They are to report their findings to us. Do you understand?" he asks Buns in a grave tone.
"What are my other options?"
Buns asks coolly. "I can sit here with you and babysit you if you like, but that won't help find Brownie or Russell," Zephyr says, and I watch Buns scowl.
"Fine, Z,"
she retorts with heat. Zephyr relents then and puts Buns down, and she immediately crosses her arms in front of her, tapping her foot as she scowls at his face.
"When I find them, I'm going to go and get them," she says in anger.
"And I will go with you," he replies with calm. I put my hands to my eyes to cover them in frustration. I inhale a breath and smell Russell on my hands. Pulling my hands back from my face, I lift the sleeve of my shirt to my nose and inhale again. His scent is covering me, like I have been pressed up against him, and it fills me with a longing that I have come to know as the yearning of my soul. Buns sees me and says softly to Z, "I'll work the phone. You get to your contacts. We have to get them back." "It's definitely not the Gankana that has him," I murmur, looking up and seeing all of their eyes on me. "Smell me. I'm not sticky sweet, like someone who has been with a Gankana. There is something about this smell that is different from how Russell smells. It's Russell, but it's something else. Something..." I trail off because I have no idea just what I'm smelling. It's not Sheol because I know what the fallen smell like. Rotten and grotesque. This is something else. It smells like a gas main smells, like natural gas, or sort of like the hallway smelled near the boiler room at my old high school when the janitors left the door open. Reed comes close to me again, inhaling the scent from my hair. Stepping back from me, his face pales. He speaks rapidly to Zephyr and Angel, and Buns gasps as she drops the phone that she had clasped in her hands. Instantly she is hugging me, inhaling deeply. When she lets go of me, her eyes fill with tears. Without a word, she turns towards the door and begins to leave. Zephyr steps in front of her quickly, catching her in his arms before she can make it out the door. She speaks brokenly to him in Angel, as Zephyr sweeps her off of her feet, murmuring to her in her ear. Their reaction to what I just said scares me more than anything else I have experienced today. It's as if they have just gotten the worst news of their lives. "Who do we know?" Zephyr asks Reed, his deep voice resonating in the quiet room. I have little experience with them. You?" "Some," Reed says faintly. "We will need magic. Powerful. Ancient. Some humans possess the knowledge. The Bedouins. We would need someone with the knowledge of the..." He breaks into Angel, apparently because it does not translate to English. "Or possibly an Undine." "You want to bring a wraith into this?" Zephyr asks as his frown turns grim. "Undines have a natural defense against Ifrits. It makes sense," Reed replies with equal grimness. What's an ifrit? I ask them, honing in on their conversation. My question is met with silence, and then blatantly ignored.
Do you have anyone in mind? Have you had any dealings with undines recently? Zephyr asks.
I want to know what an undine is, but I'm holding back because they are working the problem out and I don't want to interrupt their thought process.
Yes, Reed admits with reluctance.
Zephyr's eyes widen, but he doesn't say anything. When I look at Reed, he looks a little flushed, like he is blushing.
Sort of. Define your idea of recent.
Seeing Buns's phone on the floor, I pick it up, bringing it to her. She doesn't take it from me when I try to hand it to her. Aren't you going to call your contacts, Buns? I ask in a soft voice, watching her face as she rests her cheek against Zephyr's chest. She shakes her head no, looking like she is in shock.
She can't involve the Reapers,
Reed says in a gentle tone, taking Buns's phone from my hand and setting it on the desk. Why not? I ask.
It's not safe for them, he replies.
Safe? I say, like it's a foreign word that has no meaning to me. My head is spinning. Buns was talking about kicking fallen ass only minutes ago. Now it's not safe for Reapers.
That leaves finding them difficult, Zephyr continues. We have to be careful regarding who goes. They will have to work in teams, take precautions, have alternative methods to employ if they get pinned down. Dominion should be advised. With such a threat in the area, no one is safe.
No one is safe? I hear the words from one of the most powerful creatures in the universe and beyond. What in the hell is an ifrit? I demand, seething. I have been led to believe that angels are the most powerful beings around, but you act like these ifrits are invincible.
Reed, looking tense, says, They are not invincible, Evie, but they are endowed with powers that make it hard for us to kill them. Their skin is virtually impenetrable, so force and strength doesn't mean much. There was a purpose for that. They are angel hunters, angel assassins. They were created to annihilate the fallen, and they were highly effective. But they grew disgruntled and stopped hunting just fallen. They saw all angels as a threat, inferior to them.
Why? I whisper, feeling like I'm drowning.
Who can say? Maybe they don't like competition. They have a weakness, though, he says.
What kills them? I ask.
Magic, Reed replies with absolute seriousness. I want to laugh and pretend he didn't just say magic. The very word magic makes me want to roll my eyes. It's probably only one ifrit. The princes don't usually work together. They are not social creatures, he continues, not seeing the complete unreality of the situation.
Princes? I repeat, latching on to the word.
The princes are the only ifrits left. The most powerful had set themselves up as a monarchy, royalty. With help, we managed to wipe out most ifrits, but the royals just won't die. They have pacts with the fallen now. They work together when it's convenient for the ifrits.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, I whisper to myself.
Yes, Reed agrees. The fallen could have gotten the ifrits involved to search for you, but that takes things to a different level.
Why? I ask.
That would mean that the fallen are more afraid of what you are capable of doing than what the ifrits are capable of doing,
Reed says, watching my reaction. Or they are better buddies than you know, I reply, hoping we are both wrong. Reed blinks slowly, surprised that I'm keeping up with him. I am, but just barely. I have had to brush off the chill that is creeping all through me, like someone is walking on my grave, and an equal feeling that I'm really insane and haven't taken my meds today. Or they just want Evie, Bun says in a soft tone. She is part human, remember? Maybe they heard of her and want to see her for themselves. Reed's face turns livid, and I think for a second that he might smash something.
I didn't need that visual, Buns, Reed mutters through his teeth.
Sorry, sweetie, she says. But aren't human women their thing? I mean, they find angels appalling, but they would probably be psyched to run across someone like Evie. She is human with the endurance of an angel. For a dying race, that would be significant. Reed does freak then. He barks out orders in his angelic language to the angels just outside our room. They are the ones he had ordered to follow us earlier. Then he turns to me, grasping my upper arms.
"Promise me that you will stay here,"
he says in a tone that he hasn't used with me in a long time. It's his icy tone. I nod shakily. He leans down and quickly brushes his lips to mine, and then he turns and leaves the room without any other explanation. I walk to the bed in confusion. Did you just tell Reed that an Ifrit wants to make me his baby mama? I ask Buns, sitting rigidly on the corner of the bed. Uh-huh, Buns replies, letting go of Zephyr and coming to sit next to me on the bed. Taking my hand, she leans her head on my shoulder. They love human women. They fall in love with their souls. But they usually end up killing what they love because, well, they are freaking monsters and human women are frail. But that's not the case with you, is it? What? There aren't any female Ifrits? I ask her. Nope, she says. So they fall in love with human women? I ask. Yep, they got it going on, she says without a hint of humor. Goosebumps rise on my arms. What do they look like? I ask. Whatever they want, she says in a low tone. They shapeshift, but I'm told they have a few traits. Traits? I ask, trying to sound calm so she will continue to tell me what I need to know. They mostly like to be human-looking. Since they're attracted to women, they want to look pleasing to them, she says, and I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. They have wings too, but not like ours or yours. What are they like? I ask, puzzled. They aren't separate limbs like ours. Their wings sprout from their arms, like pterodactyls would be the best description, she says. Or bats. Sexy, I say, feeling appalled. So they can fly? Uh-huh. That makes them dangerous because they're hard to escape. So they're fast, I say, listening intently. What else? They have an ability to manipulate fire, she says. Manipulate it how? I ask. Oh, well, they can roll around in it, pick it up, throw it, eat it, become it, she says, not smiling. Huh, I whimper, and then swallow hard. Okay, that's a little scary. Buns shivers in agreement. Sweetie, if it wants you, it won't want to hurt you, she murmurs. That's a big if, Buns, I reply. The first thing we need to do is find out where they are. I tried calling Brownie. She's not answering her phone. Neither is Russell, Buns says, and we are both silent for a moment. What if I ask Russell where he is? I ask in a thoughtful tone. Buns's brow wrinkles. He's not answering his phone, Buns says. I'm not going to call him, I reply, standing up. Zephyr growls and says, Let's discuss this further. You want to send him one of your clones? Yeah, I nod. If he is with the Ifrit, then you run the risk of exposing the fact that you do indeed exist, Zephyr reasons. Okay, I say with a shrug. Zephyr's eyes narrow dangerously. Okay, he asks, shaking his head like he didn't hear me. Yeah, maybe the freak will stop torturing Russell if he sees me. I'll tell Russell to come clean, to tell him about me, I say, pacing the floor. I only wish that I could send one that I can control, but I don't know how I'll find him that way. When I let them burst out of me, they seem to know where they are going. We do not know if it will be able to follow the trail of your clone straight to you, Zephyr says, using logic. We need to have a backup plan in place in the event it comes for you. You must wait. No way, Z, I shoot back. You didn't feel the torture. If there is a way to stop it, I have to try. What if it kills us all? Zephyr asks me in a quiet tone. Can one Ifrit kill all of the angels we have here? I ask, freaking out at the thought of one creature being that powerful. I honestly don't know, Zephyr replies. We should discuss this with Reed. He has the most experience with Ifrits. I do recall him telling me once that he led missions against them in the past. But it's Brownie and Russell we're talking about here, Z, I say pleadingly. The time that we're killing here might be killing them. Or we are keeping them alive because the Ifrit doesn't know where we are yet, Zephyr counters. I will go talk to Reed if you promise not to succumb to your emotions. Okay, I say when I see Buns not in agreement with Zephyr. Chapter 6. Undines and Ifrits.
So we are in agreement?
Phaedrus asks, searching the faces of everyone around the table. I watch as Zephyr, Buns, and Preben all give their assent. Turning my head to look at Reed, I see that he is sitting stonily, staring at me. He hates this plan. He also completely hates my new ability right now. He made the argument that we don't know if the Ifrit can track my clone back to me if I release one and send it to Russell. A plan B is being put into place to counter the risks. The Undines have been sent for and should be arriving soon. I thought that nothing would surprise me after hearing about Ifrits, but it turns out that I was wrong. I'm in complete shock when I learn that water sprites are coming to perform their magic to defend us against the Ifrit, should it become necessary.
Evie will send her messenger to Russell. I will try to track it. If I can follow it, then I will report back their location. If I'm unable to keep up with it, there is still a chance I can find where it's going. If I can track it like all of my other targets, its heat may lead me to Russell, Phaedrus says.
Reed remains silent, not agreeing to our plan. I sigh because I know all of his reasons. He thinks that I'm not able to see the big picture. He thinks that I still look at all of the scary creatures that I'm learning about as myths. He's wrong. I'm learning that myth doesn't mean what I thought it did. It really means based on truth, and the truth is terrifying.
It's all right, Reed, I say in a gentle tone. I know what the princes are, and I know what I am. I was created to do this, or else I wouldn't have been given this ability, this gift.
No, you don't know the princes, Evie,
Reed states, putting both his hands on the table and leaning across it to glare at me. Meeting him halfway, I say in a placating voice, "Well then, this will be my baptism by fire." That is the exact wrong thing to say. Before I know what's happening, Reed picks me up and flies with me out the door. He flies straight up into the dusky twilight at a speed that I couldn't have matched if I were running. He takes me up high enough that there is not even a whisper of sound but our breathing. Reed murmurs in my ear, "I don't possess magic. I cannot protect you from the Ifrits. I'm not made to withstand them." He says it like he is admitting to the worst crime imaginable.
"Reed," I whisper back, hugging him close to me as we hover in the air. "We have to trust that this is meant, because I can't leave them there. You can't either."
We begin to lose altitude as he leans his forehead against mine.
"I can't lose you again," he says.
"I will always find my way back to you, no matter what. I love you. Just promise me you'll never let me go," I say, looking in his eyes.
"Never. I will never let you go," he agrees as we begin to slowly descend.
"I'm fighting my own war here. I don't want to tell you this, but I know you haven't even considered the possibility that we might not be able to save them."
"Don't say that." I hush him, feeling ill.
"There may not be a compromise," he says, searching my face for signs of understanding.
I shake my head. I can't just let them die.
"You may not have a choice," he says quickly. "Bargaining with the enemy is never a good idea. We need to defeat them, but I cannot see a clear way to do that without the loss of the hostages."
"We'll find them and a plan will present itself. We have Phaedrus. He can work miracles," I say, grasping at any argument that will keep fear from crushing me. I see uncertainty in his eyes.
"You can send Russell the message, but you're not going to them,"
Reed says in a way that makes me think that arguing isn't going to help. I try anyway. "But if Phaedrus finds them, then—"
"Then a rescue attempt will be mounted, but you won't be involved,"
he says with finality. "What if I can help?" I retort.
"You can't,"
Reed states without a hint of doubt. "You don't know that," I counter.
"I will not risk you beyond the messenger. You may send it, but that will be the extent of your involvement," he replies.
"Reed, you're being unreasonable," I say.
"No,
I'm protecting you," he says stiffly. I can see that he is completely serious about this. "You can't keep me in the dark. They're my family. I need to know what's happening to them. Will you tell me if you find them?" I ask. I want to know how far he plans to go to protect me. "I don't know," he answers. My eyes narrow. "I don't want that kind of protection," I respond. "I'm not interested in what you want right now. I'm only focused on what you need," he says in a calm voice. "What makes you an expert on what I need?" I ask him heatedly. He points to the symbol of my wings that are branded on his chest. "This makes me the expert and the authority on what you need." I pull my shirt back so that he can see his wings branded on my chest and ask angrily, "Then what does this make me?" "Mine," he replies. I begin to shake my head and feel him tighten his grasp on me. "You are mine and you will listen to me," he says as my feet touch back down on the ground in the courtyard outside of the main pagoda. "Do you think that it's a coincidence that I am as old as I am? That I have lived this long?" he asks. "I know what we are facing. I've faced it before." Pulling away from him, I turn and begin walking back towards the conference room. As Reed walks next to me, his jaw sets as he reaches out and takes my hand in his. Looking at his profile, I stop walking and say, "In case you haven't noticed, I have a brain. I can think for myself." "Yes, I know," he says. "That is precisely the reason I don't want you involved in this." "What?" I shout. "You are too unpredictable. You'll do something rash," he says positively, like there is no doubt that I will go off like a loose cannon. "That sounds much better to me than doing nothing," I retort. "I have no doubt that you see it that way," he replies, giving me his severest frown. We're on the threshold of the pagoda, and I'm sure that everyone inside can hear everything that we are saying now, so I just glare at Reed. Before I can think of a reply, a voice sounds from inside the pagoda.
"Reed!"
The musical twinkling voice says, just as a lithe, beautiful woman runs out of the pagoda ahead of us and launches herself into Reed's arms. Reed lets go of my hand as she wraps her arms around his neck, clinging to his body seductively. Her long blonde hair trails down her back like waves of gold.
"I am very angry with you, Reed. Why weren't you here to greet me when I arrived?"
she asks as her lovely mouth pushes out in a pretty pout while she trails her fingertips slowly down his chest. Before I can check my reaction, a low growl emanates from me as jealousy at seeing this woman pressed to Reed overwhelms me. Hearing my warning, her face snaps in my direction. Her sapphire eyes narrow in anger as her glare rakes me up and down. She raises her hand in my direction, and I notice that her fingers are webbed. High-pitched sounds flow from her mouth as the wind picks up around me, blowing my hair. Looking in the direction of the wind, I'm just in time to see the water from the tranquil plunge pool in the courtyard rise up out of its tiled reservoir. The water hovers in the air, like a massive wave for a moment, before it flows towards me. I'm unable to react as the water pours around me, engulfing me within its icy depths. The water swiftly pulls me back with it as it recedes, returning to the pool at an incredible velocity. Sick and dizzy, as if I have fallen from a towering height, the current tows me down and I fight hard to regain the surface. My panicked brain becomes frantic when I'm able to kick back up to the surface of the water, only to find a thick sheet of ice covering it. Swirling in the eddy beneath the frozen water, I pound my fists against the ice trapping me. Reed and Preben appear on the other side, trying desperately to break the ice between us. Pressing my hands against the magical barrier that won't allow Reed to penetrate it, I watch as he grimly turns from me, shouting something in the other direction that I hear only as muffled voice. My hair waves in my face as I scratch my fingernails into the surface of the ice. It's cold, but there is also a quivering energy coursing beneath my hands as I touch it. Closing my eyes, the palms of my hands begin heating up. They burn like they did when I had healed Russell all those months ago. As I open my eyes again, the lack of oxygen makes my lungs ache while my hands glow like they're being lit from within me.
In seconds, I push through the surface of the ice, evaporating it to steamy vapor that rises from the pool. Gasping for air, Reed pulls me out of the water, clutching me in his arms while whispering soothing angelic words in my ear. I try hard to breathe evenly as I see the blonde harpy scowling at me from where I had been standing before I was swept away by the water. Rage builds in me, and I struggle in Reed's arms to get away from him so I can cut her heart out, if she has one. "You can't kill her, not if you want to save Russell," Reed says in my ear. "That's Saphira. She's one of the Undine who has come to help us defeat the Ifrit."
"She just tried to kill me," I retort, glaring at the beautiful creature who sneers back at me with equal loathing.
"Well, love, you did growl at her," Reed says neutrally.
I stop struggling to look at the traitor's face in front of me. My eyes narrow to slits. "Are you serious?" I ask him incredulously.
"She was just about to let you out of the water right before you broke through it. She was startled by you and she overreacted," Reed explains, defending Saphira.
"So you're saying this is all just a misunderstanding?" I ask with faux sweetness.
"Yes,"
Reed says with a look of relief, until I narrow my eyes and growl at him. Bun steps between us then. She pulls me away from Reed, wrapping her arms around me. "Are you okay?" she asks, leading me away in the direction of her pagoda. I look back over my shoulder to see that Saphira is now amid several ethereal-looking young women, all of which are now glaring in my direction. "No, that witch just tried to drown me," I say with disgust, pulling at my wet clothing. "I know, we all saw it," she says. "You really scared her. You should have seen her eyes when you broke through her spell. Her jaw dropped open and she called for backup from her sisters. I think she was afraid you were going to come after her," Buns finishes, grinning at me like she's proud of me. "The thought did cross my mind," I reply, trying to get a grip on myself. I feel edgy, like I want to smash something, and my heart is still pounding from my struggle in the pool.
"Maybe we should keep you two separated. I mean, you're just getting used to being bound to Reed. You don't need the pressure of having a Reed groupie around, especially with—"
She stops talking because I'm no longer moving with her to her room. "Excuse me?" I ask Bun softly.
"I was just saying maybe we should keep you two apart," she says.
No, the other part," I say, winding my finger in a circle.
"Oh, the Reed groupie part?" she asks with a sheepish look.
"Yes, that part," I reply stiffly.
"Zephyr is going to kill me. It's ancient history, and I mean ancient," she says quickly. "This all happened thousands of years ago, before I even got here."
"You mean Reed and Saphira?" I trail off.
"No, not for him, but for her it was like love at first sight. They worked together in a unit that targeted Ifrits back in the day. Here's the thing about Undines. When they fall in love with someone, they don't care if the feeling is mutual or not. They pursue the object of their affection with a single-mindedness that is very close to stalker, if you know what I mean,"
Buns explains. When she sees my face, she adds quickly,
"But we need her. She and her girls can bury an Ifrit with their magic."
"How?" I ask.
"They're wraiths, elementals that can manipulate water. Water trumps fire,"
Bun says, leading me again towards her room.
"And you can see how effectively they can wield it. We need her. Brownie and Russell need her. So you're going to be nice to her. Kiss her butt if you have to. We can't afford to lose them, and they are extremely touchy."
"Are you telling me I should just let her put her hands all over Reed and not do anything about it?" I ask Buns, struggling with the new circumstances of this arrangement.
"I'm saying let him handle it. He'll keep her off of him because he only wants you. Just be cool, because if you don't, Russell is dead,"
Buns says, putting it in no uncertain terms. "Oh," I say, paling at the thought of losing Russell and Brownie. Buns leads me into her room and hands me a towel. I dry myself off while she walks to her closet. I pull the wet clothes from me and slip on a very sexy little Asian dress Buns hands me. The silk fabric clings to me just like my wet clothes had. As I look up at her skeptically, Buns shrugs.
"I said you can't kill her,"
I didn't say that you can't be hot while you play it cool. I don't care how I look right now, I reply, running my hand down the deep red silk of the dress. I just have to get back to Phaedrus so I can send my clone and he can track it. Here, Bun says as she winds my hair into a bun and shoves 2 black sticks in it to secure it from unraveling. Thanks, I say, walking towards the door. As I step outside, I see Reed leaning against one of the posts of the porch. He falls in step next to me as I walk past him towards the conference area.
Buns told you?
He asks, scanning my face with a grim expression. Told me what? I counter, my jaw clenched as I quicken my pace.
The only reason that Saphira is here to help us fight the Ifrit, he says in a low tone.
Does she know that? I ask him, not slowing down.
What do you mean?
He asks. Does she know that it's the only reason you asked her here, or does she think it's because you wanted to see her again? I ask.
That is not why she attacked you, Evie, Reed says. She thought you were evil when she saw you.
Stopping in my tracks, I bring my hands to my eyes, rubbing them in frustration. And that's okay with you?
No, it's not. I had to fight the intense urge I had so I wouldn't kill her. Believe me, many brutal ways to kill her crossed my mind when I couldn't break through the ice and get to you. She has no idea just how close she was to being dead,
he says in a quiet tone, pulling my hands away from my eyes so that he can look into them.
But if I killed her, we would have almost no chance of saving Russell. Do not think for 1 second that I enjoy having her around. It took me years to convince her to love someone else. Do you have any idea how persistent an Undine can be? He asks in frustration.
Seeing how miserable he is makes me feel awful for being jealous about Saphira. If the Undines are anything like the Gankana, you have my sympathy, I murmur, wrapping my arms around his neck and hugging him. His hands slide down my sides, caressing me as the silk dress slips beneath his fingers.
There is no one for me but you, he says as he leans nearer and kisses me.
I'll try to keep that in mind the next time she throws herself at you, I reply, melting against him.
Please do, he whispers just before his lips tease mine again.
Hey, does your persuasion work on Undines? I ask, pulling back a little to look in his eyes.
No, he replies, smiling at my disappointment.
She can't make you... her magic can't... I trail off, wrinkling my brow as I trace my fingertip over his chest.
Nothing she has tried has worked on me yet, Reed says, grinning.
Good, I reply with relief at the thought of Saphira being unable to make Reed fall in love with her by using magic. I hug him quickly and then pull back out of his embrace. Taking Reed's hand, I begin walking again towards the conference area. You should have warned her about me before she came here.
They were all told of you. It's just that seeing you is so...
He trails off. Horrifying? I ask, trying to hide the sinking feeling I have inside at their reaction to me.
Not horrifying. It's just that you are so dangerous and so beautiful that your presence offers almost no room for rational thought, he says. But there is nothing I would change about you. You are perfection.
I roll my eyes at him like he's insane. I'm about to tell him all of the things that I would like to change about myself, given the opportunity, when Zephyr shows up on the path ahead.
Problem,
Zephyr says, looking at Reed.
Undines?
Reed replies.
Yes, they refuse to help defend Evie or Russell. They will fight the Ifrit for us, but they will not intervene if it comes for the half-breeds, he says seriously.
Why? Reed asks in a low tone, looking at me to judge how I'm taking being called a half-breed. I try to remain neutral, but what I really want to do is scoff.
They say that they don't want to anger God, he replies, and Reed scoffs, which makes me want to throw my arms around him and kiss him again. Do we proceed with our plan? Zephyr asks Reed.
Yes, I say before Reed can answer. Reed closes his eyes briefly before he opens them again and turns to me.
Love, if we don't have a guarantee that they will help if an Ifrit should find you, then we cannot move forward with our plan.
We can. They said they wouldn't help me, but if an Ifrit comes, they will defend all of you. That's good enough for me, I say.
It's not good enough for me,
Reed replies sternly. I turn to Zephyr. Will they go in to save Brownie, since she isn't a half-breed? Yes, Zephyr replies. Fine, then we're mostly covered. We just have to make sure that when they go in, they plan to kill the Ifrit. It can't just be a snatch and grab of Brownie. If they kill the Ifrit, then they save Russell too, even if it is inadvertent, I reason. That will be the strategy that we will be pushing for. We do not want the Ifrit to survive for any reason, Zephyr affirms, his blue eyes watching me as I nod. Then there is no problem, I say, seeing that Reed is having a huge problem with it already. You can't just shrug off this new wrinkle. The parameters of the mission have changed. There are new variables now, he says. We don't have time for a strategy lesson. We need to locate the Ifrit. I'm the only link we have at this point to finding them. No one is safe until we kill it. You said so yourself, I say rationally, watching his face go blank so that I can't read what he's thinking. I have protection, an entire compound of angels. If I tell you no, Evie, what will you do? Reed asks, cocking his head to the side, waiting for my response. I look down, not wanting him to see my eyes. I don't want him to read what I will do. My mind has already come up with several plans to find Russell and Brownie, none of which will make Reed happy. This is the best compromise. You should take it, I say in a soft tone, and then I hear two sets of growls, one from Reed, the other from Zephyr. Reed speaks softly to Zephyr in Angel. Zephyr counters, and my head snaps up because I'm now being shut out of the conversation. Growling at them, I begin walking again, but Reed scoops me up, changing direction and heading towards our room. Reed, what are you doing? I ask. I'm going to negotiate with the Undines. You're going to stay here until I'm finished, he says, dumping me on my bed and turning towards the door. Reed speaks to Zephyr, who has followed us. Together, they begin to walk out of the room. Getting off the bed, I start to follow them, but two of Preben's men step in front of me at the threshold to the courtyard. One is Elin, and the other is named Soren. Excuse me, I say to Soren, trying to get around him, but he won't move. Reed! I call out behind the wall of power angels, seeing him walking away and talking to Zephyr. I will be back shortly. Try not to irritate your guards, he says smoothly. That's not fair, I call to him, but he doesn't answer me as he disappears from my sight. Completely infuriated, I pull the doors closed, shutting out the angels who are grinning at me like I'm some sort of sideshow freak. Pacing the floor, I feel like I'm about to jump out of my skin. They're making this so difficult when it's really so simple, I think to myself. It's Russell. There is nothing that anyone is going to say that will convince me not to give him any help that I can. Now that I know the others will be protected, I really don't need their permission. With this new clarity, a calm settles over me. I sit down on the bed and concentrate on what I want to do. Controlling the spinning that makes it seem as if the entire room is being picked up and shaken, I allow a clone of me to push steadily from my body. I direct my clone to pass through the closed doors of my room. The darkness outside makes it difficult to tell exactly where I'm going, so I focus on the red hanging lantern strung in the trees ahead of her. The familiar faces of the angels guarding me outside enter my consciousness. Elin tries to stop my image, but she passes right through him. Soren enters my room. I can feel him near me, but I'm keeping my eyes closed so that I can concentrate on navigating my clone. As my image walks in silence towards the conference room, I hear the heated debate ahead as Reed's beautiful voice speaks in Angel. I follow the sound of it, knowing that Phaedrus must be somewhere nearby. Entering the room, there are several intakes of breath, mainly coming from the side of the table where the Undines are seated. Ignoring them, I continue moving my clone beyond each one on my way to the end of the table. Nearing Phaedrus, I almost make it to him when Reed steps right in front of me, trying to block my way. My clone passes right through him like a dream, approaching Phaedrus to whisper to him, "You have 5 seconds. Be ready." Phaedrus rises out of his chair, exhaling in relief. He has been in torment over knowing that his targets, Russell and Brownie, need his help and not being able to find them on his own. Even through my clone's dim senses, I know that the entire room has heard me because they erupt in chaos. I don't pay any attention. I know that this may be the last thing that Russell will hear from me. Adrenaline flashes into my system at that thought. With my heartbeat drumming in my ears, I reach deep within myself, pushing every ounce of love and devotion that I feel for Russell out of me and into my clone. As I do it, my senses within her heighten until the room around her begins to glow from the light she emits. Then, like a bolt of lightning, she streams out of the room in a flash, and I lose the connection to her. I find myself back in my room, seated on my bed. I quickly reach deep within myself again, tapping into all the rage and anger that I feel for the creature who has taken my soulmate. The room spins again as I formulate my message to the Ifrit. My messenger bolts from the room with my last thought. Mercy for them, or there will be no mercy for you. Chapter 7. Water and Fire. Feeling like the room is still spinning, I reach my hand up to my face, wiping my nose. A smear of blood transfers to my hand, letting me know that my nose is bleeding. Dabbing at it with the back of my hand, I walk towards the bathroom to get a tissue. Before I make it halfway there, Reed is standing in front of me looking like an avenging angel who has come to smite me for my sins. His charcoal gray wings are arching out so that I can't see around him, and he is glowering at me as his hands are clenched in fists at his sides. Knowing I'm in serious trouble with Reed, and possibly every other angel in China, I back away from him while holding out my hands in front of me. I'm disturbed to realize that my hands are shaking a little. "You can't be mad at me because you shut me out first," I say, trying to go on the offensive, while looking for a better defensive position within the room, but there is no place to hide in here. "There were two," Reed says with deathly calm as he holds up 2 fingers, matching me step for step, not letting me gain any distance from him. "I assume the first clone that Phaedrus followed was intended for Russell. Please tell me that the second one was sent to Brownie." My nervousness increases, knowing that he is not going to like the truth. I had to make sure it knows that I exist so that it stops trying to wring the information from Russell and Brownie, I say as an explanation to his question. "Genevieve," Reed says icily, and I pale. "What did you say to the Ifrit?" he asks, struggling for control. "Well, I don't want to tell you that part," I say in honesty. "Why not?" he snaps back. "Because it might make you mad," I reply shakily. "I'm already angry," he snarls. "True, but you're not going to like this," I warn him. When I hear him growl, I quickly say, "I told it mercy for them or there will be no mercy for you." Slowly, his wings retract as his face loses its scowl. He cocks his head to the side, asking, "You said that to the Ifrit?" I nod, watching him shake his head tiredly. "The Ifrit will come for you now. He won't be able to resist such an enticing challenge issued from such an incredibly beautiful being." He turns then, striding towards the door. Moving faster than him, I manage to get in front of him before he leaves the room. "Wait, where are you going?" I ask, panicking because he looks grim. "I have to negotiate with the Undines. They have to see reason and protect you from the Ifrit, now that you have provoked it," he says in a stern tone. "You have to do that right now?" I ask him, wringing my hands. "Can I come with you?" I ask him hopefully. I don't want to stay here alone. What I just did is now beginning to register in my mind, and fear is making my hands tremble. "No," Reed answers evenly. "Get some sleep. You look exhausted." He steps around me then, telling the angels who have been guarding me not to let me out of my room. "Reed, you'll tell me if you hear from Phaedrus?" I call from the doorway of our room. He ignores me and continues walking. I turn away from him, feeling miserable. I have managed to anger everyone that is here to help me, but I can't pretend that I would do anything differently because I wouldn't. Walking listlessly to the bed, I lay down on it, pulling Reed's pillow to me and hugging it for comfort.
Shivering with dread, I close my eyes, feeling the need for sleep burning me. I begin to drift off, and I try to fight it. I want to stay awake, in case they hear from Phaedrus. If he loses the clone, I plan to send another one that may pass him, allowing him to pick up the trail again. Jerking my eyes open once or twice, I soon lose the battle against fatigue, falling asleep. Warm air filters in the open windows, stirring the hair that has fallen in wisps from the sticks holding it in a knot at my nape.
I cannot give you his soul, Alia, but I can give you his heart. I will cut it out for you.
A voice whispers to me like a caress, making my heart pound in my chest and panic grip me.
That is the only mercy that you will have from me, unless you give me what I desire.
What do you want? I ask sluggishly, feeling weighed down and listless. You give me Russell and Brownie, and I'll give you what you want.
You are wise, Alia, he says with a raspy resonance. We may both get what we want in the end. Tell me where you are now.
China. I'm in China. Where are you now? I'll come to you, I insist. Drops of water raining on my face and body cause my eyes to flutter open right before the drops become a deluge, soaking me.
Wake up,
a twinkling voice says from near me as rain continues to fall on my head. Dripping wet, I open my eyes to see Saphira standing over me with her arms crossed in front of her.
What do you think you're doing?
She asks me, tapping her foot and frowning at me from the dry side of the bed. She looks like some kind of beautiful mermaid who has been transformed to walk on terra firma. I think I can even see something on her neck that looks like gills just behind her ears. Shivering from being doused with cold water, I clench my teeth and reply, I was sleeping, do you mind?
Don't lie to me. I can smell magic all over this room. You were speaking to the Ifrit,
she accuses, flicking her hand and dispelling the rain like she is turning off a tap. I pause, thinking about what just happened, the whispering voice, the smell of molten heat in the room. How did it find me? I ask her with a shudder.
You gave it a connection to you when you sent it your spirit or image or whatever you are calling it,
she replies, pointing her webbed fingers at me.
Were you bargaining with it?
She asks as her skin sparkles a little, like she is covered with a light coating of crystallized brine. Rubbing my eyes, I sit up in the bed. I duck my head and admit, yeah, I think I was bargaining with it.
I knew it! I knew you were an evil creature, she says, running her hand through her golden hair that sways like it's floating in a current. I told them that you would betray us, but no one would listen to me after they heard the message you sent to the Ifrit. Threatening it with no mercy has won over all of the powers. They will follow you into the abyss if you asked it of them. But the first chance you get, you bargain with it.
She sneers at me, exposing her wickedly sharp, pointed teeth. Do you know what Alia means? I ask her, ignoring her rant and trying to remember every word the Ifrit spoke.
Why? Did he say it? It's a name. Old. Arabic. It means heaven,
she replies, and my heart skips a beat. Listen to me, I say, sitting up with supernatural speed and reaching for her. I grasp her upper arms before she can evade me, startling her with my strength and speed. Staring into her sapphire eyes, I continue. If that thing comes here, I want you to do something for me, I say quietly, watching her eyes narrow. I know that you care about Reed. I want you to make sure that nothing happens to him. I don't care how you do it. Freeze him in a block of ice until the Ifrit is gone if you have to. Just do it, okay? I ask in desperation.
You are evil, she says, struggling to pull away from me. He is a power. No one protects a power. They will slay you if you try.
But you love him, I counter, trying to understand why she wouldn't want to save Reed.
Yes, and I have loved him longer than you, long enough to know that he will never love me or forgive me if I try to protect him from danger, she retorts. You do not know him at all, do you? She accuses me. Have you seen him fight? I doubt the Ifrit has a chance against him even with all of its magic. I'm much less worried about Reed fighting an Ifrit than I am at seeing him with you."
"Why?" I ask her in shock.
"Because he will die for you."
She glowers at me, causing me to feel the ferocious, stabbing fear that the image of Reed being hurt elicits. "That's exactly what I'm trying really hard to prevent," I glower back. "So you find a way to help Reed, because if something happens to him, I'll find you."
"Are you threatening me?"
she asks incredulously, blinking, and I notice a second set of eyelid-like film that covers her eyes momentarily before it retracts back beneath her normal eyelid. "Yes," I retort, going nose to nose with her. Elin and Soren step into the room then, grinning like they've been enjoying themselves.
"I think that Preben will replace us if we do not step in now, although my money is on the Seraph,"
Elin says to Soren as they casually flank us while we continue to glare at each other. Saphira's head snaps up at the insult, and Elin is quick to sidestep the spout of water that she hurls at him.
"Marlowe, Kendall, you must be losing your appeal. I wasn't finished speaking to the half-breed,"
Saphira says insultingly. Soren's chin motions towards the door.
"Don't blame them. They were highly entertaining, but it just didn't compare to what was going on in here,"
Soren replies, watching the two lovely Undines who show themselves just outside the doorway to my room, looking vicious with their bared, sharp teeth.
"And do not even consider freezing me in a block of ice, or I will slay you,"
he continues with a cheeky grin. "Is nothing private around here?" I ask them with irritation in my voice, letting go of Saphira's arm and stepping back from her. Elin's bright white smile flashes at me, showing his perfect teeth.
"You were hardly being discreet. You were shouting at each other," he says.
"Ugh, you are all in love with this half-breed,"
Saphira accuses them, storming towards the door.
"Trouble will follow her wherever she goes. She is a tsunami, and you are dancing around in a small boat."
"Yes, she is very dangerous. What could be wrong with that?"
Soren asks Elin with a perplexed expression, and then he sidesteps a funnel of water that comes spinning at him through the doorway as the Undines leave. It crashes into the far wall, causing a large puddle to splash onto the floor. It looks like monsoon season has begun early. Still dripping wet from being rained on, I turn to my bodyguard, saying, "Do either of you know any magic that will clean up this water?"
"Towels,"
Soren replies, running his hand through his sunny blonde hair. "That's weak," I say, exhaling as I walk to the bathroom and gather a few towels to clean up the mess in the bedroom. I am surprised when Elin and Soren both help me mop up the water. When we finish, I drape the wet towels and sheets over the porch railings and then go back in alone to clean myself up. Stepping into the bathroom, I eye the bathtub, thinking how nice it would be to soak in it for a while. Then thoughts of being trapped in it by Saphira surface in my mind. I ignore the tub and turn on the shower. I don't know if I can really call it a shower, though. It's more like a very large, marble-tiled glass enclosure with several large shower jets positioned around it. Stripping off the red silk dress, I pull the sticks from my hair, allowing it to spill down my back. Once in the shower, I close my eyes as the warm water runs over my face and hair. Bowing my head, the water runs down my back and wings as I concentrate on the conversation I had with the Ifrit in my dream. He had been about to tell me where he is. He had shown me something. A grassy field with a cluster of little wooden windmills with thatched roofs. They are not the type that I had seen in pictures of Holland, but much smaller, set on small pedestals of fieldstones with Queen Anne's lace growing around them. They are more like grain mills because there are lines attached to the sails, so that they can be turned by hand if necessary. I had drifted past the windmills that had turned silently in perpetual motion, and by a low, earthy house with whitewashed walls and a thatched roof. Beyond the modest white house there was... I shudder. "Are you cold?" Reed asks from behind me, and I jump, spinning around just as his arms embrace me, pulling me to him. Water spills onto his chest and neck, running in rivets over his bare skin. He reaches over and bumps the hot water nozzle a little, making the water steamy. I must have been really concentrating because I hadn't even felt the butterflies in my stomach that should have warned me of Reed's presence. "Reed, what are you doing?" I ask.
"I'm checking on you,"
he replies in a gentle tone, his sexy voice touching me like a caress. "Ah, and how do you find me?" I ask. He was angry with me when he left earlier, but he doesn't appear to be angry now. A slow smile is creeping to the corners of his mouth.
"This part of you, right here,"
he says, leaning forward as his mouth nears my shoulder,
"I find to be very lonely."
He brushes his lips over the curve of my shoulder.
"That's better,"
he breathes, while I exhale deeply, inching closer to him as my knees become weak. Lifting his lips from my shoulder, he brings them to the sensitive curve of my neck, saying,
"And here, this spot, looks neglected too."
"It does?" I ask, feeling unsteady. I slip my arms around his neck.
"Yes,"
he replies as his cheek grazes my sensitive skin, causing a shiver to escape me. "What about this part, right here?" I ask him, touching my lips with my fingertips. He responds by pressing his mouth to mine gently, savoring the feeling of the initial contact. When he pulls back to look in my eyes, I see the smoldering heat within his. "What happens to bad people when they die?" I whisper, feeling his lips tracing a path downward.
"Why?"
he breathes against my skin.
"Because what I want to do to you right now is very, very bad."
I trail off as he brushes his fingers lightly over my wings.
"This is not bad."
He smiles at me, his green eyes deepening in the soft lighting of the shower.
"This is right. You are mine, and we are one."
"Oh, that's good," I say as my eyes close briefly, savoring the feeling of his hands. "That's very, very good." I sigh. His hands weave through mine as he presses me back to the wet marble-tiled wall.
"My angel,"
I hear him say against my skin. Neither of us speak again for quite some time. Reed holds my languid body to his, turning off the water and wrapping me in a huge towel before he carries me back into the bedroom. He finds the extra sheets I left there. Spreading them out, he quickly makes the bed while I watch him. "So you're not mad at me anymore?" I ask, leaning my head against the high back of the chair.
"No, I'm not angry with you at this particular moment."
Reed smiles at me and my heart skips a beat.
"The Undines have agreed to protect you,"
he explains. "Really?" I ask, because I'm shocked to find that they will help me after my conversation with Saphira. "Your negotiations were successful?"
"Yes, Liv, their leader, agrees with us. She gave them all the order to defend you," he replies.
"Liv? Which one was that?" I ask.
"Light blue hair, violet eyes,"
he says, describing Liv for me. Blue hair, really? I must have missed her in the crowd. I guess I was focused on the one clinging to you," I reply, watching the towel that Reed has wrapped around his narrow hips slip a little lower. He nods, seeming to read my mind. He moves over to the chair, picking me up again and kissing me. He carries me to the bed, following me down onto it. Snuggling me to his side, he combs his fingers hypnotically through my hair. My eyes feel heavy and I'm struggling to stay awake because I have so many questions to ask him. "Reed, we need to talk," I say as he pulls the covers tighter to me.
"Shh, Evie, it's the middle of the night. You have to rest,"
Reed replies. "I need to know if you've heard anything from Phaedrus yet," I say. Reed's smile fades. "What have you heard?" I ask, pushing up to a sitting position. Reed exhales heavily, saying,
"I'm not going to tell you anything now."
"Do you know something?" I ask.
"Sleep,"
he says cajolingly. He holds me in his arms, spooning me as we lay together in bed. "I can't sleep. I have information I have to tell you," I reply in a calm voice.
Elin told me about Saphira coming in here, he says with a frown in his tone. I'm sorry. I'll make sure she doesn't get near you again.
She is the least of my worries, I exhale. I spoke to him, to this Ifrit. Reed's hand, which has been gently stroking my side, stills. He called me Alya. It means...
Heaven, Reed interrupts.
Yeah, I murmur as a shiver rushes through me.
How did he contact you? Reed asks in a low tone.
He spoke to me in my dream. He wants me to come to him, I admit.
Reed's body becomes rigid against mine.
What did he say? He asks. As I tell Reed everything that the Ifrit had said to me, as well as my responses to him, he doesn't interrupt. The more I explain, however, the tighter his arms around me become. When I describe the windmills and the little whitewashed house that was shown to me, I turn to look in Reed's green eyes. I think the Ifrit was leading me beyond the little house, I say, trying to remember the building, to a little rustic church. The building is in 3 sections. The middle section is the tallest, and the 2 smaller sections flank it. Each section is made from vertically placed rough tree trunks. A bronze-toned roof covers all 3 sections with the highest roofline in the center section and lower rooflines on each side. In each section, there is a tall spire with an oblong bronze cap set upon it. Each cap holds a bronze cross above it. The tallest spire is in the center, and it is flanked on either side by shorter versions of the same.
Reed's voice is gentle as he says, "That sounds like a fairly detailed description, given that it was in the distance beyond the White House."
It seems familiar to me, like déjà vu, like I've been there already, I reply, meeting his eyes.
In a premonition, he says, not at all like a question.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember it, though. I think it's too ugly, I admit, trying to pull off a casual shrug. So, have you heard from Phaedrus? I ask. I wait for Reed to answer me, but he remains silent. Reed, I sigh. I told you everything. Now it's your turn.
No, it's not. I'm prepared to protect you, even if that means protecting you from yourself, Reed says firmly, meeting my eyes.
What does that even mean? I frown in exasperation.
It means that you're no longer involved in this mission. I'm not going to allow you to martyr yourself, he replies firmly.
Martyr myself? You're being unreasonable. I can help Brownie and Russell, I say in a pleading tone.
At what expense, Evie? At the risk of your life? He asks as his eyebrows draw together. You've already agreed to go to the Ifrit, which is unacceptable, he replies, finally losing some of his cool.
We're not even sure what this Ifrit wants from me, I say in what I hope is a reasonable tone.
It is an Ifrit, Evie, Reed says in a way that makes the hair on my arms rise. He will not ask you what you are willing to give. He will take whatever he wants.
But, I begin.
Reed interrupts me. I'm not going to let you trade your life for theirs, he says with finality.
I will survive this, I say with conviction I don't really feel. I have to protect Russell. He's my family.
And you are my family, Reed replies. I will do everything I can to get him back for you. Trust me.
I can help, I say, wringing my hands.
Reed groans. Evie, you are not in this alone.
I'm just about to tell him all the ways I can help find Russell when I hear the sound of crying coming from somewhere outside. It isn't just one cry. It is like weeping from a crowd of women. What's that? I ask Reed.
I don't know. Stay here. Don't leave this room, he orders, and then he moves supernaturally fast and is gone in a fraction of a second. I get up quickly from bed and put on a pair of jeans and a top from my closet. Going to the door of my room, I look out into the courtyard to see every angel that we have here amassing. They are flying around the high walls that run the perimeter of the compound. I hear wailing coming from outside the walls, like a mass of people all crying and shouting at once. Turning to see Soren and Elin standing on the porch outside my door, I ask, "What is that?" Soren looks grim when he says, Humans.
What? I ask, searching his face for an answer.
It is thousands of humans. They are all throwing themselves at the gates, trying to get in.
Elin replies as we watch the gates rattle from being pressed from without.
Why? I ask in shock.
They said they want their queen,
Soren replies. I close my eyes and ask, who is their queen?
You are their queen,
Elin answers me, watching me flinch even though I already knew the answer to my own question. Chapter 8. The Stone Forest. As I inch closer to Elin on the porch that overlooks the courtyard outside my room, I listen to the crowds of people outside our compound. They are clawing the gates and walls, demanding to get in to see me.
The Gankana have been busy,
Elin observes.
They have managed to enthrall many of the locals here. They must have been here for several days because their victims look like they have had a substantial amount of toxin administered to them. Some look like they haven't eaten or slept in a while. They have orders to come and fetch you.
Show me, I whisper, turning to Soren because he seems to like me more than Elin does.
We have orders to keep you in your room,
Soren replies apologetically. I frown. Then fly me to the roof of my room. I have to see what's going on outside, I say with exasperation. Soren considers this compromise for a second before taking me in his arms and flying me quickly to the pitched rooftop of the pagoda. Elin follows us up, unwilling to let us go alone. Hovering in the air, my view stretches for several miles outside of the compound. The roads and outlying areas, as far as I can see, are filled with people. Or maybe a more accurate description for them would be enthralled junkies. I feel myself paling. There are so many of them, I say, my heart breaking for all of Brennus's victims. Even in the darkness of the night sky, their numbers look frightening, like a legion of zombies, throwing themselves at the walls of our sanctuary in despair. Their clothing is shredded and in disarray. I can't understand what any of them is saying because they're speaking a Chinese dialect, but I feel like I have to try to do something to help them. I have to talk to them. Maybe I can make them go away.
No, Soren replies. You can't help them. Most of them will die. They will refuse to eat unless told to do so by the Gankana. They will perish. It is fortunate they have not been turned fully. They still retain their souls. None of the Gankana has shared their blood with them. They are collateral damage. Weapons.
I see the worn-out faces of the victims. Their cries are torturing me. Brennus had said that if I made him come for me, I wouldn't like his methods of getting me back. He is building his empire of violence that I can feel in the collective sorrow of the crowd. Are the Gankana out there? I ask Soren with calm that I don't feel. I feel like cowering and pleading for them to hide me from Brennus, while there is another part of me that is burning to see him again.
We haven't seen them. This is their first wave. Perhaps a distraction from what they are really planning. That is why you are not to leave your room. The humans are a great distraction for us. We are unwilling to harm them, even though we know there is little hope for them until they die, Soren says. The Gankana have limited our options. His humans are drawing attention to our position, so we'll need to leave our sanctuary or eliminate the humans.
Could you take them somewhere else? I ask.
Brennus will only make more,
Elin says.
We must take you somewhere else, Evie, Soren adds. Then we can go on the offensive. We have already called for more powers. We have to take out their army.
Unless I surrender, I say to myself. Brennus is knocking at the door. Soon he will be kicking it in. Elin and Soren both growl at me before Soren flies me to my room, setting me down gently.
You will stay here,
Soren says in tone of authority, crossing his arms over his chest. Elin looks equally determined to make me stay in my room. In seconds, Reed and Zephyr materialize beside Elin and Soren, startling me. They're dressed in black body armor that covers all of their skin. Hoods are attached to their collars so that they can be pulled over their faces, protecting them from the touch of the Gankana. Their wings are exposed in the back, but since their feathers aren't susceptible to the toxic skin of the Gankana, it will not affect them if they're touched.
Reed, I have to talk to Brennus. Maybe I can reason with him. Why does he have to come now? I have to find Russell and Brownie. Can we slip out and leave for the Ukraine now? Has Phaedrus called? I ask in a stream of words. Reed frowns. One thing at a time, Evie. Brennus has pushed himself to the top of the list, Reed says with a grim twist of his lips. You're not speaking to Brennus. You're staying here. Where is Buns? We can't leave her alone, I say, panicking because I don't know where my friend is at the moment.
She has already left, Zephyr says in a soft tone. She went with half the Undines and Preben to meet the other Dominion powers.
My eyes widen. Meet them? Meet them where? I ask, feeling completely locked out of what they have been planning.
The Ukraine. Pirogovo. It is south of Kiev, Evie. They are meeting Phaedrus, collecting more intel on the Ifrit,
Reed replies with military precision.
Were you going to tell me?
I ask them, and seeing their blank faces, I know that the answer to my question is no. Do you know where Brownie and Russell are? I ask when no one speaks.
Reed frowns at me. Stay in the room, love. Don't leave it for any reason. I'm going to go with Z. We will be back for you. We will move you soon. Then we will answer all of your questions,
Reed says, pulling me into his arms. Realizing that he is going out there without me, I cling to him tight, all of my anger at being shut out of their intel forgotten. Let me go with you, Reed, I plead, not wanting him out of my sight with Brennus so near.
I won't be gone long. We are looking for the best way to get you out of here undetected. Once we have worked that out, we will be back,
he says, hugging me tight and then letting me go. Nodding to Zephyr, they leave in a fraction of a second. Taking up positions outside my room, Elin and Soren don the same kind of body armor that Reed and Zephyr had on. Soon after, the crying outside the walls of the compound dies down and is replaced by an eerie silence. Goosebumps rise on my arms as I look at the alert faces of the angels guarding me. The tense silence stretches on until it is replaced by a strange hissing sound from somewhere off in the distance, beyond the protective stone walls. Deep growls sound from my bodyguards. Elin sniffs the air and scowls. What is it? I ask, my heartbeat drumming painfully in my chest when screams of agony float to us on the air.
Flamethrowers,
Elin answers. What? I choke.
They are burning them,
he says. What? I ask in a weak tone.
The Gankana are burning the humans, attempting to draw us out, Soren says stiffly. It is impossible for us to watch them torture humans. We will engage them.
More hissing of flamethrowers sounds as billows of smoke drift over the walls of our fortress. A driving wind starts stirring the leaves and the red hanging lanterns in the trees around us, pushing my hair away from my face. Thick, dark clouds collect above us like an ominous omen of impending doom. As I gaze up at the darkening sky, rain falls in hard, pelting drops.
The Undines are bringing the rain, trying to help, Elin explains, while we watch the storm clouds.
Shivering from the soaking rain and the horror around me, I jump when Reed speaks to me.
The rain will also be a good cover when we fly you out of here.
I gasp, feeling his arms go around me, gathering me to him. Then he whispers something to me, something in Angel. What did you say? I whisper back, relieved that he's here.
I said, I love you, my Aspire,
he replies, squeezing me to him.
Are you ready to go?
He asks, and I nod immediately, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. Zephyr moves to one side of us as Elin and Soren take similar positions around us. We are just about to make our leap into the air when the flickering of several sets of helicopter blades sound from somewhere within the black clouds above us. Dark, shooting images begin to rain out of the night, plummeting towards us at a frightening velocity. Hitting the ground, the first Gankana soldier pauses on one knee momentarily before he stands up, completely unharmed from having hurled out of the sky. He bares his sharp fangs as his hands move quickly to his back holster, drawing from it a wicked automatic rifle and indiscriminately spraying bullets all around the compound. Pulling me behind him, Reed shouts a warning to the angels nearest the gunman.
The army of angels immediately engages the Gankana as they continue to fall from the sky. Some of the angels have taken flight, plucking their enemies out of their free fall and grappling with them, tearing them apart and dropping them to the ground in pieces. Hundreds of Gankana continue to fall from the sky like locusts, but they are only one wave of this assault. The stream that winds through the compound soon begins coughing up more Gankana who rush out of it, dispersing like rats from a flooded sewer.
"Evie, stay behind me,"
Reed says in an intense tone as he grasps me by my upper arms, staring into my wide eyes. I manage to nod to him. He drops his hands from me and pulls a long sword from a sheath strapped to his back. Everything takes on a surreal tone after that. I try hard to stay with Reed, who is moving like a graceful assassin, slicing through evil, undead corpses as they approach us, trying to get at me. The Gankana have the sheer numbers on our encampment, but the angels are ferocious, tearing the limbs off of their enemies. Their strategy seems to be to maim the Gankana and then move on, leaving the wounded undead to stagger around until they can be completely destroyed. Reed is a machine when it comes to killing Gankana. It's almost like the Gankana are moving in slow motion next to him. He is so much faster than any of them. Even when they rush at him en masse, he easily finds the weakness in their attack and cuts them all down. I don't even think he really needs his body armor because not one of them gets close enough to touch him. It would be impressive if it weren't so utterly terrifying. Looking around me, I see that Zephyr is creating his own mayhem, slashing and carving up our enemies as they approach us. Z is also shielding some of the Undines who are spraying the Gankana nearest us with jets of water that far surpass the power of a fire hose. Saphira is near us now, too. She is concentrating on driving the water up from the stream and sweeping hordes of Gankana back into it, freezing the water so they can't get back out. As I watch Saphira work, I look beyond her, to the stream and the Gankana who are near it. A petite figure just emerges from the water where it is not yet frozen. I can't see very well through the rain, but this Gankana doesn't resemble the other massively strong-looking soldiers. This figure is feminine and, well, girlish. She slips in the mud, staggering forward towards our position. She falls down and crawls away from the others, looking around her in desperation.
"Evie, where are you? Help me!"
Molly's voice calls to me in anguish. "Molly," I whisper. The shock of seeing her here is overwhelming me. A tall Gankana moves up just behind Molly then, pulling her roughly to her feet by her upper arm. Molly struggles to get away from the soldier holding her, but she stops when he backhands her across the face, letting her fall back down to the ground. Reacting out of instinct, I dart away from the protected area behind Reed and run as fast as I can towards Molly. Hearing Reed calling my name, I can't stop. I have to try to help the person that has been like a sister to me for most of my life. Intending to kill whoever it is that just hit Molly, I pluck an automatic weapon out of the hands of a Gankana soldier as I speed by him. Drawing the weapon up to my shoulder, I begin spraying bullets at the Gankana who hit Molly. The bullets from my rifle aren't reacting like they should. Instead of hitting my target, the bullets careen around my target, refusing to kill him. Nearing them, I see Molly cowering on the ground, her face turned away from me. Through the haze of the rain, recognition and dread hits me at once. Brennus stands only a few feet from me, hovering over Molly.
"Ah, Macree," Brennus breathes, like he is immensely relieved to see me here. "You look grand."
I don't answer him, but instead I lift the rifle in my hands, shooting the gun until the trigger clicks, indicating that I have emptied the magazine. At nearly point-blank range, I should have hit him easily, but the bullets swerve around him, like they are intentionally avoiding him.
"That gun is enchanted, Genevieve," Brennus says in an easy tone, like he's amused by my reaction to him still standing. "You don't think I would come in here and be banjaxed by me own arsenal? That is not me style at all."
Turning to Molly on the ground, he offers his hand to her, saying,
"Thanks, me wee lass."
Molly takes the hand that he offers her, popping up off the ground with a soft giggle as she turns her face to me, smiling.
Eves, you're so gullible,
Molly says teasingly, her beautiful smile marred now by her sharp, snake-like fangs.
I swear, you should have seen the look on your face when I called for help. You look so sad. Cheer up. We're going to have such an awesome time from now on.
My heart squeezes tight, looking at the beautiful monster in front of me that used to be my friend. Her hair is much longer than I remember her wearing it, but it's the same chestnut brown. Her skin, always pale like mine, is now nearly milk white and flawless. She had played me to get me away from Reed. I begin edging away from them, but I have to stop as my back comes up against a solid wall of ice that blocks my way to Reed. I turn, pressing my hands to the thick wall, trying to push through it. The rain has suddenly stopped falling as I use all of my strength to try to crush the frigid fortress surrounding me.
Saphira is an old acquaintance of mine, Brenna says, indicating the barrier cutting me off from all of the angels. I told her to take your advice when the time came. Freeze the angels in a block of ice till we have gone. She wants to save them from you. She thinks you're evil, he says conspiratorially, and then he shrugs. I might have helped with that a wee bit. I told her that you're really me spy. 'Twas all very simple after that. Turning back to face him and adopting a defensive posture, I say, You're going to have to kill me here because I'm not going with you. I did miss you so, McCree. You're such a challenge. I cannot leave you here for that ifrit to claim. They are such nasty creatures. So we will be going home now, he says, opening his hand to me. Bringing his hand up, he blows some dust that is in his palm, and it floats around me like sparkling glitter, coving my wet skin and sticking to me. Trying to wipe it off, I begin to sway on my feet as black spots swirl in my vision. Don't do this, Brennis, please, I plead weakly, losing all of my strength so that I can't fight back. Alfred was right about one thing. You are very beautiful when you beg, Genevieve, Brenna says, catching me in his cold embrace before I fall to the ground. Soon you will never need to beg me for anything. I'll give you everything. As I look into his light green eyes, I mutter, Don't want you. My eyes flutter open, focusing on an enormous carved Buddha head. It's lying next to the crumbling body of the statue, having toppled to the ground beside it. Everything is hazy as I float in the half-conscious realm between sleep and wakefulness. The statue head looks as if it's asleep on a pillow of vines, and it occurs to me that I must still be in China, or maybe Tibet. When I lift my head, the room around me shivers and whirls, so I lay it back down on the bed, cursing a little. I close my eyes, but that makes me feel dizzier, so I open them once again, trying to focus them on something. The doorway is across the room from the bed, leading directly outside. Its opening is so large that it spans almost the entire wall of the room and is flanked on either side by folding doors that can be moved into place to close the room off from the outside world. I scan the world outside this room and discover a wide, sweeping terrace of stone, crumbling with age. Lush forest with dense trees forms the landscape, and the strangest-looking stones I've ever seen surround the terrace. The stones resemble enormous trees. It's as if some sort of ash covered the trees at some point thousands of years ago, petrifying them and turning them to stone. As I move my head on the pillow, I see that this room is very much like the one I shared with Reed. Exposed wood beams arch above my head like the bowed bottom of a ship. How is your Kyan? Brennis asks quietly from somewhere nearby. As my heartbeat kicks up and the organ in question lodges somewhere in my throat, Brennis whispers something softly to me in Gaelic, something that sounds soothing while the bed moves under his weight. He reaches out and gently strokes my wing that responds to his touch by fluttering lightly. Pog Mahone, Brennis, I reply stiffly, using the Gaelic Russell taught me to tell him to kiss my ass. I don't know about my Kyan, but my head is aching, you evil a-hole.
Do you have any idea how much this hurts? I ask as I hold my head in my hands, feeling it throbbing in pain. Then I reach back and slap his hand away from my wing as a deep, rumbling laugh issues next to me for my brash response.
Your kyon is your head, Mahigra,
Brennus replies with a grin in his voice.
'Tis sorry I am that your head hurts you. I forget just how delicate you are yet. I must have made me spell a wee bit too strong. You have been out for hours, much longer than I intended.
Yeah, well, a little less fairy dust next time, I reply with sarcasm, still holding my head. As I try to sit up in the bed, I have to pause because the sheets begin to slip and lets me know that I'm completely naked in the bed. Brennus, where are my clothes? I ask, clutching the sheet to me as I turn to him and glare into his eyes.
Your clothes were wet, so I took them off you, Brennus says with a warm smile, leaning his back against the pillows next to me and crossing his arms behind his neck innocently. What's wrong? I've seen you in the altogether before, remember?
I hate waking up naked next to you, I spit out, glaring at him again.
Brennus's eyes narrow. Be careful, Genevieve. As bad as I like you right now, I need to remember 'tis worse without you, he says in a deadly calm voice.
I sigh in exasperation. What does that mean? I ask him, matching his tone and frowning at him.
It means I'm bloody angry with you. I saw the mark on your chest, he says accusingly, as he clenches his teeth like a jealous lover, referring to Reed's wing branded on my heart. I nearly went mad when I did, too. Finn had to point out that 'twas me own fault, not being strong enough to have kept you in the first place. I know 'tis me fault. I drove you back into his arms, did I not? He asks me rhetorically. I will not be that weak again, I promise you.
You being weak had nothing to do with me binding to... Brennus cuts me off.
Do not say his name to me, he warns me with a growl.
All right, I agree, seeing the seething anger in Brennus's eyes as he sits breathing heavily next to me. We won't talk about him. When did you contact Saphira? I ask in a quiet tone, feeling goosebumps rising on my arms and knowing I have to be careful of what I say and do until I find a way out of here. An angry Brennus is very dangerous for me and painful.
We were watching the compound. We saw the Undine arrive. I realized that I knew some of them, but I didn't know what they were there for till I spoke to Saphira. You should have told me of the Ifrit. The Angles cannot protect you from it like we can, Brennus replies, gaining control of his anger.
I don't want your protection, I reply, trying to remain calm.
So now you will be taken on the Ifrit. He is a persistent wee bugger. I have had to block his magic no less than a score of times from reaching you while you have been asleep, Brennus informs me.
You can block the Ifrit's magic? I ask him in an urgent tone, looking at him.
I can,
Brennus responds with a sharp nod. How? I ask, almost afraid to breathe.
'Tis not difficult, he replies with a shrug. I am very powerful.
I stare at him and I don't dispute his statement. He is powerful. His men walked into Dominion and then they blew it apart. He found out where I was and just did it again. Although Saphira all but handed me to them when she froze the angels on a block of ice and me behind the wall of it, but still extremely powerful to have orchestrated all of it. How did you know Saphira would help you? I ask.
I did not know. Need teaches the plan. I needed someone on the inside, so I explored all of my options, he replies. The plan developed when I found out that she needed an ally for what she wanted, and what she wanted was Yagon, you see, he asks, giving me a strategy lesson.
I nod. Why did you let Russell and me leave the caves in Houghton if you have this kind of magic? I ask him suspiciously, not understanding why he couldn't stop us then.
'Twas too great a risk, trying something in that situation, he says in a soft tone. He was willing to kill you with the grenade, and I could see he was not afraid to die. Then there was the fact that I had just had a significant amount of your blood, which is like drinking the sweetest poison, he says with a rueful shake of his head.
I taste bad? I ask, not understanding because he seemed to have a different opinion when he was tasting me.
No, you're like tasting heaven. I just did not like what it did to me, he says with a frown.
What did it do to you? I ask with morbid curiosity.
It muddled me, made me happy and, well, drunk,
he says, his green eyes scanning my face like he's memorizing every detail of it.
I could not even kill the fellas when they failed at the Angle Hive.
You mean when they took a swim in the St. Lawrence without me at the chateau? I ask, trying hard not to smile, remembering the look on Declan's face when Reed threw him in the water.
I do,
he says, watching the corners of my mouth twitch, and it's doing something to the corners of his eyes. They soften like he is amused too. His coal-black hair is lying elegantly on his brow. Why is it that there's the look of an angel on this demon? I ask myself, looking away as I feel that darkness within me pull towards him. It's frightening to find that I still feel an attraction to him, like I felt when I surrendered to him, kissing him before Russell saved me. I clear my throat and ask with faux casualness, "You can kill Ifrits?" I try to avoid looking at him, running my fingers over the silk sheet. My heartbeat is increasing as I wait for him to answer me.
I will sort the Ifrit out for you,
Brennus says like a caress, running his finger lightly up my arm. It feels like he's running an ice cube over me, but it's not repulsive like it used to be. It's sensual, and it's making me crave something that I have no trouble defining now.
You do not need to fear it, he says in a sultry voice.
My mind races. I know that he will kill it when it comes for me, but that might be too late to save Russell and Brownie. What now? I ask him abruptly, as I begin to fidget in anxiety. I need to know what he is planning. He promised not to change me if I came back to him, but I didn't come back to him. I made him come and get me.
That depends on you, McCree,
Brennus replies, watching me with hooded eyes. It does? I ask, trying to beat down the fear that is rising in me now that the shock of being back in Brennus's lair has worn off.
It does. I mean to keep you this time, Genevieve, he says resolutely. You must have seen you are far safer here with me, and the fellas, than with the Angles. They cannot protect you. They had to call the Undines, one of which once you're dead,
Brennus says. He looks hostile when he adds,
You put yourself in the hands of your enemies instead of your family.
You want me dead, I accuse him, afraid that he has a point.
No, I wanted you undead. There's a difference. No, I do not know what I want, he says in a soft tone.
What? I ask in confusion.
You heard me, he snaps back. I like you fine the way you are now. What if I change you into one of us and you...
My eyes widen in surprise. What are you afraid will happen if you make me Gankana? I ask, seeing him frown as his finger skims over the contour of my cheek.
I just do not want you to be different, that's all, he replies.
I might lose some of that danger that you were all in love with, is that it? I ask, seeing that I'm right as he drops his finger from my cheek, staring into my eyes.
Don't worry, I whisper. If you promise to keep your fangs off of me, I promise to become even more dangerous.
I watch his eyes go softer still in the corners. He wants that. He wants to see just how powerful I will become when I evolve to my full potential, I think, seeing him look at me like I'm the in-toy of the moment.
We have come to an agreement, McCree, Brennus says with authority. I know that you do not trust me at all. Finn says you have reason to not trust me, and I know he is right. I should never have tried our methods on you. I treated you like a fairy instead of the Angle that you are. 'Tis sorry I am that I hurt you like that. Locking you away in the cell was the wrong thing to do to you. I admit that.
My jaw drops open. This ancient, evil creature that has been taking whatever he wants for as long as he's been around, which is a significant amount of time, just apologized for hurting me. Brennus, have you ever apologized for anything in your life? I ask him in shock.
I have not.
Did I do it rightly?" he asks with a quirk of his eyebrow, looking concerned and sincere. I nod, too shocked to answer him. This is not what I expected from him at all. I expected to have been bitten the moment it was safe for him to do so, and then I expected to writhe in pain until he shared his blood with me, making me his undead slave. I have no strategy for dealing with an apology from him instead of an assault. "What do you want from me, Brennus?" I blurt out, too stunned to be anything but direct.
"There are so many things I want from you," he says, and his voice is like silk. "But to get to those things, we must build some trust between us. I cannot trust that you will not run off the moment the opportunity of escape presents itself. That is why we are still in China. I cannot take you to me home until I have assurances from you that you will not escape or bring a horde of angels down on us to fetch you. If I change you, I will be assured that you will stay with me. You would be bound to me as your master. But I do not want you as me sclavy. I want you to be me queen. I want you to choose me."
"What does sclavy and master mean?" I ask with my heartbeat pounding in my chest.
"Slave and master," Brennus replies.
He doesn't want me to be his slave. He wants me to be more, I think, feeling weak. Brennus continues.
"What I need to know is what you need from me so that we can make a bargain."
"I've been told that it's shady to bargain with evil," I reply in a quiet tone. Brennus snorts derisively.
"I've no doubt that you have. I also have no doubt that whoever told you that thought you were evil at one point or the other."
I cannot dispute that. All the angels thought I was evil at one point, except for Buns and Brownie. They never questioned me. Preben's words come to me then. He had said that the Gankana don't do anything that is not strictly to their advantage. "You must already know what I want, so why don't you tell me what you have planned, Brennus? I know that you wouldn't leave anything to chance. You must think you know how to keep me here," I say, calling him on his strategy. A deep, rumbling laugh of pure pleasure erupts from Brennus as he looks at me with a sensual darkness in his eyes.
"You are so clever, Macree. I will not be able to compete with a mind like yours in a few thousand years. I will have to work hard to win you over before long."
He smiles, and I try not to pull away from him as he reaches over and gently toys with a lock of my hair.
"I want us to come to an agreement. I will save your angles from the Ifrit for you, and in exchange you will agree to live with me,"
Brennus says softly. "We already have a plan in place for that, Brennus," I say, bluffing, because I have no idea if Reed and Zephyr have worked out a plan to save Russell and Brownie.
"I banjaxed that plan," Brennus says casually. "Your plans involve the Undines. Now that I've turned Saphira against the Angles, the other Undines will not save your Angles from the Ifrit. They tend to stick together, you see. Your Angles will now die without our help."
"I need my clothes, Brennus," I say quickly, pushing my hand through my hair in agitation.
"You do not need your clothes,"
he says as his eyes rove over my body, making me feel like he can see right through the sheet covering me. "Yes, I do. I need them so that I can get out of this bed and pace. I need to think, and I can't do that sitting here," I explain in frustration.
"What do you need to think about? 'Tis simple. I give you what you want, and you give me what I want," he says, smiling.
"Please give me my clothes," I say again. Brennus exhales a heavy breath, saying,
"Very well."
He flicks his hand and my clothing appears on my lap in a neat little pile. Surprise registers on my face, making his smile deepen.
"I'll teach you how to do that soon," Brennus promises.
Shivering at the power he wields so easily, I shrug quickly into my jeans and shirt, feeling relief at having them back. After tying my shoes, I get up off the bed and begin to pace the room, going to the doors that open to a forest outside. I feel like a caged animal with the doors of its pen wide open. I want to run, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. Putting my hand on one of the folded doors, I say over my shoulder, "Your plan only saves 2 of my angels. There is one that will go to any length to get me back." Reed will not stop until he gets me back.
"He is welcome to try,"
Brennus says with a deadly calm. I am counting on it. I need to remove him from your heart, and that can only happen if he is dead. In my mind, I'm screaming in anguish, but I try to remain outwardly calm. Only my hands tremble. I just thought of another option, Brennus. I see no other option open to you. I save your friends, and you agree to stay with me as me queen. Or I bite you, and you stay with us as me slave, while I let your friends rot, he says plainly. Or I could show you how much I love my angel. Then I can leave here and save Brownie and Russell by sorting out the Ifrit myself, I say, not looking at him, but at the world outside the door. I can sense that there are several Gankana hovering around the room just outside of it, and many more within the forest of stones surrounding us. That sounds like an improbable plan, McCree, he says in a calm tone as he gets up from the bed and walks towards me. He comes up close behind me, and his sweet scent floats to me, no longer unpleasant to detect. I feel the cold radiating off of his body, but it feels like it's pulling me towards him now. How do you plan to do all of that? Particularly the part where you show me how much you love your angle, he asks, while my body betrays me as it responds to his nearness. That is the easiest part of my plan, Musclavi, I whisper to him, calling him my slave, while turning to face him. He is so close, just a whisper away from me, as I channel the love that I feel for Reed into one perfect word. The room begins to spin as my clone juts out of me. Brennus takes a step back from me in surprise. He doesn't have time to evade my clone that runs into him, delivering my emotion with it. A look of bliss crosses his face for a brief moment, before he hears the message that accompanied it. Reed. A jealous look of black rage transforms Brennus's face just as I bolt out of the archway of the pagoda and down the crumbling stone steps outside. Feeling the fellows converging in on me to halt my escape, I pause for only a moment and bend down on one knee. Several of my clones explode out of me, 15 or more, going in every direction. Shooting back up, I continue to run forward, escaping into the woods along with all of the echoing images of me. Confusion reigns around me as the fellas split up, trying to follow several of the clones that they believe to be the real me. I don't have time to celebrate that victory, because several of the Gankana fail to be thrown off their pursuit of me. Declan and Gobin emerge off to my left side, so I veer sharply to avoid them. Declan chases me, and he is faster than I expect. Hearing him growl behind me, he calls, "Genevieve, you are still a bleeding hallion." Something whistles by my head, striking the tree in front of me and exploding in a shower of fire, igniting the ground around me. Declan is using his magic to pitch flaming death at me. Freaking fairies, I think, dodging more sparks. As fire ricochets off the rocks around me, I speed up the path ahead while it narrows and twists upward towards some kind of summit. There is a wall of rock on either side of me, so I can't deviate from the direction that I'm headed. I'm pulling away from Declan, but I still hear him trash-talking me. "Tick, tick, tick! Boom!" he exclaims as a loud blast falls behind me, rocking the ground I have just vacated and leaving the bitter taste of fear in my mouth. He is not playing with me. He is probably still a little salty about getting tossed off the balcony at the chateau the last time we met. "Give up, Genevieve. This path goes nowhere but up," Declan calls from farther behind me. "There's nowhere left to run," he says, and I hear laughter in his voice, hitting me like an anvil from above, crushing my spirit when I see that he's not lying. The path ends at a peak, where an observation gazebo was erected a long, long time ago. As I reach the peak, I twist and turn, but there is nowhere left to run. I back away from the path and into the gazebo. My eyes focus on Declan as he makes it to the crest of the peak. I stop moving as my back soon comes up against the railing of the gazebo. Pivoting, I glance over my shoulder. I see a sheer drop of several hundred feet to the rocky terrain below. Declan approaches me cautiously with Gobin directly behind him, and another Gankana that I have not yet met behind him. The fangs of the unknown Gankana jet forward in his mouth with a click as they engage. He attempts to walk past Declan to me, but Declan's hand shoots out, holding him back from entering the gazebo.
That one would be sweet to taste, Keith, but bitter to pay for. She belongs to Brennus. No one touches her except to stop her from leaving."
The look of yearning is in Keith's eyes as he stares at me like a deranged psychopath, making every hair on my body stand on end.
"Oi, Genevieve, where are you going?" Declan asks, as he raises his eyebrow that always seems to be asking the questions.
Declan looks older than Brennus. He must have been middle-aged when he became undead, but he is still attractive in a hot older man kind of way. "Who, me? Oh, you know, hot date with an Ifrit. Can't be late or he'll kill my friends, so if you don't mind, I'll just—" I start to say. Declan frowns.
"An Ifrit, is it now?" he says with his dramatic accent. "That's like talking trash to the rubbish. Going to speak to an Ifrit, that is. Did no one ever tell you that the devil you know is always better than the devil you don't?"
"Brennus is the devil I know in this scenario, I assume?" I ask, pressing against the railing of the gazebo.
"He is,"
he says as he takes a step to enter the gazebo, forcing me to climb up on the railing overlooking the valley far below. "Then you stay with this devil and I'll wish you all the best," I reply, trying to stretch out my wings as far as they will go.
"There is another saying where we come from, Genevieve,"
Declan says, watching me hold on to the post and look again over my shoulder.
"Oh yeah, what's that?"
I ask Declan, trying to gather the courage I need to jump.
"He who has the boots does not mind where he places his foot," he replies. "If you make Brennus chase you now, he is gonna have that boot pressed to your neck."
"They have a saying where I come from too, Declan," I say, turning to look at him.
"Oh yeah, what's that, Genevieve?"
he asks in all seriousness as he inches closer to me. I hold up both of my middle fingers to him as I step off the railing of the gazebo and begin to fall. Chapter 9. The Unholy Church. As I fall through the air, I have the extreme misfortune to still be facing up as Declan launches himself off the edge of the gazebo where I just jumped. He looks less than happy, too. His face is a mask of determination as he rockets towards me. He appears extremely bitter as he exposes his dagger-sharp fangs in a sneer. Maybe he is mad that I flipped him off as I jumped from the railing, or maybe he's angry at me for making him come after me on a several 100-feet drop. Whatever the case, he's salty. I turn over in midair, stretching my wings out as far as they can go, but that slows me down. With Declan moving like a streamlined missile, he is going to be able to grab me within seconds, and then we will fall together to the rapidly approaching ground. Judging by the fact that several Gankana plunged out of the sky back at our compound, they must have some way of cushioning their fall. I have a feeling that Declan is going to make it very uncomfortable for me once we hit the ground. Panic seizes me as I glance over my shoulder, seeing Declan reaching out to grasp my ankle. Kicking my foot, I try to evade his hands, hoping that he will fall past me. Declan is practically an expert at free-falling by all outward appearances. It's probably because he's a fairy, and he used to have wings before he became a Gankana. His wings were destroyed when he was transformed into an evil undead creature, but he doesn't seem to need them at the moment. He is grinning at me now because he knows he doesn't need them either. Feeling my wings catch an updraft and flutter in the current, the movement triggers something, some deep-seated instinct in me. I concentrate on that movement, how it feels, where it originated. With effort, I move my left wing up, and it pitches me sharply to the right. Declan hasn't anticipated that I would move, so he shoots past me, just missing me by inches. Concentrating harder, I move my wings rhythmically, up and down. The most amazing thing happens. I stop falling and flutter up. Looking down, I watch Declan continue to fall to the ground. His grim expression would almost be comical if he wasn't so scary. But because I am who I am, I give him a little wave as he plummets away from me. I continue to move my wings, and it takes me a second to realize I'm flying. I mean, really flying, not gliding, like I did with Russell in the woods of Houghton. I'm slow, though, not moving very far or very fast, but I am definitely moving. I try to veer away from the rough cliff wall, so that if Gobin or Keefe decide to jump off the gazebo and pursue me, they won't be able to land on me. When I am far enough away, I turn and look back at the gazebo. Several Gankana are watching me from the railing now, and one of them is the unmistakable figure of Brennus. Fear threads through me as Brennus extends his hand to me, indicating that I should return to him. I feel a pull to return to him, like he is my master. Fighting that feeling, I turn away instead and begin to head in the opposite direction, wondering how far I can fly as I try to figure out where I am. Flying is much harder than running. Totally harder. It's nothing like being held in Reed's arms as he soars through the sky with confidence. This is like being a kite and being torn in the direction that the wind seems to want to take me. I have to fight against wind currents to continue in a fairly straight trajectory. Beginning to tire almost immediately, my head still aches from the fairy dust Brennus used on me, and I'm exhausted from the struggle of evading Declan and his firebombs. I need to rest and regroup. Find a phone. Call Reed. Reed must be out of his mind with worry. I cringe as I descend towards the ground. The dense woods beneath me cause me to panic, because I have no idea how to land on even ground, let alone in the woods, but I have to land or I'm going to drop out of the sky. I pull my wings in hard as I near the trees, and I manage to fly between the branches most of the way down. When they get thicker at the bottom, however, I crash into a pine bough and fall about 20 feet to the ground. Feeling the wind get completely knocked out of me, I lay there for a few moments trying to get the air back into my lungs. I'm tempted to just lie here forever. My body aches and I need to rest, but I pull myself up off the ground and stumble forward. I have to find a town so that I can find out where I am. I lean up against a rock, breathing heavy. Stumbling forward, I walk past a few extremely large trees, and then I still as someone says,
"Evie."
Poising to run, I stop when recognition dawns on me. "Phaedrus!" I exhale in a rush. "How did you find me?" I ask, turning and stumbling towards him. I fall against his chest and he catches me and hugs me to him. As I peer into his black eyes, he smiles back at me, brushing pine needles from me.
"I have a knack for finding my targets when they need me. Rough landing?"
he asks, holding me up as I lean against him unsteadily. "A bit," I reply, feeling the super soft feathers of his wings brush my cheek like silk as I rested on his shoulder. He rubs my arms, trying to warm me up because the shock of what just happened is now setting in.
"We had better start moving, Evie,"
Phaedrus says, sniffing the air.
"I can smell them."
Seeing the alarm in my eyes, he adds,
"They are not close, but they have been through here recently. It makes me nervous."
Phaedrus grasps my hand, leading me away from where I had landed. Pulling a protein bar from his pocket, he smiles as he hands it to me. Tears come to my eyes as I say, "How did you know?" He shrugs.
"You looked hungry in my head."
Ripping open the packaging, I all but stuff the entire protein bar in my mouth, chewing rapidly. After I manage to swallow it, I ask, "When did you start seeing me in your head?"
"Last night,"
he replies.
"I saw you taken by the Gankana. I was already on my way back to the compound because I had seen some things in my head that made me worry about you. I have been in contact with Reed and Zephyr. They are planning on attacking the Gankana to get you back, once they find out where they are. I didn't know that you had escaped until I just saw it in my head. They don't know," he says.
"Where are they now?" I ask in panic.
"They are still back at the compound. They killed most of the Gankana that remained behind after Brennus took you. They didn't know where he went with you, so they have been interrogating Gankana survivors to try to find out."
"What about Brownie and Russell? Did you find them?" I ask. A pained expression crosses his lips.
"We think we know where they are. We had a plan, but now... I will tell you about it when we meet up with Reed and Zephyr," Phaedrus says cryptically. "I need to get us out of the mountains so we can find a tower that gets cell phone reception. We are blacked out, so it is just us for now."
I slow my pace, pulling against his hand and stopping him. "What happened? Did the Undines really back out?" I ask. "Because of what Saphira did?" He glances back at me before he gently pulls me forward again.
"It's more complicated than that, Evie,"
he says, picking his way between dense trees and over jagged rock. I'm sure it is. Why don't you tell me about it? I say, following him.
Reed nearly killed Saphira. If it weren't for Zephyr, she would be...
He trails off.
As it is, I hear that most of the Gankana did not survive because of him. Zephyr had to ban Reed from interrogating the prisoners because he lost perspective and was just carving them up one by one.
Oh, I murmur, knowing that I have to get back to him so that he will know that I'm okay. So he is flipping out a little. Phaedrus gives me a sidelong look to indicate that I have understated the situation.
He will be better once he sees you. I doubt he will let you go anywhere after that, so enjoy the scenery while it lasts.
Phaedrus says, half joking, trying to lighten the grim topic. I still, letting go of Phaedrus's hand. No, Reed will never let me out of his sight or near anything remotely dangerous, not after this. He'll keep me in the dark about Brownie and Russell. They're dead now without the help of the Undines. They stand almost no chance at all. That's why Phaedrus left them to find me. He can help me. He can't help them. Slight change of plans, Phaedrus, I murmur, knowing that he is not going to like what I have to say. We can't go back to the compound, or meet up with Reed, I add, almost choking on my words.
No?
Phaedrus says with confusion. You're going back to help Brownie and Russell, aren't you? I ask in a low tone. His expression turns grim.
I have to. It's what I do,
he says. Well, me too, I reply. Phaedrus's eyebrows pull together.
No, I was sent here to protect you, he states firmly.
Are you sure about that? I ask. Why do you think that you couldn't find them before? You needed my help because I'm supposed to go with you. It's the only way to save them.
You are not a virtue. You are a seraph. You cannot perform miracles, he says with a stubborn edge in his tone.
No, that's why you'll be there. Just look at me as backup, a bargaining chip, I say reasonably. Phaedrus's expression grows darker.
I don't bargain with evil. They never hold to their end,
he replies like I'm a naive child. They will if you give them everything that they want. At least I think they will, I say, biting my lip in indecision. It'll be worth the price if we save Russell and Brownie.
What if you are the price?
He asks. I'm evolving new tricks every day. I bet that soon there won't be any cage that can hold me, I say in all seriousness. If I can survive, then I can get away. You have seen what I can do, and there are other things that I can do that you haven't seen yet.
Other things? Like what?
He asks, narrowing his eyes at me. You have to turn around, I say to Phaedrus. His black eyes widen.
I have to...
Just do it, I sigh. When Phaedrus's back is to me, I remove my clothes. I move a few paces to a moss-covered boulder nearby, and then I press myself against it. Closing my eyes, I imagine Brennus walking towards me from the trees nearby, causing overwhelming fear to course through me. In the back of my mind, I whisper the word, hide. Okay, turn around. Instantly, rigidity overtakes my limbs while my body resembles the gray mass of stone speckled with moss and bracken.
You are a nymph. A sprite,
he exhales in shock, while his hand traces my silhouette. It takes a couple moments for me to lose some of the rigidity so that I can answer him. A chameleon is how Reed described me. I'm evolving to survive. Let me help you. It's my mission, I plead. Phaedrus turns his back on me again as I begin to change into my original form. Quickly, I collect my clothes and put them back on. When I'm done, I walk to face Phaedrus in order to gauge his reaction. He stares at me for a few moments before he puts his hand through his hair in agitation.
Here is what I am willing to do. I will take you to Buns and Preben. We will contact Reed and Zephyr from there, but I am not taking you with me. Too much can happen.
I nod grimly to his new plan. It gets me most of the way there. I can find them on my own when we get close. If I have to slip away to accomplish that, I'll do it. Something tells me that my enemy, the Ifrit, will find me. Brennus said he had to block the Ifrit's magic from getting to me. There will be no blocking it now. He will find me, and I will save my friends. I try hard to block my thoughts from Phaedrus, because if he listens to what I'm thinking, then he will never let me come with him. As Phaedrus and I travel through China, we are mostly on foot, but sometimes we fly, and not on a comfortable airline either, but with our wings. I thought it would be mad cool when I finally gained the ability to fly, but it's hard work, and it makes every muscle in my back, neck, and shoulders ache. I can only fly for an hour or so at a time before I need to stop and rest. Phaedrus is encouraging, trying to show me ways to streamline my technique. I'm grateful that he is here, not only for the advice, but because he had to catch me a couple of times early on when my wings just gave out on me and sent me plummeting towards the ground. Phaedrus has access to money, too, which helps tremendously. We are able to rent a car. I like to say we rented it because we left them money to purchase a new one before we took it out of the rental garage near an airport in Russia. We were considering trying to fly, but I have no papers, and the risks are too high that we will be spotted by an unfriendly, which can be anything from Gankana to Fallen, or even an unenlightened divine angel. We only stop in small towns on the way, where I buy us food, gas, and a change of clothes. Well, I don't buy Phaedrus clothes because he explains that he has special clothes, not bought off the rack. His clothes look the same to me, but it's definitely not from around here, because humans can't see it. Humans can't see Phaedrus either. He's a virtue, so I have to do all the negotiating for whatever we need. I rely on him to translate whatever anyone is saying to me because there is quite a language barrier for me in this part of the world. Phaedrus does most of the driving while I sleep. I haven't been this tired since the last time I fled from the Gankana, and it's beginning to show. Every time Phaedrus's phone rings, he just looks at the display and then puts it back in his pocket. We both know that it's one of our inner circle trying to get an update from him, to see if he knows where I am. We haven't talked about it, but it's kind of an unspoken agreement that it's better for them to think that Brennus has me. We both know that our chances of some kind of survival seem better with Brennus, so we decide not to tell the other angels the truth about going to confront the Ifrit. Phaedrus keeps watching me with a pained expression on his face, like he is reconsidering his decision to bring me along with him. Hiding my thoughts from him is becoming almost impossible, because I can hardly keep my eyes open, let alone stop my mind from wandering where it will. Maybe he is having trouble reading me because I'm so scattered, or maybe it's easier to read me because I am. I don't know. Unfortunately, Phaedrus is not my only companion on this trip. Not long after we leave Russia, the Ifrit invades my mind while I'm sleeping. His raspy voice comes to me when I'm in the twilight between sleep and wakefulness. He keeps asking me to show him where I am, but I've been able to stop him from seeing our location. He is frustrated. He oscillates between threats and the seductive promises of pleasure beyond my wildest dreams. At this point, the wildest pleasure I can think of is sleeping for a couple of days straight in a soft bed. With Reed. It is growing dark by the time we leave Kiev, where we had stopped to use the bathroom and to get something to eat. Phaedrus and I drive south, out of the city. We're close now, I say in a low tone. The city lights are gone, and the scenery has become more of a rural landscape. Enormous fields stretch out near the road, dotted with the kind of small windmills that I recognize from visions the Ifrit has been sending me.
Yes, we are very close now,
Phaedrus agrees. You know that I have to go to him, I say, looking out the window at the scenery speeding by me. Phaedrus is silent for a while. Then he says,
I know that is your plan. You have been saying that since we left China, over and over and over. I know all of your reasons, all of your arguments. It's your conversations with the Ifrit that are the most painful to me.
He looks directly at me and I cringe. I close my eyes, knowing that I haven't spoken any of this out loud. It's all been playing in my mind. He was listening to my thoughts the entire time. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were listening, I reply with a sad expression. I wet my lips, knowing that I have to convince him to let me do this alone. The Ifrit wants me, not him. He will crush Phaedrus. I can't have that. I will already be negotiating to save 2 members of my family. I don't want to add to it. I have to go alone, I say, looking at him.
This is all wrong,
Phaedrus says, gripping the steering wheel tight and clenching his teeth.
I don't understand it at all. I feel...
What? I ask in surprise that he looks so frustrated and angry. Bleak. He is usually so calm, like nothing can rattle him.
The closer we get to the Ifrit, the colder I feel,
he says, looking at me with fear and dread. It takes a second for me to understand what he is saying. When he nears a target, he feels heat. It gets warmer for him. The fact that he is getting colder means he is moving away from his true target. I'm not your target anymore, I murmur, looking at him to see fear on his face. Russell and Brownie aren't either. This is not your mission.
No, you are not my mission any longer, and I feel as if I am delivering you to your execution,
Phaedrus admits, not looking at me.
I know I'm supposed to let you go. I just cannot. Let me take you to Preben. He will have a plan. He can help.
No, he can't help, I say quickly. The Ifrit wants me. You have been listening to it speak to me. You know that if I bring Preben, the Ifrit will kill him. I have to go alone.
Maybe Preben will keep you from going there altogether,
Phaedrus says soberly, trying to find a way to keep me away from the Ifrit. Then they're dead, I say, feeling bleak too.
Maybe they already are. Have you considered that?
He asks. No, I retort angrily. Do you have a new target? I ask, fighting not to show him the dread I feel.
Yes,
he says with reluctance. Do I know your target? I ask and see him nod grimly. Who? I whisper.
Reed,
he says, and I close my eyes. Stop the car, I rasp. My head is spinning and I feel nauseous. I press my forehead against the cool pane of the glass, waiting for the car to slow down. When Phaedrus pulls to the side of the road, I say, I'll get out here. You have to go to him. I open the door and climb out of the car, hugging my arms to me as a cold breeze hits me, pushing my hair back from my face. Phaedrus opens his door too, following me as I begin walking on the side of the road.
Evie,
he says in fear. Where is he? I ask, turning to him, feeling panicked. We both know that I'm asking about Reed.
He's near where I found you. He and Zephyr located the Gancana nest where Brennus had taken you, but no one is there now. He is distraught, but in no real danger that I can see, he says.
If he's not in danger, then why are you being sent to him? I ask in confusion.
Sometimes virtues are not sent just to help with miracles. Sometimes we are sent to console others,
he says, and his words bring tears to my eyes. I see, I say, trying to hold back my tears. Thank you for all of your help, Phaedrus. I couldn't have done this without you, and I have to do this alone. I love you. Take care of Reed. Make sure he knows I love him too. Wait, Phaedrus says in desperation, rushing to my side. He strips off his jacket, wrapping it around my shoulders as he pulls me to him, hugging me. It will be okay, Phaedrus, I whisper. I'm tougher than I look.
No, you are not, he says in a low tone.
How far is it, do you think? I ask.
A mile, maybe a little more. There is a church. I believe they are in there,
he says against my hair. Keep him away if you can, I say. He knows that I mean for him to keep Reed away from the Ifrit, and possibly me too, if that monster decides to keep me and not kill me. If I can get away, I'll let you know. He nods. I pull away from him and turn to walk down the rural road that leads to the church. I don't look back when I hear the car door close. He doesn't start the engine for a long time, but watches me walk away, out of the pool of his headlights and into the darkening night. Finally, the engine whines as Phaedrus wheels the car around, heading in the direction of his new target. I hang my head in sorrow for just a moment when I know I am truly alone. I feel like I'm going to my execution, just as he had said. Then I move forward again. I hop a fence of fieldstone and cross a field dotted with Queen Anne's lace. Goosebumps rise on my arms as I pass the cluster of windmills that I have seen in a dream. The scent is sweet in the field, though, not the scent of heat, like it had been when it was forced upon me in visions. I gaze down the hill, beyond the small whitewashed house that I knew would be there. The church looms dark and grim with its rough-hewn timber façade, capped by tall, oblong spires reaching to the sky. Black, ominous clouds have collected above the roofline, as if heaven is showing me the way. Chapter 10. Survival. Russell.
Russell. Russ.
Brownie's quivering voice cuts through the hazy darkness. I try to open my eyes, but only one will cooperate with me. The other one is swollen shut. Yeah, I croak, lifting my head an inch or two off the dirt floor. The corners of my mouth are aching where crusts of blood have dried and cracked.
I just wanted to make sure,
she whispers. I hear the clanking of the thick metal chains that bind her to the wall moving as she shifts somewhere across the room from me. My body is shaking so bad that I'm surprised she had to check to make sure that I'm alive. It doesn't really hurt that bad right now. My head hurts, but that's the only part I can really feel at the moment. He broke a couple of my vertebrae high up on my back. I can't feel my arms or anything below them at the moment till my spine heals, but when it does, I'm going to be in a world of hurt. He cut pieces off of me and stood right in front of me, eating them. When he first did that, I couldn't stop screaming, horrified by what he was doing. Now I know that I can regenerate tissue, bone, flesh, so I just try to block out his image as he stands over me, hammering on my bones. But the longer this stretches on, the more I'm getting to welcome the pain. The pain isn't the worst of this, although it's pretty freaking bad. The worst part is the fear. Wondering what that freak is going to do next and when. Waiting for it to come is almost worse than it coming, and when he comes and he doesn't take me, but takes Brownie instead, I can hardly deal with that fear. And when he brings her back all broken and torn, I just about go insane. I figure I get another chance. Maybe a shot at the paradise that everyone keeps talking about, 'cause of my soul. That's not the case for Brownie. If it kills her, she's just dead. It's hard to even think now. I have no concept of how long we've been here. There's no light wherever we are. Some kind of cellar of a church. I know it's a church 'cause he drags us up past the pews to an altar surrounded by religious idols. He tortures Brownie and me on that altar, and all I can see is the arch and spires of the ceiling high above my head, while I'm lying there in a pool of my own puke and guts. The Ifrit keeps trying to turn my head inside out, to see what I'm made of, to gauge what I am. It seems confused by me and extremely pissed off. The only thing I know for sure is that it wants her. It wants Evie with a need and an urgency that I can taste, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to keep it from her.
I'm so sorry, Russell,
Brownie whispers to me across the room.
I never saw him coming. I should have seen him coming.
I can just make out her platinum blonde hair. In the absence of light in the basement, it looks white. She's sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, and her long, sleek legs are pulled up to her chest. "Skay," I managed to whisper back. "I think he's starting to like me. He didn't burn me this time." I hear Brownie exhale, and I know she's crying again. "Oh, Brownie," I say softly. "This ain't your fault. I know what I am. Something was going to get me sooner or later. I'm just sorry it got you, too. I thought it was going to be the Gancana or one of the Fallen or one from your team. Dominion, maybe."
"No, we should have been okay. We were almost there. Just a day or two more,"
she says, and I can tell she's beating herself up again about it.
"You know, Russell, this is like being kidnapped by an urban legend. I've heard about Ifrits. Everybody has. But they're so rare. Almost extinct. I never thought I'd see one,"
she whispers, sounding dazed. "I don't think this was random, Brownie," I say softly. I think he was hunting Evie. Found us instead.
Yeah, I think you're right, she replies.
Are you any closer? I ask her, trying to be cryptic. Brownie and me had just been trying to get the steel cuffs off of our limbs before the Ifrit came and got me the last time. She thought that maybe she was loosening hers the last time I checked.
No, they're enchanted. Dark magic. I feel them moving over my skin. It's making my flesh crawl, she says.
I know exactly what she means. I feel it too, when I have the chains on me. They are alive, like serpents wrapping around me instead of metal. It's just another layer of scary in this hellhole. The Ifrit didn't bother to chain me back up when he dragged me back in here this time. He knows I won't be able to move for a while after what he just did to me. The metal rattles again, and I lift my head enough to see Brownie's butterfly wings moving rapidly, elevating her from the ground as she tries with all her strength to pull the chains from the wall. But they aren't giving an inch. She gives up after a few minutes and drops with a heavy thud back onto the floor.
Have you gotten any more messages?
Brownie asks in a tentative way, while panting from the exertion. No, I murmur, spitting blood out of my mouth while touching the new molar tooth pushing up through my gum with my tongue. It's replacing the one that was just yanked out. I hope Red doesn't send any more, I add, feeling a portion of my spine heal with a pop. I feel my arms now, and that really, really sucks. Tentatively, I try wiggling my smashed fingers, but I wince as I realize that my knuckles are still shattered on my left hand, so I just move my right one. You wouldn't happen to have some aspirin over there, would you? I ask, trying to lighten the mood.
Yeah, I've been holding out on you. I've got some of that Swiss chocolate that you love so much, too. Heal faster and I'll give you some,
Brownie says with faux lightness in her tone. That was good chocolate, I say, remembering how I was going to bring some to Red, but that was the first thing we ate down here when we woke up chained to the wall. You know what I've been craving, though? I ask Brownie.
No,
she responds. Grits, the way my mom makes them, with milk instead of water, and she smothers them in butter. Real butter, not that fake crap, margarine or whatever, with salt. My sister, Melanie, she likes them with maple syrup on them. She really likes sweet stuff, but Scarlett and me, we like them just with butter and salt, I say, thinking of my family.
I remember. I like them when the egg yolk runs into them on my plate,
she says with a catch in her voice. Yeah, that's good too, I agree quietly. A tear slides down the side of my nose. I clench my teeth because I can't cry now. I can't move my hands to wipe the tears away, but my throat is aching with the need to bawl like a little girl. I'm so hungry that one minute I think I can eat anything, but then the next second I'm so nauseous that I don't think I'll ever be able to eat again. Why is this happening, Brownie? I ask, feeling completely broken and weak, like I'm going to start crying at any second, and I know that if I do, I might never stop.
I don't know. You're older than me, I think. I'm sure. I was hoping you might know why,
she says in a low tone. I'm older than you? I ask, looking in her direction, hearing the skepticism in my own tone. She's thousands of years old by her own estimation.
Oh, there's no question, Russell,
she replies, her wings fluttering as she tries to find a comfortable position on the floor.
Your soul is older than Moses, to use a cliché, and I mean way older.
How do you know that? I ask her in suspicion. Have we met before now? Before this?
I don't think so, she answers slowly. I'm sure I would remember you. You're quite a character. You would stick out.
You mean you never reaped me? My soul? I ask, still feeling weird about her being a reaper and knowing all about paradise. She won't tell me nothing, though. I've tried to squeeze her for information, but all she keeps saying is how she's not telling me, so that if I ever have my soul leave my body, she can negotiate for it with no worries. She wants to make sure that I get into paradise.
No, and I don't think I met you in paradise either, she says. No, you're older than me, for sure, and very elite. Let me ask you this. How many names have you had?
Shoot, Brownie, I say, exhaling. There are so many I couldn't begin to recall them all.
Okay, now think back farther. Can you remember a time when you had no name? A time when there was no time? Before there were names?
She asks. The hair on my arms rises up like wires. My heart pounds hard in my chest. So hard I think it will burst as I see glimpses of things I have never seen before with these eyes, Russell's eyes. Things I want back. Things I have no names for. Dark, ebony wings. What? Where? I ask her, feeling stunned. I lose the track to that memory in an instant, like something turned out the light on it.
Your soul is scary old, Russell,
she says with a smile in her tone for the first time since we have been here. We are both quiet for a while, as I think of all the things I do remember. Anger builds in me, making my throat feel tight and painful. No, I don't know why we're here, but what I really can't figure out is why they would leave us lying on the floor down here, I say in a soft tone.
I doubt they know where we are, Russell, and even if they did, they don't have magic to kill it. They would have to get help.
Brownie whispers. Brownie, I'm not talking about Reed and Z. They have to take care of Buns and Evie. No, I'm talking about them, I say, gritting my teeth, using my index finger to point up.
Oh,
she says in a sad tone.
I don't know why we're here, in this place, with these circumstances, but have you ever played with dominoes? You know, when you were a kid in one of the many, many lifetimes that you've had?
She asks me seriously. Yeah, in fact, I played with them in this lifetime, I reply. Then I grunt, feeling another pop, and then searing pain as my spine heals some more. I can feel that there are several ribs still mending after being crushed by the Ifrit's bare hands.
Are you okay?
Brownie asks with panic in her voice. Sweat is trickling down the side of my face as I fight through the pain. Yeah, dominoes, I pant, wanting something to think about other than the agony in my chest.
Okay,
she whispers, her voice shaky.
When you set up the lines of dominoes, you have to place them just right, so that when you knock the first one down, it will fall and hit the next one in the line,
she explains in a rush. Yeah, I manage to say, so that she knows I'm still listening to her.
You can't get to the end, the last domino, without lining everything up just right,
she says.
You know?
Yeah, I say, getting what she's saying. You think this is leading to something else? I ask. Something bigger?
I know it is. This is huge, Russell,
she whispers, looking over her shoulder to make sure the Ifrit isn't standing behind her. Seeing nothing, she continues on urgently.
I never expected to be in on a mission like this, with someone like you. Well, I never imagined someone like you either. I'm just a reaper. We are never asked to do work like this. This is the realm of the seraphim and work of souls that gather in his presence.
You should talk to your union rep then, because I think you're due for some overtime pay, I reply sourly.
No, you don't understand. This is an honor for me, a great responsibility to help you with your mission. I'm just scared, but I know my role is important, more important than anything I have ever done to this point, and
She is choked off by the intensity of her emotion. Are you sure I'm older than you? 'Cause I feel like I don't know nothing compared to you, I mutter, feeling grateful to have her here and guilty for feeling that way.
Russ, you're like super old,
she says, and I can hear her eyes rolling in the tone of her voice.
You're as old as George Hamilton is tan.
Aw, Brownie, that's disgusting. You're freaking me out now, I say, wrinkling my nose at her, but feeling a little relieved, knowing that thing upstairs hasn't beaten the smartass out of her yet.
Don't start tripping, Russ. It's awe-inspiring to be so old. I bet reapers don't even come for you when you die. I bet it's the thrones or the cherubim that collect a soul like yours,
she says, and I can tell she's been thinking about that a lot, by the reverent way she had said it. Yeah, well, if they come for me, I hope they know I'm fixing to get karmic all over that Ifrit. If they're gonna leave us down here, then they better let me get some kind of apocalyptic revenge, I reply, trying to shrug off the fact that Brownie thinks I'm some kind of sainted soul. I'm just me, pissed off and wanting retribution. I don't want to die before I get a chance to kick his ass.
Can't say I'm surprised. You are part seraphim, and they need to get serious payout when their line is crossed,
Brownie says.
You guys don't play nice, and if you were fully evolved, I would have serious doubts about the Ifrit's chances. I don't want to die either. There is something I want, and I haven't had a chance to find it yet,
Brownie says, pulling her knees to her chest and resting her chin on them. What? I ask, listening to the sound of her gentle breathing.
It's nothing.
She shrugs, giving me a sad smile. Brownie, in all this time I've known you, you never once said you wanted anything, except maybe to kill the Kappas. You can't leave me hanging like this, I reply.
Promise you won't laugh?
She says, not looking up. I'm pretty sure that there's no chance of me laughing any time soon, I respond. She grunts softly in acknowledgement of the truth of my statement.
Sorry, you're right,
she agrees. What do you want? I ask her again.
To be in love,
she says, like she's admitting to a crime. Why? I ask, thinking about how much it sucks to be in love with someone else, especially if they don't love you back. Or even if they do, they don't love you the way you want them to love you, the way you love them.
Because I've seen what love can do. Make you do things that you'd probably never do otherwise. It makes you stronger,
she says with a humble tone. Nah, you got it wrong. It makes you weak, vulnerable. It makes fools of us all, I contradict her.
Bullshit,
she rejects my answer.
It gives you the strength to be great. I watched you prepare to go down in that hole and save Evie from the Gankana. Don't tell me that you could have done that without love.
As I remember that nightmare, it makes a shiver of dread pass through me. Brennus is still out there. He still wants Red. Zephyr told me that he attacked them at the chateau. Brownie and I had managed to stay a few steps ahead of the cold, stinky bastards, but that wasn't easy. We had spotted a couple of them near Kiev, right before we ran into the Ifrit, the angel killer. Brownie, just make sure that when you do fall in love, that there's a chance that whoever it is will love you back, I advise.
Why would that matter?
She asks me. It sucks if they don't, I reply, feeling the cool ground under my cheek, not looking at her.
It sounds like a gift just to be in love,
she says in a naive way.
To find someone who you think is perfect, even when they aren't.
What if the person you love doesn't love you back, Brownie? I ask. And all that you say to that person is nothing to them. And wherever they are, they don't think twice about you.
I know we're not talking from experience, Russell, because I know that she loves you,
Brownie replies.
And you are lucky that you can love the way that you do. Try living without the ability to love. Or at least to love with the intensity that you do. I know that kind of emotion must be exquisite. I have only just started to love like that, and it's amazing. The way I love you guys. You're my family. I would do anything to protect that, and that is a gift.
She falls silent then, and I hang my head in sorrow, thinking about all that has happened. Lifting my head, I reach forward, pulling myself an inch or two towards Brownie, where she is chained to the wall. I can feel one of my fingers bending the wrong way, but I ignore it.
What are you doing?
Brownie asks, sounding worried. I'm coming over there, I reply, grunting as pain is making me sweat while I'm fighting for air.
But what about our psychotic friend? He doesn't like it when we move,
she whispers with fear in her voice. What's he gonna do? Beat me? I ask her sarcastically. Brownie, he didn't chain me. He forgot.
You gotta get out of here, Russell. Can you walk?
She asks, hope surging in her voice. Not yet, I reply, not being able to feel anything below my waist.
It will kill you,
Brownie whispers.
You need to head towards the stairs,
she says, trying to redirect me in the other direction. I don't think he plans to kill me. Not yet, anyway. It wants Red, and it's not going to kill me till he gets her, I say, continuing towards her.
Russell, let me tell you something about evil,
Brownie says, crawling as close to me as her chains will allow.
Evil doesn't know when to stop. It feeds on itself until there is nothing left. He may want her, but he is out of control. Powerful as he is, he still needs to be cautious because he is alone. But he is not being cautious. Ever since Evie sent her spirit to him, he has been out of his mind. I don't know what she said to him, but his urgency to have her has increased exponentially.
She didn't have to say nothing, I reply, pulling forward again and gaining another couple of inches. He just had to see her, and I squeeze my eyes shut against the pain. I'm going to come help you pull on your chains. If we can get them out of the wall, then you can get me out of here.
You are going to have to explain later how you do that thing you and Evie can do, she says, watching me struggle towards her. How did you send out a twin of yourself?
I don't know how it works. I just figured I could do it if she could, and after her twin came to me that first time, it was like she had turned on the light switch, and I could just do it too. I whisper a hasty explanation.
It's so amazing when you do it, Russell,
Brownie says with admiration. I know she's trying to keep my mind off the pain I'm in.
It's like someone pulled you through a mirror or something. The one that you sent to me was timely. I felt like I wasn't going to make it. You helped me, she says. I had sent Brownie a message while she was with the Ifrit, telling her that Red sent me another message. Red is trying to find us.
Well, it feels like someone stuffed me in a keg and kicked it down a hill when I do it, I explain. A groan of pain escapes from me.
Are you okay?
She asks with anguish in her tone. No, I'm hurting, I reply honestly, trying not to let my voice crack, but it sounds thick to my ears.
All right, get your ass over here then and let's do this,
she whispers, stretching her arm out to me as far as it will reach.
Come on, boy, time's a-wastin',
she says in the perfect imitation of my mom, giving me the incentive I need to fight. I pull myself across the floor. When I drag myself the last inch, Brownie grasps my fingertips with her own, pulling me almost effortlessly into her arms. As she wraps them round my shoulders, she holds me to her, resting her cheek against my hair.
You are such a badass, Russell. Good job. How do we do this?
She asks, stroking my wing lightly as it trembles under her fingertips. As I take deep breaths, I say, My dad always said that the best way out of something is to go through it. I think that we're never going to get the metal of your manacles to give, but that wall looks like it wants to let you go.
Okay,
Brownie says, turning me towards the wall and bracing her feet against it. I wrap a length of the chain round my wrist and forearm while leaning my back into her.
Say when,
she mouths near my ear. On 3, I whisper near her ear. 1, 2, 3. We pull the chain in unison as hard as we can. The wall strains and cracks under the intense pressure that we put on it, giving a little and making my heart beat like it did when I first kissed Alice Peterson in the 7th grade. Watching the cracks spider up the wall, I feel Brownie squeeze me as her hope translates to me.
Again?
She asks urgently. Hell freaking yeah, I whisper back. Bracing myself against her, we pull several more times, managing to get the chain to pull through the several feet of mortar, steel, and stone. The last pull ends with half the wall giving way and sliding to the floor round us. I cough at the foundation of dust that the wall kicks up, and then I put my finger to my mouth as Brownie begins to say something. My heart is pounding in my chest again, because the wall crashing down was loud enough to wake the dead. Listening, I don't hear anything from above. Maybe the monster stepped out for a while. I don't think he stays upstairs, but comes here from somewhere else when he wants to hurt us. I pull Brownie's legs out from under the debris that fell on us, and then we both grin at each other when her legs are unearthed. They are still shackled together, but her chain isn't attached to the wall anymore.
How did you do that?
Brownie asks me in awe. Well, I have to give you a chance to fall in love, so you can be miserable, just like the rest of us, I reply, trying to move my legs. I succeed in moving my left one, but I have to stop when I realize that both my knees are still smashed into pulp. I can't walk yet. I can't even stand up.
"All right, you wise-ass redneck, let's go,"
she says, getting to her knees, and then up to her feet. She reaches down and scoops me up in her arms, like I'm a little girl or something. "You been working out, Brownie?" I ask her near her ear. You know, strong women can be a turnoff, but right now, it couldn't be any sexier.
"Shut up, Marks. You talk too much,"
she whispers back as her copper butterfly wings beat with the effort to lift us both off the floor. She angles us towards the steps. We pause at the narrow stone staircase that spirals up. We both glance at each other in apprehension. The only way out is up, but that terrifying monster is most likely up there somewhere, probably pulling the tail off a puppy or something. "What do we do?" I whisper to her.
"Pray,"
she whispers back, grasping the long length of her chain that had been attached to the wall. "I'm way ahead of you on that," I admit. She hands me her chain to hold so it won't drag near the ground. The chain is attached to the chain between the manacle cuffs on her ankles. I have no idea how we are going to get them off of her, but since she is able to use her wings, we can figure that out later. Slowly, she begins to fly up the stairwell, carrying me. She loses her balance and crashes into the wall. Brownie has to squeeze me tighter so she won't drop me.
"Sorry, but you're completely huge, you freaking giant,"
she mutters. I think she is dizzy and hurt, but she is trying to hide it from me because that's the way she is. An ass kicker, just like Red. "Skay," I say, trying not to wince. "It just felt like you stuffed me in your pocket."
"That sounds painful,"
she whispers back as she continues up the stairs. "Not arguing with that," I whisper low, managing a grim smile. Some of the tension leaves Brownie's face for just a second. The air is getting hotter, muggier as we near the top. It could just be that we're leaving the cellar, or it could be that we are getting nearer to the furnace man. Sniffing the air, I can't tell. This place smells like him, like the smell of a gas stove just before you light it. When we almost get to the last step, Brownie stops and sets me down on a step, propping me against the wall so I won't go tumbling back down the stairs. She puts her finger to her lips, then she points to herself, and then she points to the threshold of the stairs. I nod, and she hobbles over the top of me to go up. I hand her the chain as quietly as I can. As she inches upward, I reach out and squeeze her hand gently, wishing she didn't have to be the one going up there alone. She squeezes mine back, and then she slips through the doorway to the church. I lean my head back against the wall and close my eyes to listen for any sound that will tell me what's happening above me. It's quiet. Eerie. Minutes pass, and nothing. Maybe she found a way out and made a run for it, went for help. I hear a rattle of a chain, and then a gasp and exhale. It is soft, like the sound of air being squeezed out. I open my eyes and struggle to pull myself up the last few steps of the stairwell. I claw my way to the landing, pulling my useless legs behind me, and I make it to the top of the stairs. When I look up, I see Brownie suspended in mid-air with that long, evil chain wrapped tightly round her, crushing the air out of her lungs. She is floating aloft in the center of the church, pale and broken, her head fallen back as she struggles to take a breath that's being denied her by the binding chain squeezing her like a python. He must be using his magic on her, because there is nothing holding her up but air. "No!" I shout, trying hard to stand, but I can't. I can't reach her, and I'm suffocating because I can't get enough air in me to breathe either. The slimy Ifrit bastard appears above me then, his golden brown eyes reflecting the fire within him like they're mirroring a campfire, flickering and dancing like flames.
"Russell,"
he lisps, while grasping me by the back of my neck and pulling me up to a mere inch from his face. "Let her down, you're killing her," I growl through my teeth, clawing at his hands with my own and trying to get him to let go of me.
"I really despise it when you speak, Russell. You never tell me what I want to hear,"
his slithering voice intones, putting his finger on my throat and speaking his ugly Ifrit language. I open my mouth to tell him to go to hell, But my voice no longer works. He turned it off.
That's better,
he sighs. Furious, I drive my head forward, battering my forehead against his. He sneers at me with breath that feels like a blowtorch against my skin, frying the small hairs and causing the smell of burning flesh to curl up to my nose. I scream, but no noise comes from me. I writhe as the aching patch of skin begins to bubble up. The Ifrit straightens up and pulls me by the back of my wing up the aisle of the church towards the altar. Brownie is still levitating in the middle of the room, her face growing paler, her lips turning blue. The Ifrit tosses me up on the altar. I try not to look at him as he moves in front of me.
Russell, I was coming to tell you that she is nearly here, my Alia. Did I tell you what that name means? It means heaven. Appropriate, no. You do know what that means, Russell?
He asks me with a smug smile.
I no longer need either of you,
he says, grinning happily. His black hair and tan skin make him look like he should be on the cover of some magazine, not frickin' carving me up in the middle of a church. If I ever picture the devil again, he is going to look just like this monster. Sickened by him, I turn away to look at the statues of the saints that have witnessed most of the unholy atrocities that have occurred here in the past few days. A sanguine smile crosses his lips.
How shall I kill you, Russell?
He asks with his gravelly voice, hissing my name.
It has to be slow, though, because you refuse to cooperate with me, so I have to make it as painful as possible. You seem to enjoy burning so much. Should we start there?
He asks. I choke on anguish as I turn my face away from him. Behind the Ifrit, my eyes alight on the most beautiful statue I have ever seen. Its marble white face is perfection, the face of love. It steals my breath away as the stone comes to life in the next instant, shedding its rocky exterior for the crimson feathers of an angel as the wings of the statue lash out round it. The angelic statue loses more of its pale veneer, taking on the soft glow of angelic skin as it soundlessly grasps the golden staff that holds a crucifix attached to the end of it. Using the staff like a sword, Evie's marbled arm thrusts the golden crucifix right through the back of the Ifrit so that it comes out the front of it, impaling him. Evie's teeth gnash together in a twisted sneer.
Let's start your death here, shall we?
Evie asks between her teeth, twisting the staff and yanking it back out of the Ifrit, leaving a gaping hole in his chest as molten hot blood pours out of him.
Chapter 11. The Bargain. Evie. The Ifrit's blood melts the metal crucifix right off the pole it is affixed to as I pull it out of its chest and through his back. Molten blood spews from his mouth, spraying the ground in front of him with a sizzling smolder. Using what is left of the melted pole like a bat, I swing it as hard as I can at the Ifrit's head, connecting with it and knocking him away from Russell's prone body on the altar. I have no idea if I can kill this wicked thing, but I have to try. He can't live, not after what I just witnessed. He dies, or we all die. There is no other option open to us. I can see that now. There will be no negotiations. I must have stunned him, because Brownie drops from where she hovered and crashes to the ground. I hear her begin to take gasping breaths as I look around for another weapon, because mine is still melting. I collect my clothes as my alabaster stone skin begins to take on its original form, and I shrug into them. I pick up one of the nearby statues and use it as a club, beating the inert body of the Ifrit as he lies on the ground by the altar. Rage is fueling me. I can't seem to stop smashing him even when I can see he is shifting, taking another form. The Ifrit is growing. With a desperate look, I scream, "God, what kills you?" I watch as the Ifrit becomes a formless blob, expanding with every second, so much so that I have to take several steps back from it.
"Red, run!"
Russell shouts to me from where I have left him. "How do I kill it, Russell?" I shout to him in a desperate plea.
"You don't! You run!"
he shouts back in equal desperation. The Ifrit's blood on the floor has ignited a fire. It is spreading to the altar. I have to drop the statue because it is not even hurting the Ifrit anymore. I run back to the altar. When I pull Russell into my arms, I feel how broken and beaten he is as he hangs loosely in my grasp. Rage causes tears to brighten my eyes.
"Run!"
Russell demands as his head lolls back. "Shut up if you can't be constructive, Russell," I retort in anger, dragging him to where Brownie is lying listless on the floor. I glance back at the altar. The Ifrit is shifting, taking on the shape of a man again, but huge. A giant who is filling the apse like it is shrinking to dollhouse size. "Can either of you move?" I ask them in an urgent voice. Brownie groans, twisting. She tries to sit up, but her ribs are clearly broken, making her gasp and writhe.
"Nah, my legs don't work,"
Russell says, staring at me like I'm going to disappear any second. I lean over and kiss him hard on the mouth, so he knows I'm real. After I pull back, I see tears gather in his eyes that match mine. "I'm going to drag you back to the corner," I explain, grasping them both, one in each hand. "This is going to suck," I warn them, and then I pull them as fast as I can to the far corner of the church, away from the apse and the altar. Brownie passes out, but Russell remains conscious. "Hold on to her," I order him, putting Brownie into Russell's arms. Russell grits his teeth.
"You have to leave, Red. You can't kill it. You can't save us. It's enough that you tried. That you came for us,"
he says in a taut voice. I grit my teeth too. "Don't tell me what I can't do," I retort. "You don't happen to still have any of those grenades handy, do you?" I ask, knowing he doesn't. He shakes his head. "Damn," I say under my breath. "Okay, maybe I'll have to reason with it after all."
"No!"
Russell shouts at me in anger, but I take flight then, soaring up so that I'm at eye level with the enormous Ifrit. The Ifrit smiles at me, and I watch in fascination as his golden eyes have the appearance of being on fire, like flames are lighting them from within. "You said that we could both get what we wanted if I came to you. I'm here, and I want you to allow my friends to leave," I say as my wings beat steadily to keep me in the air.
"You have a soul."
The Ifrit's voice erupts in a roar as the walls of the church reverberate with the echo of his voice. I quake inwardly. "Yep, and I'm a Scorpio, who enjoys holding hands and taking long walks on the beach," I reply with my jaw clenched in a sullen expression. "Let's talk." A deep, rumbling laugh comes from the giant monster, his breath reeking from him in scorching vapors, making me veer away from him to save my flesh from melting. Then he looks at me again, and his demeanor completely changes. His eyes narrow and he sneers.
"You are Seraphim, the worst kind of refuse. I had hoped that you would appear more womanly."
"I can look human. In fact, I am half human," I reply in an even tone. Flying back down to the ground, I land on my feet, retracting my wings into my back so that I no longer look like an angel. He stares at me for a few moments, and I stand as still as possible, feeling rigid with fear with my heart pounding in my ears. He steps nearer to me, shaking the foundation of the church with his massive tread. My fear increases because he can stomp on me and squash me like a bug. Reaching his hand down, he picks me up in his fist and brings me up to his eye level again. "What do you want from me?" I ask as he studies me. Gently, he reaches back down and sets me on my feet. He begins to change then, shrinking in size and shifting into several grotesque shapes before resuming the same male appearance as before, but in human size. He looks just as he did when he stood over Russell at the altar, and I want to smash his face in again.
"I want what I have been denied for eternity,"
he says in a silky tone, reaching out to touch my hair and then the skin of my face, feeling the texture of me. "Don't tell me you want a soul, because I kind of still need mine," I say, trying to head him off. His lips twitch.
"No, I do not wish to possess your soul. I like it in you."
He smiles at me tenderly. He looks almost charming. If I didn't witness his evil only moments ago, his beauty might have fooled me. He is dark, with sultry olive skin. His hair is really long and straight, tribal. His chest is bare and covered with hair, but it's not unattractive, just very masculine. He's wearing a pair of loose-fitting pants that are pajama-like. They make him look exotic. What is it that you want, then? I would like to be clear so that there are no misunderstandings between us, I ask him. His eyes soften.
I want you and what you can give me,
he says, smiling.
I have tried for centuries to acquire offspring. I want true immortality, to pass on my traits to another. I want a child, he says with reverence.
Bonds was right. He does want to breed, I think to myself, feeling ill. Why me? I ask, attempting to hide my revulsion.
I believe you can give me what I want. It would be a shame to kill you without even trying. You are so wonderfully human, a true beauty. If I hadn't seen your wings, I might not have realized right away that you are an angel, too.
Quickly and without warning, he slaps me hard across my face, making my head snap back, but I don't fall down. Holding my hand to my throbbing cheek, I look back at him, growling low. He smiles in delight at me.
You see, you are not as fragile as a human. That could have snapped a human woman's neck, but not yours. I can be rough with you.
Russell growls low and deep from the corner where I have left him with Brownie. I pray that he keeps his mouth shut and doesn't draw attention to himself. You like it rough, huh? I ask, straightening back up. He shrugs.
I have never been allowed to be rough. When I take a woman to my bed, I have to be very, very careful. But when she becomes pregnant, I know that it is over for her. The child within her will kill her eventually, and they both will die, he says with a sultry smile. But perhaps you will not. No, you are strong, healthy, durable.
You're a flatterer, I respond with sarcasm. His eyebrows come together in menace.
You mock me? He asks.
Sorry. I hold up my hand, wanting to bite my tongue. He is an insane demon. I have to remember that, or I'm dead. So what do we do now? I know what you want. You know what I want. Let's let Russell and Brownie go, then we can talk.
They have offended me. I cannot let them go now, says the Ifrit in a stern tone. They endeavored to escape me. I cannot tolerate such defiance.
My heart beats painfully. What is your name? I ask him, trying to head him off.
I am Valentine, he says.
Several sarcastic remarks come to mind, but I do bite my tongue this time. Valentine, there is no deal if you kill my friends. I will not agree to anything, I state, trying to make him see reason. His expression is one of puzzlement.
You will have no choice,
he replies. There is always a choice, I counter. He grasps my wrist, and his hand heats up to burn my skin. Searing pain shoots up my arm as he leans near my face, saying,
No, you do what I say or I kill you.
Gritting my teeth, I reply, Exactly. You will have to kill me. His eyebrows become one.
No, I will have to break you, he says with an evil grin.
I will kill you if you try, I promise, leaning into his face, ignoring the pain in my wrist. In an instant, he picks me up and throws me away from him across the church, where I hit the far wall, crashing to the floor. I lie there, stunned.
You think that because you are a seraph, the top of the chain, that you are a threat to me? He shouts. I kill seraphim for sport, he intones, beating his chest with his fist to indicate himself.
I groan, using the wall to help me to stand because he is coming for me, and I have to evade him. I get to my feet, but he catches me before I can sprout my wings and fly from him. As he holds me by the collar of my shirt, he lifts me off my feet so that we are eye to eye with each other. With a wicked smile, he says,
I am going to kill your friends now, and you are going to watch. Then I am going to see just how much pain you can take while we work on getting me a child. You want fire and brimstone, Alia? I will give it to you."
"No!" I choke in desperation, kicking at him, but it is not doing a thing to hurt him.
"That is me angle that you're breaking, Valentine," Brennus says from the mouth of the church where he's standing with Finn, Declan, and a score or more of the fellas. Valentine lowers me to my feet with a startled look on his face, but he doesn't let go of my collar. His face is changing, though. There's fear in his eyes as he watches the Gankana enter the church. "Brennus," I whisper. My eyes widen in surprise to find that I feel relief in seeing him here. It's more than relief, and I know that is an absurd feeling to have. Brennus walks casually into the church, looking around at the blood and destruction. A small fire still smolders near the altar. Blood is everywhere from days of torture, and things are smashed and broken, especially Russell, Brownie, and me. Brennus's face is turning paler as he looks back at Valentine and me. "Do you need more telling? What did you not understand, Ifrit?"
"She is mine," Brennus says through clenched teeth, raising goosebumps on my arms because he is truly enraged and scary. His fangs are engaged, and he is scowling at Valentine like he will pounce on him at any moment. Letting go of me, Valentine moves back from me, and I almost fall down from the shock of being released so quickly.
"I did not know,"
Valentine says in a humble way, bowing his head to Brennus. Brennus raises his arm, holding out his hand to me. I don't hesitate, but stumble towards it, like a lifeline. Grasping his hand, he pulls me to him, hugging me to his cold chest, and I feel relief and dread. He presses his cheek to the top of my head, saying,
"This is not how to sort out an Ifrit, McCree. You need magic. Did you try to wound it?" he asks.
I nod. He gives a small laugh.
"I thought I smelled his blood. You're me heart. 'Tis true," he says with a grudging pride in his voice.
"Come, we will go home now."
"Wait,"
I say, pulling away from his chest so that I can see his face. He looks less angry than he did when he was looking at Valentine.
"What?"
he asks me gravely. "What about my friends? I can't leave them here with the Ifrit, Valentine. He wants to kill them," I explain with panic in my voice. Brennus looks over at Russell, who still holds an unconscious Brownie in his arms. Brennus's eyes narrow when he sees him.
"Oh, look, 'tis the other,"
Brennus says, gazing at Russell with recognition on his face. I begin to really panic then, feeling ill as my face flushes with heat and my heart pounds wildly. Russell tries to give him a smart-ass grin, but it turns into a grimace.
"I didn't ever think I would say this, but I'm glad to see you stinky devils,"
Russell says listlessly.
"Y'all think you could put me out of my misery before you leave? Valentine and I don't get on, if you know what I mean."
"What, no grenades?"
Brennus asks Russell.
"Fresh out,"
Russell replies with a slow shake of his head. Valentine moves then, facing us.
"They are my kill,"
he says with malice. My legs go numb with fear. Brennus's eyebrow arches.
"They are whatever I say they are, Ifrit,"
Brennus growls back at him.
"I will deal with you in a minute."
Brennus waves his hand, freezing the Ifrit. In shock, I see that the Ifrit is completely still, but its eyes are moving, dancing like fire. Lonan and Gobin approach Russell, flashing their fangs at him. They remember him. Russell killed Alton and Driscoll, their buddies. "Brennus," I say in desperation, watching the fellas hiss at Russell. "Please."
"Please what, Genevieve?" he asks in a quiet tone, watching me. My mouth goes dry as my eyes shift from Russell to Brennus.
"What do you want?" I ask with urgency. He blinks, like he didn't expect me to say that. A slow smile forms in the corners of his sultry lips, making him look almost angelic in his beauty.
"I want Persephone," comes his slow reply.
"Excuse me?" I murmur, not understanding him.
I want the goddess that I saw in the portrait, the one that Alfred gave to me. It made me want you, crave you. That's what I want," he says, speaking of the portrait that Mr. McKinnon had painted of me as the goddess Persephone. "If you make me bite you now, you will die and become one of us, a Gankana. You will stop evolving, stop growing in power. I do not want that. I want you to be as powerful as you will be. But I cannot hold you. You're wily. If I do not turn you and make you me slavey, me slave, you could just run off. I'm willing to change you to keep you. You're mine, and I want you. But I want the goddess more."
"What do you propose?" I ask him hurriedly, still watching as Lonan hovers over Russell.
"A bargain," he says with a silky voice. "You agree to live with me and I save your friends for you."
"For how long?" I ask, feeling the crushing weight of his words. I hardly lasted a week living with Brennus the last time. If I agree to this, then it will be war between Brennus and Reed. Reed will never stop trying to get me back.
"Forever," he says without taking a breath, and I pale.
"You said you want Persephone, the goddess. She only lived with Hades for 6 months out of the year," I retort, remembering the story. All of the fellas laugh like I've made a joke. I glance at Brennus to see that he is trying not to smile too.
"You're so quick, McCree. It makes me wonder how old you really are," Brennus says.
"I'm 18, I reply, and they all laugh harder.
"Of course you are," Brennus replies, shaking his head.
6 months of each year?" he asks, like he's thinking about it, and then a slow smile graces his lips.
"That sounds interesting. But I'm a jealous creature. I want to know that you will be loyal to me, and only me, when we are together."
"How will you know that?" I ask him.
"You have to promise not to talk to your angle when you are with me," he says.
I know he means Reed without having to say his name. My heart drops. Can I even do that? I've never gone that long without Reed before. The longest I lasted was a little longer than half of that. I must not have answered him fast enough because he asks,
"Phelan, you like angles, right? How about taking the beautiful little blonde one?"
"No!" I shout, glaring at Brennus, and then at Phelan as he moves closer to Brownie. "Okay," I agree.
"This is fun, me sweet," he says, grinning at me. "What else do I want?" he asks, rubbing his chin.
He stills and his face becomes deathly serious as he scowls.
"Ah, I know. I want you to bind your life to mine," he says, frowning at me.
"What?" I say, feeling dizzy. I'm already bound to Reed. I can't bind to him too. I can't,
"No, you're right. One at a time only. Still, we can be connected, you and me," he says.
"Connected how?" I ask, not really wanting him to explain.
"Your life and mine will intertwine. If one is cut, the other one bleeds too," he enlightens me.
My shoulders round as I cross my arms in front of me. "You can do that?" I ask him feebly.
"I can," he says. "Your angle cannot kill me when you are with me, or he will kill you as well. I will give him a sporting chance. He will have the opportunity to kill me when you lit with him, but then he will be forever hunting me, and not spending time with you. That will be so dull for you, will it not?" he asks me.
"I can't do that, Brennus," I say pleadingly.
"That's the deal breaker then," he murmurs as if to himself.
Then he shrugs.
"Oh, well, it sounded fun. Okay, let's go, fellas. The angles stay here with the Ifrit."
Finn moves to my side as my knees begin to give out on me. He catches me to him, holding me up as he says in a grim tone,
"Genevieve, think about this for a second. He will let the Ifrit kill your soulmate and your friend, and then we'll take you from here where you'll be bitten and turned. What he really wants is your compliance. Do you not see that? Bren can kill Russell himself right now, but 'twould make you hate him more. Be reasonable or your soulmate will die, and you will still be ours with no chance of any other future."
"Why is he doing this?" I ask in a daze.
He wants to win your love, like Hades won Persephone's love. He made her love him, even when she did not want to love him. Give him that chance. You cannot do much worse than the alternative in his bargain," Finn says with a grim twist of his beautiful mouth.
When I see that the alternative to my agreeing to this agreement leaves Russell and Brownie to the torture of Valentine and his vast knowledge of pain, I reply in a weak tone, "Brennus, I agree to your terms." A slow smile graces his lips once again. "That is very reasonable of you," he murmurs, taking me out of Finn's arms gently and pulling me to his side. "Finn, say the words, so it shall be." "Wait," I interrupt before Finn starts the magic that will create the contract. "I have one stipulation." "What?" Brennus asks with curiosity. "No one bites me," I shout to all of the Gancana standing around. "I'm bitten and the contract is broken."
"Was it that bad, then?" Brennus asks with concern.
I nod, unable to look in his eyes.
"Right, lads, you heard her. Anyone who bites her and breaks me contract will wish they were never turned because the torture will go on forever. Eternity," Brennus promises all who listen.
"Now, are you willing to agree to this contract?" he asks me. "Yes," I say with a curt nod. "When I agree, you will then kill the Ifrit and let my friends live. They can't die or become undead or be touched or harmed or—" I trail off, trying to cover every angle that may lead to a loophole.
"Is that all?"
Brennus laughs.
"You really do not trust me, do you?"
"No, I really don't trust you," I agree. Brennus's eyes soften with affection.
"Ah, well, we will change that,"
he says in an easy tone. Finn moves in front of us then. Brennus nods to him, and Finn begins speaking words that I can't understand. The room is filling with energy. I feel like I can reach out and touch it, taste it in the air. Brennus translates the terms of the contract as we had just laid them out, while Finn speaks them in another language. "Are they telling the truth, Russell?" I call softly to Russell.
"I think so. I don't know some of their words, but it mostly sounds right," he says in a feeble tone.
"Hang in there, Russell, it's almost over," I say to him, and hear him laugh humorlessly.
"Yeah, Red. For me it is. But not for you," he replies bitterly, holding Brownie closer to him.
"You have to repeat after me, Genevieve," Finn interrupts us.
He waits until I look at him before he speaks something in his language. I try very hard to repeat phonetically what he says. When I'm done, he produces a knife. Of course, I think, looking at Finn and Brennus with a frown. "Can't we just shake on it?" I ask Finn testily. He smiles broadly at me, shaking his head no.
"'Tis not binding that way."
I exhale and ask, "What do you need?"
"A finger will do."
He smiles and his iridescent green eyes sparkle. I produce my finger. Piercing it with his knife, he gathers a drop of my blood. Brennus extends his finger too, allowing Finn to pierce it. Brennus's blood mixes with mine on the blade. The blood smokes and sizzles as it runs together, but otherwise it is uneventful. "What did I say just now?" I ask Finn as we both watch the blood slowly dissipating off the blade in a plume of smoke.
"You said, 'Let treachery return to the betrayer,'" he quotes, watching me.
"Oh," I exhale as I realize I forgot to ask about the terms of the contract. "Brennus, what happens if I break the contract?" I ask him with fear overwhelming me. "What will happen to me?"
"You cannot break it," he says in a gentle, reassuring way. "'Tis me contract. You're bound to it. Here, try to walk away from me now, like you are leaving, and you will never come back."
"Seriously?" I ask.
"Seriously,"
he replies, suppressing a smile. I turn from him with tentative steps and walk towards the church door. My heart pounds in my chest as I have an urge to run as fast as I can and get away from here forever. My feet begin to drag and grow heavy. Soon, I find it almost impossible to take another step. "Oh, I say dejectedly. Do not look so sad. You wound me, he says with a new lightness about him, smiling as I face him. What happens to you if you break the contract, Brennus? I ask. You go free, he says. But since I would have to bite you to break it, I guess I would just have to make you a gancanna and bind you to me that way. I ball my hands into fists, seeing his logic. If he bites me, I'll probably end up begging him for his blood to ease my pain. It would be really hard to resist him and try to escape, even with the contract null and void. Can you let me out of our contract, if you want to? I ask. I can rescind it at any time, he states firmly. Do not hope for it. 'Twill not happen. You will have to let me go in 6 months, Brennus. Remember? I ask. I have to give you that option. It doesn't mean you cannot choose to live with me after that, he corrects me. Same thing, I say. If you say so. But we can discuss it in 6 months, can we not? He asks rhetorically. Now, how would you like to see the Ifrit die? He asks with a cool, calculating stare. My heart twists, and Brennus's eyes soften when he sees my expression change from sadness to one of vengeance. I want Valentine dead. Valentine tortured my soulmate and made me lose my love. I want him to die slow, in the most painful manner I can think of, and the realization of how badly I want that makes me feel cold inside. Russell, I whisper, taking a few steps to him so I see him better. How? I ask, deferring to him. Russell's face hardens as he loses some of the sorrow and a light enters his eyes. I like what they did to Alfred. It was poetic. My eyes shift to Brennus's. He nods and says, Do not try to bite to Ifrit, lads. 'Twill burn your insides out. Just tear him apart and then do the spell. We do not want him to reassemble and come after the other again. It might break the contract. Immediately, Declan, Lachlan, Phelan, and Ian fall on the immobile Ifrit, tearing his limbs off while they melt Valentine to nothing with their magic. The rest of the Gancanna watch in silence as they enjoy the gruesome scene. I can't watch it all. Instead, I watch Russell's face as he receives justice for what was done to him. Russell's eyes shift to mine when it is finished, and I see overwhelming sorrow in them. I silently mouth the words, I love you, to him, and he mouths it back to me. "'Tis time that we went," Brennus says to me, extending his hand for me to take. I don't hesitate, but take his hand in mine, knowing that I can do nothing else. "Thank you," I murmur. Brennus's eyes widen a little. "You are the most confusing crater I have ever encountered, McCree," he says, smiling down at me and leading me to the door. He stops when we get there. Turning to Russell, he says, "She saved you this time. The next time we meet, however, you may not be so fortunate. Do you need more telling, boy?"
"I think we understand each other, Brennus," Russell replies with utter sadness. "Goodbye, Russell," I say, and then I turn with Brennus and walk from the church. Chapter 12. The Fellas. We arrive at Brennus's home, and I see the house itself is amazing, but it's not really a house. It's a true medieval castle built on the northern cliffs of Ireland. I'm not exactly sure where I am, but we are very near the sea because I can hear it coming through the car window. When we first enter the ornate iron gates of the estate, I think it has to be some kind of golf course because the grounds are expansive, tailored and pristine. But that is nothing compared with the noble façade of the stronghold that it surrounds. The castle has much of the old stone of the original fortress, but there are places where it has been rebuilt with new stone and lighting. We pull through a medieval portico and park before the imposing wooden doors. As I step out of the sleek car that had carried a silent Brennus and me from the private airport, I feel intimidated by the sheer size and scale of this place. Brennus takes my hand in his cold one, and I do not pull away from him as he helps me out of the car. Walking with Brennus towards the enormous doors, I see man-sized stone gargoyles with vicious fangs on either side of the entranceway,
I shiver at the sight of them, and I wonder if these gargoyles represent the distant relatives of my new family. In the formal reception area, the huge stone fireplace of the old hall still remains, but the ceiling had tumbled in ages ago. Now, wrought iron columns stretch up to the glass ceilings, so that when I look up, I can see all of the ivy-covered towers of the castle above me. Tapestries and carved wooden furniture mix with beautiful modern items, such as a grand piano, in a way that makes it seem that they belong together, have always belonged together. If the circumstances of my arrival at this place were different, I would have wanted to see everything, but instead, I ask to be taken to whatever room they have planned for me. Brennus assesses me coolly, not saying a word. He nods his head, and Phelan and Lachlan materialize in front of me, indicating that I should follow them. The rest of the place is just a blur, because I am led down several winding hallways and up elaborate staircases to arrive at one of the tower's posh suite of rooms. I have been in this elegant room for several days now. As I lie in the enormous bed and listen to the footsteps coming down the hallway to my room, they have such a purposeful stride that I know they are coming for me. I pull one of the exquisite pillows up over my head with a groan, just before my door is thrown open from without. The footsteps stride through my sitting room suite and into my bedroom, where they stop at the end of my bed. One heavy foot taps for a couple of seconds before a muffled voice says, "Genevieve, are you getting up in this century?" Ignoring the voice, I pull the blanket up over the pillow and snuggle further into the comfortable mattress of this enormous bed.
"I think that was no, Bren," Finn's voice lilts.
"She's acting like a waster. You're acting like a waster, Genevieve, and 'tis going to end,"
Brennus says, and I can feel the anger and frustration in his voice. "That's dark and scary, Brennus," I reply, my voice dripping with sarcasm from under the blanket. "What's a waster, Finn?" I ask.
"A human junkie,"
Finn responds helpfully.
"Well, you would know, I guess, Brennus, since you make them that way on a daily basis," I reply, feeling harassed. "Do you intend to stay in here alone the entire time you're here?" Brennus asks me angrily. "Our agreement says that I have to live with you. I never said I'd talk to you. Any of you."
"Shine Yarua Engel,"
Brennus mutters before the bed levitates off the floor and begins to shake. In seconds, I am dumped on the carpet while my bed still hovers over my head in midair. As I sit on the floor in just an oversized t-shirt that I had scavenged from a wardrobe in one of the other rooms, I give Brennus one of my severest scowls. "What did he just say, Finn?" I ask, gritting my teeth.
"He said, 'That's it, you red-haired Engel,'"
Finn translates helpfully, trying hard to suppress the smile forming in the corners of his mouth. My eyes lock on the light green ones of Brennus as he crosses his arms over his chest, glaring back at me nefariously, while scanning every inch of my legs exposed by the hitched-up t-shirt.
"Where did you get that thing you're wearing?"
Brennus asks with his eyebrow arching.
"What, this?"
I ask with an innocent widening of my eyes, while using his accent to mock him. "I borrowed it from one of the fellas." "I have been wondering what Dundo Chlab means," I say, looking at them to see they are both trying hard not to smile now as they read the words printed across the front of the shirt. "It means, 'Shut your gob,'" Brennus says as the corners of his eyes soften. He holds out his hand to help me to my feet. I wrinkle my nose and ask, "What's a gob?" Ignoring Brennus's offer of help, I pull my t-shirt down as I rise to my feet unassisted.
"It means mouth, Genevieve," Finn says. "It means, 'Shut your mouth.'"
"Then why not just say that?" I mumble in irritation.
"Why would you want to wear that when I have given you closets full of beautiful things to wear?"
Brennus asks me in confusion. "You like them, you wear them, Brennus," I say, crossing my arms over my chest and glaring at them.
"Do not be daft. All the clothes are for wands," he replies like I'm crazy.
"No, all the clothes in there are for porn stars," I counter heatedly. "I don't even know what to do with half the stuff in there," pointing my finger adamantly at a wardrobe.
"Ah, you're being silly,"
Brennus says with a dismissive flick of his wrist.
I storm over to one of the many wardrobes in my room. "Oh yeah? What's this? Or this?" I ask in frustration, pulling lacy bits of things out that I have no idea how to put on, not that I would even want to. I toss them at Brennus, who dodges and ducks them. Brennus's eyebrows pull together in a frown. "Get dressed. I expect to see you downstairs today. Or else," Brennus says, striding towards the door. "Or else what?" I ask as Finn follows Brennus. Brennus pauses and says over his shoulder, "Have you not learned yet that you do not want to know?" Without looking back at me, Brennus leaves my room with Finn trailing close behind him. In frustration, I pace my room, trying to figure out what I should do next. I have to figure out a way to make Brennus break our contract so that I can be free to leave here and find Reed. My heart twists as Reed's face enters my mind. He must be really, really mad at me for agreeing to Brennus's terms. He would never have made a bargain like this. I have to start thinking more like him. He always seems to do the right thing, whereas I make a mess of everything. But my friends are still alive, so I must have done something right. As I rifle through my closet for something to wear, I hate everything I see. Not because it's all bad, but because it's all very sexy, and the last thing I want to do is entice a bunch of killers. No, I plan to repulse them, make them find nothing appealing about me. With that thought in mind, I walk out of my bedroom into the large sitting room that is attached to it. My stomach growls because they stopped sending trays up yesterday in an attempt to starve me out of my room. I have to go downstairs anyway, just to find some food. I open the door that leads to the hallway a crack. Phelan and Lachlan are milling around at one end of the hall, while Ian and Declan are shooting dice at the other end. I don't want an escort on my next mission, so I wait until they all have their backs turned to me. When no one is looking, I dart through the open doorway across the hall from mine. It's one of the fellows' bedrooms, one of my personal bodyguards, Declan, Lachlan, Phelan, and Ian. I know they all stay on this hallway so they can be close to me, and I'm pretty sure that they are hating their new assignment because I haven't really left my room, forcing them to do nothing all day but wait for me to surface. I go directly to a wardrobe and rummage through it quickly, finding a green and white striped rugby jersey. I pull it on, but all the trousers are way too big, falling off me the moment I put them on. I have to settle for a pair of boxer shorts and a pair of really long athletic socks that go up well past my knees. Walking to the window, I open it and look out. There is a stone terrace several stories down from this window. Our rooms are located in one of the tower sections of the castle. The stone outside the window is covered with ivy that is as thick as jungle vine. Grasping a handful of the vine, I jump from the window and easily pick my way down the wall to the terrace below. I let go of the vine at the bottom and stride by the open glass doors of the terrace, seeing several very chicly attired Gankana inside an enormous room. The room is like a comfortable men's club with thick, soft leather chairs and polished side tables. As I pass another set of open glass doors, I look in and recognize Ninian sitting in a leather chair that is facing the terrace and the grounds without. Ninian is reading a beautiful leather-bound book. Walking casually through the doors, I ask, "Which way to the kitchen, Ninian?" When he glances up, his mouth drops open a little. I know I must look shocking to him. He is probably used to all the women around here doing everything they can to look as attractive as possible. I, on the other hand, have not showered since I arrived, or even attempted to brush my hair. I know I look frightening, and I try to hide the little smirk that is forming in the corners of my mouth. Too shocked to respond, Ninian just points to the door behind him. "Thanks," I reply. I walk to the door he indicates. It leads to a broad hallway. I call over my shoulder, "Left or right, Ninian?" When I glance back over my shoulder, I see several Gankana milling around where Ninian is seated, watching me with avid curiosity. "Left," Ninian says. I nod and head left. After walking into several rooms that are clearly not the kitchen, I find what I am looking for at the end of the hallway. It's a huge medieval-looking kitchen made of stone that has been completely updated with all of the modern amenities of any five-star restaurant. Several women are running the kitchen, doing dishes and cooking what looks and smells to be the chicken soup that I remember so well from my time in the copper mine. My stomach turns over at the aroma. I feel sickened by it, and I know that there is no way I will be able to taste that soup without becoming violently ill. Don't they know how to make anything else? I wonder, holding my hand over my nose so I won't smell it. These women are definitely under the thrall of the Gankana. I see puncture marks on their necks that indicate they have been a snack for at least one of the fellas. In a daze, a girl about my age speaks to me in an Asian dialect that I don't understand. She seems to be indicating the soup on the stove, offering me some. I shake my head, feeling an overwhelming sorrow for her. How long has she been here? How long will she last? Do you have anything else? I ask, hoping she might speak English, but she just stares at me, not understanding what I'm asking her. None of the women seem to speak English, so I wander around until I find a huge walk-in pantry. Browsing the shelves, I spot something that I recognize. Pulling a jar of peanut butter down from the shelf, I twist the lid and sniff it. My mouth waters at the familiar, comforting smell. As I walk back out into the kitchen, I find a spoon in one of the drawers. There is a wide table in the kitchen with several stools positioned around it, but the thought of eating in here with the doomed is more than I can take. I leave the kitchen, looking for a quiet place to eat. As I pass a couple of beautifully attired Gankana in the hall, they both stop talking and stare at me like I'm an apparition. Their fangs engage with a click, causing my heartbeat to kick up. I attempt to remain outwardly calm until I turn down the first hallway that presents itself. Goosebumps flitter up my arms as I stifle the urge to look over my shoulder. I hurry down several more hallways in my search for a place to be alone. In the middle of another hall, there stand two large, weathered suits of armor, flanking an enormous set of double doors. Intrigued by the presence of the ancient armor, I stop to admire the cold, smooth surface of one of the silent warriors. Turning from it, I push a heavy wooden door aside and enter a very masculine bar that I'm going to name the Knight's Bar, for all the suits of armor within it lining the walls. It looks like it may have been the chapel of the castle at one time in the distant past, but it has been converted into a very chic tavern. The walls are lined in dark wood, with an intricate Celtic knot carved into the top of each panel. Stained glass rosette windows adorn every wall, letting in colorful light that draws intricate patterns on the floors and walls. Heavy chandeliers hang from the exposed beams, peaking high above my head and casting soft light down on the tables beneath them. A sleek bar area is built into the side of the room. Wandering behind the bar, there is every kind of alcohol known to man stocked behind it. I let my eyes wander over the labels. Some are in English, but most aren't. It's a menagerie of colorful bottles and liquids that would make any evil scientist cringe in envy. Selecting a glass from the bar, I fill it with water from the tap and then carry it to one of the polished tables by the bar. Sitting down on a chair, I prop my feet up on the table while dipping my spoon into the jar. As the peanut butter melts in my mouth, I have to fight the tears that spring to my eyes. Memories of homemade lunches packed by Uncle Jim into paper bags with juice boxes and carrots flash in my mind. How did I get here? I wonder as I attempt to swallow past the lump in my throat. I take a sip of water to try to ease my throat, and I almost gag on it as Declan, Lachlan, Phelan, and Ian stroll into the room. Lachlan and Phelan look relieved as they both slow and go to the bar to lean against it. Declan and Ian, on the other hand, walk with cool, corporate precision to my table. Pulling out chairs across the table from me, they both sit down, glaring at me. "By all means, have a seat," I remark with sarcasm. "Peanut butter?" I ask, offering my spoon to Declan, and then Ian with a quirk of my brow. Ian looks askance at the peanut butter and growls at me. "We have to go over a few ground rules, Genevieve," Declan says in a stern tone right before he looks at me closer. "Is that me shirt?" he asks, appalled. I shrug. "Could be. Where'd you leave it?" I ask.
"'Tis me lucky shirt, Genevieve. You blighter. You took it from me room. Are those me pants too?"
he accuses me, pointing to the boxers I'm wearing. Dipping my finger in the jar, I pull out a huge glob of peanut butter. I pop it in my mouth, pulling my finger back out, and then I wipe my finger down the front of the shirt in question, watching his brows draw together in a scowl. "It's not that lucky, Declan. You're still sitting here," I say, picking up my water and taking another sip.
"Ah, you're disgusting," he says. "Is that your plan, then? Make us toss you out when you smell as bad as the rubbish. And you do smell, lass," he says, wrinkling his nose as if I offend his senses. "It's not going to happen. He will never let you go, no matter what you smell like." "Hey, Pot, you're black, stinky, rotten flower boy," I mutter, feeling my cheeks redden as he easily sees through my plan. Ian's fangs shoot forward in his mouth, causing Declan and me to look at him.
"I love it when you blush,"
he says, shrugging his shoulders lightly, and all the hair on my arm stands up as he gazes at me with longing in his eyes. Declan rubs his forehead in irritation.
"Do us a favour. Go and feed and then come back," Declan orders Ian.
Ian retracts his fangs and gets up from the table, leaving the room in a fraction of a second. Shaking his head in frustration, Declan turns back to me. "Rules," Declan begins, but stops when I interrupt him. I hold up one finger, saying, "Rule number 1, don't bother me when I'm eating. I don't bother you when you're eating. Let's consider it a mutual respect thing."
"Respect?"
he asks, looking at me with widening eyes.
"If you had respect for us, then you would have told us you wanted to leave your room. Then we would have come with you, and then we would have gotten you something better to eat than that stuff you have found for yourself."
"I want to be alone," I say. "Why do you have to follow me around anyway? It's not like I can leave," I point out, frustrated that I can't be alone.
"This is not Disneyland, Genevieve,"
Declan says in a serious tone, watching me across the table. "You think, Declan?" I shoot back, because he is stating the obvious. He ignores my sarcasm and says,
"There are those here that could be tempted by you, even though you belong to Brennus."
"I thought you said I'm disgusting,"
I reply, using his accent.
"Disgusting for you, which makes you still very, very sexy. Have you no idea then what you look like? What you are like? You are a legend round here. The fella's favourite thing to do is sit round and tell all the stories of you from the caves," he says with a speculative raise of his eyebrow.
"So I'm a fish story, the one that got away. Until now," I mutter with a grimace.
"There's that, but they mostly like to tell about how you didn't allow Brennus to turn you. They all know what that means," he says significantly.
They all would. Some, if not all of them, have been turned into Gankana by the same method of starvation and thirst that Brennus tried on me, but I didn't give in. I was prepared to die.
"Of course they also like the story of how you killed Keegan," he adds, smiling. "They call you the Queen of Hearts, 'cause it was off with his head."
I feel like he just punched me in the stomach, hearing Keegan's name and knowing how I had killed him. I say quietly, "Keegan was insane. He wouldn't stop."
"He was insane," Declan agrees, "and he would have killed you, so you took care of him. No one disputes that. He died a good death. It just makes you that much more attractive, Angle. So you need us, because you are too much of a temptation, for now anyway. If he turns you, then you can walk around here without us. Maybe you should ask him to do that, and then I can be free of you."
"But then I'd miss you, Declan." I smile mockingly at him before eating another scoop of peanut butter.
"Eves,"
Molly calls, and my head snaps toward the doorway to see my friend entering the room, walking with a casual swagger that has every eye on her.
"There you are. Everyone is looking for you. Brennus is pissed off. You better go tell him you found her, Deck, or he might have a total meltdown. He heard that you were wandering around alone and almost went postal," she says significantly, looking at Phelan and Lachlan, who have guilty looks. "Phelan, tell him where we are,"
Declan orders, and Phelan is out of the room with military precision.
"What are you eating? Peanut butter?"
Molly asks me as she comes up to me, and leaning down, she hugs me tight, pressing her icy lips to my cheek. As she pulls back, she says,
"It smells so disgusting. I used to love peanut butter, and now it smells like, fertilizer or something.
She rubs her nose like it stings, while Declan snorts in agreement and Lachlan grins. Don't laugh, Declan, or the lucky shirt is going to take another hit of stink, I warn him, brandishing the peanut butter near to his shirt.
Eves, you look... Did you take a shower today?
She asks, trying to be discreet as she plugs her nose. I'm so sorry, Molly, I murmur, feeling tears spring to my eyes, as I look at my friend who has been like a sister to me. I can't fix what they've done to her. I can't undo it, and the agony of that fact is crushing me. They made her a beautiful, undead monster.
It's okay, you don't smell that bad.
She tries to reassure me when she sees my tears. I'm sorry that I made you their target, I explain right away, so that she knows exactly what I'm talking about. My tears are running down my cheeks, and I'm unable to do anything about them.
Oh, that,
she says, waving her hand in the air like it's of no consequence.
No worries. I like being Gankana. It rocks.
What? I ask, not believing what she's saying, as I wipe my tears with the sleeve of Declan's shirt.
Yeah, it's stellar. They made me a demigod. I can't believe you wouldn't want this,
she says, and I can see she's telling the truth.
They made me beautiful. My skin is flawless. Look at my hair,
she says, holding it up. It's thicker and longer than it used to be, with a beautiful shine to it that makes me want to reach out and touch it. You like it? I ask her, stunned.
I can have anything I want, whenever I want, however I want it. I only need to reach out and touch it. Take it. The family has been good to me. Since I've been the only female that they have turned in centuries, it's like being invited to join an exclusive boys' club, she admits. I only have to answer to my master. Oh, and Brennis, of course. But I get carte blanche because I'm your special friend. So sláinte, Eves, she says, hugging me again.
Who is your master? Do I know him? I ask in a quiet tone. My whole body is still, waiting for her to tell me the name of my target.
Of course you know him. It's Finn.
She says his name breathlessly, like she worships him or something. I close my eyes, feeling the knife twist in my heart. I trusted Finn, and he killed my friend.
My life is so perfect now, Eves,
she whispers, seeing the anguish on my face. Her face still holds its innocence, even though I know she's truly a killer now. She sinks into the chair next to me and takes both of my warm hands in her icy ones. How can it be perfect? You kill people for sport, I ask with regret.
Yeah, but it's their own fault that they are so tasty,
she says, smiling into my eyes.
Sorry, inside joke. If it makes you feel any better, I don't eat what they import here. Females aren't my thing, if you know what I mean. I like to find prey that makes demons look like kindergartners, the really mean ones, because they're the most fun. You know, the men who beat their wives or those wankers who beat up people for no reason other than the fact that they're stronger and they can. They're everywhere, in every pub, on every street, in every neighborhood. There's no shortage of sucky men, she explains to me.
So you're like a superhero, keeping the streets safe for the normal folk? I ask her with a skeptical look.
Not really. I just love watching the horror on their faces when the little girl they were going to destroy turns out to be a freaky monster that can tear them apart, she replies. The strong ones scream the loudest. Did you know that? She asks, and I shake my head. The weak expect to be victims, but the strong, they never see it coming.
Killer karma, Malls? I ask.
Irony, Eves, she replies.
You should see her, Genevieve, Declan says with a proud glance towards Molly. She's a vicious terror. She likes to wear gloves so that she does not drug her victims when she bites them. You would know what that is like, wouldn't ya?
Yeah, I know what that's like, I admit, losing color at the memory.
I tell you true, wands make the most vicious killers. That's why we rarely turn females. You are hard to control and willful.
Pain makes everything taste so much sweeter, Deck. It just wouldn't be the same without it.
She winks at him, and he smiles back like he finds her savage nature precious. What about your family? I ask, trying to change the subject. Pain enters in her eyes.
What about them? They don't know. They think I'm dead. We made it look like I died in a fire. They will move on, and so will I. I'm immortal now. I have Finn and the family to protect me, and now my best friend. My life couldn't get any better than this."
"You have no soul," I say softly with the weight of regret in my voice.
"I don't miss it. There is such power in what we are. Surrender, Eves. You won't regret it," she says in earnest.
"Can't," I reply, shaking my head and thinking of Reed. Molly's eyes show fear.
"He will break you,"
she says of Brennus in a low tone to me, leaning towards me. "He will try," I agree.
"I can't protect you,"
she whispers in my ear. "I know," I whisper back, and I drop her hands to hug her tight. "We're playing for different teams now, Molly," I say, feeling tears collecting in my eyes again.
"We'll draft you. It's just too much fun on our side," Molly says with confidence.
Pulling away, her face lights up and she rises from her seat.
"Don't be sad, Eves. Check this out. Finn taught me how to do it. I'll teach you," she promises, holding her hand out in front of her.
As Molly concentrates on the palm of her hand, she whispers words that I don't understand, but I feel the air around her changing, like there is now the scent of electricity that wasn't there a moment ago. Instantly, a small flickering flame bursts into life in the palm of Molly's hand. Looking up, she holds the flame out to me, smiling as it dances and wavers weakly.
"I still suck at it, but it's getting better,"
she smiles, and then she closes her hand, extinguishing the flame. From behind her, Finn enters the knight's bar, clapping his hands.
"That's very good, Molly. You learn so quickly, Malaya,"
Finn says proudly. Molly's smile broadens while I grow tense. Killing scenarios enter my mind as I get up from my chair. I pull Declan's rugby shirt from me, tossing it to him where he is still seated at the table. Knowing that the t-shirt that I put on underneath is going to tear off me in a second, I hold the front of it to me. When my wings shoot from my back, I manage to tie the tattered ends of the shirt around my neck and then around my waist, tying it in the back so that the shirt now resembles a backless halter top. All of the Gankana in the room are watching me with interest as Finn slows his pace to us. Backing up from him, I move to the suit of armor directly behind me. Turning, I pull the battered, war-tested sword from the grasp of the hollow metal figure and hold it in my hands with a menacing scowl. "You!" I call to Finn, seeing him tense. I back up to the next suit of armor and pull a second sword from its grasp. Tossing the sword to Finn, it falls to the ground with a loud clatter in front of him.
"Genevieve, I canna fight you,"
he says in a soft tone, not picking up the sword I threw at him. "Yes, you can, Finn. Pick it up," I insist, letting my wings arch out boldly as I begin to stalk Finn. Molly's fangs engage. Click. When she realizes what I'm doing. Hissing at me, she steps in front of Finn, facing me with a defensive posture that lets me know that I will have to go through her to get to him. "This is between Finn and me, Molly," I say to her, trying to figure out how I'm going to get to him without hurting Molly.
"He is my master,"
Molly replies, not moving an inch away from Finn. I shift away from them and use all of my speed to run at the wall beside me. My speed helps me defy gravity as I run onto the wall and arc past the point in the room where Molly and Finn are standing. Then, using the wall like a springboard, I rocket off of it and dive to the floor behind Molly and Finn. Finn pivots and shields Molly, while I raise my sword and bring it down, angling it towards his neck. It stops before hitting him as it smashes into an invisible barrier that forms between Finn and me. Dropping my sword, it feels like I shattered the bones in my arms. I hug my arms to me, growling at Finn through the invisible film between us. As I look around quickly, I reach out and grasp the back of a chair in my numb hands, hurling it at Finn where he stands in front of me. The chair smashes and splinters into pieces as it hits the barrier he has erected around Molly and himself.
"Stop, Evie,"
Molly demands while I stalk around their barrier, throwing my shoulder up against it to test it for weaknesses. I need to find a way in so that I can mop the floor with Finn's head. Circling them, I come back to face Finn. Looking directly into his eyes, I ask, "Why?"
"Because I want her,"
he replies.
I asked that she be mine when it was determined that we would turn her."
"Why you?" I ask, and my voice cracks with bitterness at the betrayal I feel. He was my only friend, and he destroyed that in an instant.
"Because I had nothing of my own till her, and I will kill anything that tries to take her from me," he retorts with menace.
My eyes narrow as I ask, "Do you love her?"
"She's mine,"
he replies with lethal precision that makes my eyes widen. That is probably the closest he can come to saying he loves her while we are in front of Declan and Lachlan, who are trying to figure out what they need to do to stop me from killing their second-in-command. Cold hands slip around my waist, pulling me back into a solid chest. I don't have to look to know that Brennus is holding me in his arms like a steel cage. Leaning down, he whispers in my ear,
"You cannot kill me, brother McCree."
"Why not? He killed my friend," I reply heatedly.
"She is content,"
he replies, and I see that he's not lying. Molly loves him, and for now, she is a favored pet. And maybe more than that where Finn is concerned, I think grudgingly.
"Finn will be a good guardian to her. He will teach her everything he knows, so that she will thrive. He has affection for her, and she has affection for him. Who are you to say that 'tis wrong?" he asks me.
"I'm her sister," I say, feeling tears fill my eyes. I try to choke them off because I don't want to cry in front of any of them. I can't show any more weakness or they will use it against me. "Let me go," I say, but Brennus's hands tighten on me as he pulls me against him, hugging me like he can't let me go.
"'Tis going to be hard for you to adjust here, we know that. Give it time, McCree. You will see that we all just want the best for you," he says, and I try not to scoff.
"Brennus, you're tearing my heart out, and when it's gone you may not like what's left of me," I say softly, pulling hard to get away from him. He lets go of me with reluctance, and I point to Finn.
"Stay away from me."
I begin to walk to the door.
"Where are you going?"
Brennus asks me in a stern tone. "To my room," I reply.
"Good. You need a shower. But first, we must have a discussion, you and me."
"So, have a seat," he orders.
I stop, knowing that he'll have his way one way or the other, so I might as well stay and listen to what he has to say to me.
"Declan, Lachlan, wait outside with Phelan and Ian. Finn, I'll talk to you after,"
he says, and I stand stiffly as Finn and Molly pass me without a word, like I have wounded them or something. When I am alone with Brennus, I sit down at a table and watch as Brennus looks around at the overturned tables and smashed chair.
"You know that Finn could have easily hurt you?"
Brennus asks as his eyes fall on me. I shrug. Maybe.
"No, maybe. He could have broken you in two because he is very powerful," Brennus says. "He would not do it, though. And you know why?" he asks me.
"Because you'll kill him if he does," I reply.
"There's that. But with Finn, I think 'tis more that he loves you too," Brennus says in a soft tone.
I scoff.
"You laugh?"
Brennus's brows draw together in a frown.
"Why do you think he asked for Molly? He wants something to love that will love him in return, and I think he has found it. He has not had that since before he was turned, and after we met you, he began to crave it, to yearn for it."
Brennus is watching me for my reaction.
"He's trying to find an alternative to fighting me for you, and I think he has. I think he is content with Molly."
"He killed her, just like A killed you," I say, watching him for his reaction. "Did you kill Finn so that you could control him like a slave?" I ask, wanting badly to hurt him like he's hurt me. Brennus stills. Click. His fangs thrust forth in his mouth, letting me know that I have offended him deeply.
"You want to know what happened? You want to know how it was for Finn and me?" he asks with deadly calm.
"Yes, I want to know why he's so loyal to you," I reply, feeling every nerve in my body growing tense and alert because I know I'm pushing a very lethal predator, one that can have me begging for mercy in a matter of seconds.
"Finn is me little brother, me true brother,"
Brennus says significantly.
He was the light of our family, always following me around. He was the kind of lad that everyone liked. He could make anyone smile with his antics,
Brennus says, and his face loses some of its sternness.
He was so different from me. I was the eldest, quiet, responsible, always working hard to be the best at everything. Finn just did not have to work at anything. He could just do whatever he wanted because of his sweetness. He just drew everyone in, and you felt better for being near him. Do you know what I mean?
He asks me, and I nod. It's the same with Russell. He's just like that too, I say, and see the flash of recognition in Brennus's eyes when I mention Russell's name.
One day, our village was raided by the Gankana, and Finn was taken. Me mam cried for days. She begged me Aher, that's me father, to send out warriors to try to fetch the ones that were taken, to get Finn back for her. Me father was the equivalent to a king where we came from, but he knew 'twas no use, that they were probably dead, drained as food.
So you went instead? I ask quietly, knowing the answer.
I did. 'Twas Finn. I had to try to get him back,
he says like there was no other option open to him.
I did not stand a chance against A, but I went anyway. I was so scared and filled with rage. I know how it feels, McCree, the rage that eats at your insides like a poison because you know that you lost, that there's only defeat left to you. I was in that cell too, but I could not choose death like you did. I could not leave Finn alone, to face A alone, to be his slave. He is not like us, McCree. He is not strong like that, he whispers.
He moves to my side. Bending down, he wipes away the tears that have fallen from my eyes. His face softens as he scans mine. He is looking at me like he has never seen me before, or tears. Maybe no one has mourned his death in a long time, but I feel filled with sorrow over the loss of his life.
Just when I think I know everything about you, you surprise me. You can have tears for me, even when I have hurt you, he says with a gentle voice.
You're like me, Brennus, I murmur. Sometimes we don't know that it's best to run. Hanging on in desperation seems to be our way.
You're a warrior. Defeat is never to be tolerated, but 'tis the way, Genevieve. I take something you love, like Molly, and it makes it easier to submit, because you cannot leave her here without your help, without you to protect her, he says. It will be up to you to see that I do not have to take anything else that you love, like the other,
he adds, and I know he is talking about Russell. Would he try to turn him too, just to bind me to him more than I am now? I wonder feebly.
You're too strong. Submission is hard for you. I know that. I promise you, 'tis the last thing you'll ever have to submit to, because after that, I will give you the world. Anything you want. Everything. Just choose me. Love me.
Why would you do this to me if you love me, Brennus? I ask in desperation, not understanding why he would insist on my becoming Gankana if he himself would have chosen death if it had not been for Finn. He strokes my cheek lovingly as he says,
Because I know more than you do. I've lived for a long time. I see what lies ahead for you. You have more enemies than you know. The angels who have been protecting you must know what you are facing, even if you do not. I wanted nothing to do with you when Alfred first told me of you, knowing what you will face. Without that portrait, you would probably still be back in Houghton. It's because I love you that you're here now. I'll protect you, even if you do not like it.
I don't like it. I want to go home, I breathe, placing my hand over his on my cheek and staring into his eyes.
You are home. Accept it, he replies.
I lower my eyes from his, dropping my hand. My shoulders round. I want to go to my room now, I say in a near whisper.
You can go in a minute. I want to say one more thing to you, he says softly, gripping my chin and turning it so I will meet his eyes again. You cannot walk around here unaccompanied. This is your home, but till everyone gets used to you being around, I need you to be watched.
It's for your protection, not because I do not trust that you will hold to your end of our bargain," he says in a gentle tone, watching me for signs of dissent. The thought strikes me then like a bolt of lightning. I can't be bitten. That breaks the contract. If they bite me and I survive it, I'm free. Then I cringe, remembering the pain and fierce need for blood after I was bitten the last time. I had been almost completely out of it and would have given in not soon after if not for Russell saving me. Could I survive it again? If I can, then I can have Reed. That's worth any risk, worth any pain. I must be smiling because Brennus's face still's near mine. "What are you thinking?" he asks in suspicion. "Be careful not to get too caught up in my world, Brennus," I warn him in a soft tone, watching his eyes grow darker. As I reach out and touch his face, running my fingertips over the cold plains of his cheek, I add, "I may just end up doing you wrong." "I will remember that, you sweet angel," he replies, focusing on my mouth. "See that you do," I reply. "I want to spend some time with you, McCree. Will you allow me to show you around the grounds later on, after you have cleaned up a bit?" he asks. My hand stills on his cheek. The Brennus I know gives orders and expects everyone around him to do what they're told. To be asked is quite a change. Sure. Why not? I have no idea where I am right now and no way of knowing how to get back to my room. Maybe you can let me in on that secret too," I say, watching his eyes as I pull my hand away from his face. "Maybe I could," he replies playfully. "You're in the kirk. I should have known that if you're looking for an angle, you should start in the chapel," he says. Standing, he extends his hand for me to take. "Well, it was empty, so it looked like a good place to eat in peace," I say, taking his hand and walking with Brennus out the doors. My personal guards fall in behind us as we pass them, making me feel a little self-conscious. I'm only wearing a backless t-shirt that says, "Shut your gob," and Declan's boxers that I had to fold over at the waistband so they wouldn't fall off of me. My wings are arcing out too, because I haven't tried putting them back in. I probably can, but they're helping me feel less naked. Passing fellows I don't know, they all stop and step to the side, allowing us to walk by while they incline their heads. Why do they all do that? I ask Brennus, inching closer to him because it's kind of creepy. "'Tis a sign of respect," Brennus says, knowing what I'm talking about without me having to explain it. "What am I supposed to do when they do that?" I ask him. He smiles down at me in amusement. "Nothing, but if one of them does not do it, you tell me and I'll kill him," he says. "Why?" I scoff, thinking of the fellas in the hallway earlier that flashed their fangs at me. "You are their queen," he replies. I roll my eyes. "Oh, that's right," I say with sarcasm. "Where is my tiara? And I seem to have misplaced that darn scepter." Brennus's face grows serious. "If 'tis a tiara that you want, it will be yours. But they know what you are without it," he replies. "I don't want a tiara, Brennus," I sigh. "I wouldn't know what I'd do with it. You have seen how I was raised. I know that you have been in the house that I grew up in. They said you took everything that I owned from the storage unit. This is all so... I don't... I say before falling silent because this is all so bizarre. Magical creatures aside, I can't get over the opulence of where I am now. It's like the chateau where everywhere I look there is an amazing work of art or a delicate silk-covered settee, and these are just hallways. My room is filled with priceless pieces of furniture and artwork, but I have yet to see anything that used to belong to me in it. "I understand," Brennus says next to me. I frown up at him. How can he possibly know how I'm feeling? "Molly told us many stories of when you were a wee lass," he adds, placing his hand on the small of my back as we begin to climb a grand stone staircase, ushering me up. "She said this will be hard for you, and that you're not one to crave a lot of attention or wealth. That makes things harder for me, not easier." "Why does that make it hard for you?" I ask him curiously.
Well, making you me queen makes it a centre of attention, and I am wealthy, so you'll probably feel like a stranger in a strange land, he says. I almost stumble because that's exactly how I feel. And since I treated you so poorly the last time you were with me, you are probably scared too, but you will not show it, because you have more courage than you should. Maybe you're not as scary as you think you are, I reply. He looks at me with a grin. I am scary. Never forget that, he warns, turning into my room. Only Declan enters the sitting room of my suite with Brennis and me. He checks everything before he nods to Brennis and leaves the room, taking a position with my other guards in the hallway. Turning to Brennis, I feel awkward with him here. This has been my sanctuary from all of them for the past few days, and now he's invading that space. It's his house, but I feel territorial about these rooms. Twisting my hands nervously, I blurt out, "Where do you sleep?" His eyes grow dark, and a small smile softens his lips. I try again. I mean, where's your room? "This is me room," he says, watching me grow pale as all the color drains from my face. "Excuse me?" I ask. "I have moved most of my things into this closet in the suite," he says, walking to one of the enormous walk-in closets, and pulling it open, he lets me see his exquisite suits, tailored jackets, shirts and ties, belts and shoes. "I do not require sleep, so giving you the bed has not been a hardship to me, unless you consider that I miss being in it with you. I thought that you needed some time to get used to me before we get to that." Feeling my heartbeat kick up and my face flush with color, I turn away from him and the closet, not seeing much of anything. Brennis walks across the sitting room to the opposite wall from the bedroom. He opens another door, and as he holds it wide, he beckons me into a large, comfortable office area that has a carved desk. Handcrafted sofas and chairs are arranged in a few seating areas, but there is still plenty of room to roam around. I walk with measured steps to the windows that have a view to the sea beyond. A wide set of double doors leads to a balcony that has a stone table and luxurious chairs for sitting and enjoying the sun, if it ever comes out in this part of the world. Mostly it has just been overcast and gray, I think to myself, feeling numb. When I turn away from the view, my eyes lightly touch everything in the office until they fall on something that makes my pulse beat painfully in my chest. Without a word, I walk to Brennis's desk, picking up the figurine on it that I recognize. My fingers tremble as I run them over the smooth marble surface. The image of me in my field hockey uniform. It's one of the carvings that Reed created. It used to be in his room in Crestwood. "'Tis as if he saw you in the marble, and worked till he set you free," Brennis says from just behind me. "It tells me what I need to know about him." I know better than to speak Reed's name to Brennis. He is testing me to see what my reaction will be to all of this. "It says a lot about you, too," I say, putting the statue back down on the desk, just where I had found it. "What does it say about me?" he asks as I turn to face him, noticing his beautiful arching eyebrow rise in question. Reaching out, I play with a button on his shirt, looking up into his eyes to see that they are focused on my fingers. "It says that you are so possessive of me that you will not even let him have a piece of stone if it represents a piece of me." A sexy smile forms on his lips while he touches my finger as it rests against his chest. Bringing it to his cold lips, he kisses just the tip of it, watching my reaction to see what he is doing. "That is very shrewd, Genevieve. What will you do with that information that you learn?" he asks, his dark hair falling across his brow as he leans closer to me. "I'll do with it what you've been doing," I reply, watching his lips near mine. When he is a breath away, I say, "I'll use it to my advantage. You have your plans, and I will have mine." "The sooner you stop seeing me as your enemy, the sooner we can begin to enjoy one another," he says softly, pressing his cold lips lightly against mine. I want to be indifferent to his kiss, but that is not the reaction I'm having at all. I feel a mess of emotions all caving in on me. I feel rage and desire, a need to tear him apart coupled with a need to pull him to me. I grip the edge of Brennus's desk so that I won't do either option. I cannot allow myself to hurt him because I'll be hurting myself too. Not until I get out of this magical contract. As he pulls back from me, deep desire enters Brennus's light green eyes.
So strong,
he says to himself.
Even with me in your blood, you can still resist.
What? I ask breathlessly.
I have bitten you. I'm in your blood. I know that you desire me. 'Tis what happens when you're bitten. And yet, you fight it,
he says, puzzled yet very intrigued. You forget. He is in my blood now too, I say in a soft tone, watching anger transform his face from lovely and sultry to cold and hard. He must not have remembered that I swore a blood oath to Reed. Reed's blood is now mixed with mine, so that he is always with me, no matter where I am.
I will erase him from everything, even your heart,
he promises me with deadly calm. His words steal my breath for a second while images of ways to crush Brennus flash in my mind. The angel in me is raging, wanting to suffocate him like he is doing to me. He is empty bliss. I will free myself from him, and then I will kill him. I force myself to smile, but I know that it's not reaching my eyes. This is a game, and the winner is the one who doesn't lose his cool. To the victor goes the spoils, Bren. Don't be angry if I'm a sucker for the underdog, I say, pushing him back lightly with my hand so that I can step around him. I'm going to clean up. Then you can show me the house. I walk out of the office and across the sitting room into the bedroom. Closing the door, I run to the bathroom. I close that door too, locking it even though I know that he doesn't need to use a key to open the door. He can just break it down. Leaning against the door, I hold my breath. But Brennus is not following me. I can still feel the shape of his lips against mine as I put my fingers to my mouth. But that is nothing compared with the empty shape he leaves inside my heart. Chapter 13. The Queen. After taking a quick shower, I walk to the vanity, finding all kinds of perfume bottles that range in different sizes and shapes. I unstop a few, holding them to my nose to smell the scents inside. They range from light, flowery odors to exotic, sexy aromas. I don't put any of them on. I bet that the scent of my blood is heady enough for the fellas without adding anything to it. Taking my time, I style my hair, sweeping it up away from my neck. A plan has been running through my mind since I left Brennus in his office. I want to see just how much of a temptation I am for him and the fellas. I have to figure out if one of them can be enticed into biting me. If so, I have to prepare myself for that type of scenario because once I'm bitten, the clock will be ticking for me. I will need to have some access to blood other than Genkana blood. The last time I was bitten, Russell had given me venison blood to drink to curb my bloodlust. The need to consume blood to stop the gnawing ache is overwhelming. If I can get something like venison blood and stash it somewhere that I can get to easily, I may have a chance of escaping before I become a true member of this family. Running the hairbrush through my hair, I pause as I look at the perfume bottles all lined up elegantly on the vanity. I put the brush down and pick up a glass bottle that is larger than the others. It has French writing on the front of the silver label. Unstopping it, I dump the contents of it down the drain of the sink, rinsing it out. It won't hold more than a few ounces, but maybe if I fill up several of them with blood, I could put them in strategic places. Maybe if I can get to a couple of them after I have been bitten, I can survive the hallucinations long enough to get away from here. Wine bottles might be more useful. I can fill them with more blood, but the perfume bottle may mask the scent better. I don't want any of the fellas finding bottles of blood lying around. It could tip them to my plans. My hand trembles as I think of the pain of being bitten. This plan is a huge risk, one I should think about more thoroughly. I had hoped that I could last the 6 months. Then, when Brennus lets me go back to Reed, as our contract stipulates, I could strategize with Reed and come up with a plan to get out of this contract before I have to go back to Brennus the 6 months after that. But I know now that Brennus has absolutely no intention of ever letting me go back to Reed. He allowed for my stipulation to the contract to buy my compliance for a time. The statue in his office told me that Brennus won't let me be with Reed, not for 1 second. Never. If I ever want to see Reed again, it will be up to me to find a way to stay alive and break the contract. It will have to be before the 6 months is over, too. That is the deadline. Brennus will have to make a decision, figure out another way to keep me or turn me, or make me fall in love with him, as is his current plan. Good luck, pal, I think with derision. Time is also a factor for me for another reason. I already ache from not being with Reed. I feel like a huge piece of me is missing. In the night, lying alone in the dark, I have been making bargains with time. That is what I do. I try to go for a few minutes without thinking about Reed, because when I do, my heart feels constricted. It's worse when I think about what he must think of me for what I have done. I shut him out. Knowing that he wouldn't have let me go to the church that night, I didn't give him the opportunity to stop me. I have made my bargain and left him behind. I hope that he knows that I will find a way to come back to him. I will, but will he let me come back to him after what I've done? I can't think like that or it will bury me. I will have to get away and hope for the best because Reed is my home. Tying the silk belt on my robe tighter, I walk to the wardrobe in my room and find slinky little undergarments to put on. It takes me a few minutes to figure out how to put on the lacy black garter that holds up the matching stockings, but I am finally able to slide the last clasp into place. I locate a sleeveless little black dress that molds to my body, and I put on a pair of very high black heels that must have cost a small fortune based on the label. I find a tailored black trench coat and take it with me as I walk through my rooms to the sitting room. Popping my head into Brennus's office, I find it empty. I walk to the hallway and find Declan and Phelan leaning against the wall, looking bored to tears. They both straighten when they see me. Their eyes bulge as they look me up and down like they have never seen me before now. "Hi," I smile at them both. "I'm looking for Brennus. He said he would show me around the house. Do you know where I can find him?" I ask as they continue to look at me with weird expressions, like they're holding their breaths. Neither one of them answers me. They just keep staring at me until Phelan exhales. When he does that, click, his fangs thrust forward in his mouth.
"Banjax,"
he mutters in frustration before turning to Declan with an anxious look.
"She doesn't even have her wings out either, Dec. This is bad."
"'Tis," Declan agrees. "This is a security nightmare. We're dead," Declan adds, pinching the bridge of his nose like he has a massive headache. "Have you fed today?" he asks Phelan. Phelan gives him a sharp nod.
"I did. 'Tis the first thing I do when I know I will be seeing her,"
he says, running his hand through his hair in frustration. "We will have to have a new feeding schedule. We may each have to feed a few times a day now. That way, 'twill make it easier," Declan says, like he is trying to work out a complex problem. "Trouble?" I ask them, searching their faces. "There is," Declan says, eyeing me like I still have on his lucky shirt. "Your treachery in the flesh, you hellion." "Me? What did I do?" I ask incredulously. "I took a shower and I brushed my teeth," I say, smelling myself for any hint of a foul odor. Declan sighs. "Maybe we can make her put some of that peanut butter on. That helped," Declan says to Phelan.
"Maybe, but we can still see her,"
Phelan replies grimly. Putting my hands on my hips, I let my wings shoot out of my back in agitation, while I tap my foot, waiting for an explanation from them. Phelan looks at me again, and there is longing in his eyes. He turns to Declan again with concern. Declan scowls at me, saying, "Go and feed, Faye. Take Lachlan and Ian with you. We will wait here till you get back. Hurry." When Phelan leaves, he asks, "Was that absolutely necessary?" "What?"
I ask in confusion. "To Wings! You're trying to torture him!" he asks in a severe tone. "Of course not," I retort, feeling embarrassed as a blush stains my cheeks. "Should I go and put some perfume on?" I ask, lowering my eyes. I didn't know that I still stink. "You do not stink. That's the problem. You smell like what paradise must smell like, and you look like the most exquisite sin. The wolves downstairs will be howling for you, and they are just stone statues. I have an idea what the other fellas will do when they see you. But it is not good. Most of them will try to behave, because they know that if they do not, Brennus will kill them. But some may not be able to control themselves, and will have to be sent away, for now. Phelan is ancient. He has more control than most, and you saw what just happened. Without the Wings. With the Wings." He trails off. "The fellas like my wings?" I ask. "We do," he replies grudgingly, like telling me he likes anything about me goes against the grain. "All the lasses where we're from have wings. Although they are more like your reaper wings, but the feathers are just as seductive." "Oh," I say, feeling a twinge of guilt for something I have no control over. "What do you want me to do?" I ask. He exhales a long breath. "I'd say die, but I do not know if that will fix this. They would probably have trouble staying away from you if you were undead too. We just have to be extra vigilant. Maybe add a few more seasoned fellas to your personal guard." I wrinkle my nose. "Do you have to do that? Isn't 4 plenty?" I ask. "It should be, but you make me nervous," he says. "I think I like you better in me lucky shirt." I smile brightly at that. "I think I liked wearing your lucky shirt better."
"Hallion,"
he mutters under his breath while shaking his head. "Do you want to come in and sit down while we wait?" I ask Declan with a faux casual shrug. He looks at me skeptically before stepping inside with me. I walk back into the sitting room, and he waits until I sit in a carved chair before he seats himself stiffly on the chair farthest away from me. Feeling awkward and stiff myself, I wet my lips and then ask, Have you been here long?" His eyebrow arches in question because he doesn't know what I'm asking. I try again. "Have you been a Gancana for a long time?" Narrowing his eyes at me, he says, "I have." Holding my jacket on my lap, I play with one of the buttons on it as I ask, "Do you like it?" "What?" he asks with suspicion. "Do you like it, being a Gancana?" I ask, wishing I hadn't opened my mouth when I see the sneer on his face. "What kind of a question is that?" he asks, like I'm a complete idiot. "I'm sorry," I say immediately. Molly said it rocks. I was just wondering what you thought about, being a fella, undead." I stammer, blushing more because I do sound like an uncouth idiot. "I just thought you would probably have a more enlightened perspective than Molly because you have been around forever. I mean, for a while. I'm sorry. Forget I asked," I say, falling into a painful silence. The clock on the mantel ticks loudly for a few moments, and I almost jump when Declan says, "No one has ever asked me that question." "Really?" I mutter. "Not that I can recall, no. I am as old as the mist, and older by 2, and you're the first to ask me that," he says, looking surprised. "Oh, I hope I didn't offend you. I'm usually not as mean as I have been to you. You just seem to find me in my worst moments," I say honestly. I had no idea that I have the ability to shock him, but apparently I can. "I keep trying to figure you out, lass," Declan says, assessing me. "Oh?" I respond. "I keep wondering if 'tis courage or if 'tis naivete that leads you to do all the brave and foolish things that you do," he says with sincerity in his tone. "You will let me know?" I ask with a small smile. When he looks at me in question, I add, "You'll let me know when you figure out if it's courage or naivete, won't you?" He smiles then, the first real smile I have ever seen from him. "I will," he agrees. I nod my head and we both fall silent again for a while. "I miss being alive," he says abruptly, like he really didn't know he was saying that out loud. When he sees the question on my face, he explains. You asked me before if I like being undead. I nod my head to him in understanding. 'Twas funny, watching you eat. I felt like I wanted to join you, even when it smelled vile. Well, I can't blame you. Peanut butter is really very good. It just looks disgusting. I smile. Being around you, lass, you make me remember what it was like to be alive. You make me remember my family, the one I had before I was turned, he says, looking at me. What were they like? I ask, wondering about fairies and their world. Lively, he says distantly. They laughed a lot. Yeah, my uncle was like that too. We used to laugh all the time, mostly at things that weren't that funny, but he had this laugh, this great laugh, that when you heard it, you just couldn't stop from laughing too. Declan smiles at me again, showing all of his perfect teeth. He says, Me uncle was like that too. I remember. He had a laugh like a goat, and when he would get going, there was never a dry eye in the place, 'cause you'd laugh so hard you had tears from it. I grin as he laughs at his memory. You ready to hit it, Deck, or you're going to be knitting her a sweater? Ian asks, entering the room with Lachlan and Phelan in tow. I was just warming up to asking Declan to show me how to throw firebombs, Ian. Thanks for ruining my opening, I say, rising from the chair. You want to learn how to throw elf darts? Declan asks in surprise, while following me to the door. Is that what they're called? I counter, raising my eyebrow at him as we enter the hall and walk towards the stairs. Like the ones you were hurling at me in China? 'Tis. Scared, were ya? He asks with a smile on his lips. Not really. You missed by a mile. You were shanking them off to the right. You may have to work on your follow-through, I tease, and I am gratified to hear them all laugh at my insult. Ian interrupts then and asks, Why would you want to learn how to throw elf darts? You have to ask? I just got served by an Ifrit. I need better arsenal, I answer. You have us to protect you now, Ian replies as we turn the corner, heading down a wide hallway where other fellows stop in mid-sentence, stepping to the side to let us pass. Walking by them, I hear click, 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 as fangs engage in their mouths. My entourage and I keep walking like nothing happened, but Phelan and Lachlan glance at each other, doing that male telepathy thing. I struggle to remain outwardly calm. I'm willing to learn, if you have something useful to teach me. And elf darts seem useful, I continue, passing more fellows as we near the hall. Click, 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 as we stride on. Genevieve, do you have any other clothes? Phelan asks me as we near huge doors at the end of the wide hallway. It's all kind of like this. Why? I ask as we stop at the closed doors. Well, when you walk, your legs are so. The straps to your garters keep showing as your dress inches up. 'Tis teasing the fellas is all. 'Tis so sexy, Phelan stammers. I blush and Ian whispers to Lachlan, I love it when she does that. Maybe that is something you should speak to Brennus about, because I already told him I need different clothes and he ignored me, I explain honestly. Maybe you will get somewhere if you put it under the heading of security risk. She could wear a muumuu, and 'twould make no difference, Declan says, shaking his head at me again. She was just born the sweetest sin. Ian, tell him we're here. Ian slips in the door, letting it close so I can't see around it. What is this? I ask Declan. I thought we were meeting Brennus for a tour of the house. Yar, but he wants to formally introduce you to the family first, Declan replies. Are they all in there? I ask, feeling my heartbeat kick up a notch. Not even close to all of us, but the ones that matter are in that room, he replies in a gentle tone, probably hearing the beating of my heart. A little warning would have been helpful, I breathe, feeling my heart jump to my throat. What am I supposed to do? Declan shrugs. Nothing. They just want to see you. Think of it as a photo op, Declan replies. He is ready for her, Ian says, pulling the door wide. Declan leans near my ear and whispers, Stiff upper lip, lass. Dinna be afraid.
No one will touch ya.
Straightening my posture, I whisper back, I'm not afraid, Declan. I've had bus drivers that are scarier than you guys. A deep rumble of laughter issues from Declan at my lie as I move forward into the room. Heavy tapestries line the walls of this medieval hall, depicting fairies in a hunt. I have no idea what they're hunting in the embroidered scenes, since I've never seen reptilian-like winged creatures like them, but they look vicious. Weapons of all kinds also line the walls, and I find it less than comforting that I cannot name half of them. My eyes find Brennus almost immediately at the far end of the room. He is standing in front of an enormous mahogany table that stretches 50 meters or more, almost the entire length of the room. The other Gankana are in front of ornately carved chairs, which line every inch of the table on both sides. They are wearing expensive tailored suits that fit each one of them impeccably. As I glance back to Brennus, I see that Finn is on his right, and the chair on his left stands empty. My chair, I think grimly. Keeping my shoulders back and my chin up, I stroll with my guards past the first few Gankana at this end of the table. Click, 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 click. The sound of fangs engaging one by one resonates in the room as I walk down the line in front of them, on my way to the head of the table. I plaster a small smile on my face, trying to make it seem like their reaction to me is no more than I expected, and not in the least bit terrifying. Inside, I'm cringing and hoping that I make it to the end of the room. My wings flutter a little, causing rapid-fire click, 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 click to unfold in an instant. Keeping my eyes on Brennus, his expression is growing darker and darker the closer I get to him. By the time I reach the end of the table, his scowl is ferocious. Not knowing what to do as I near Brennus, I go directly to his side. He doesn't say a word to me, but continues to stare at me. Longing is there, deep in his eyes, making me feel a disturbing pull towards him, an answer to his desire for me. Reaching my hand up slowly to his cheek, I trail my fingers down the planes of his face, like I have seen the Gankana do to their victims. I try to smile. I think they like me, Musclavi. Do you want me to tell them to shut their gobs for you? I ask, quirking my brow to him. Some of the fury leaves his face at my teasing. His arm clasps me tight around my waist as he pulls me into him. Lowering his face to mine, he kisses me with no thought of the witnesses in the room, or maybe because of them. Cheers erupt around us while my hands are balled into fists against Brennus's chest by the time he finishes kissing me. Turning to the crowd of Gankana, Brennus announces, "This is Genevieve, your queen." The crowd all shouts in unison, "Enter!" What did they say? I whisper to Brennus, not taking my eyes off the killers in front of me. "They say unite," he replies. "'Tis our motto." More cheers echo in the hall, making everything feel off-kilter and surreal, like I'm slowly drowning. "Would you like to address them?" Brennus asks me, and I turn to him, feeling stricken. I glance from Brennus's face to Finn's on the other side of me. His brow wrinkles in concern. I narrow my eyes at him, and then ignore him to face the masses of pale faces ahead of me. "Sure, why not?" I shrug, clearing my throat. I clasp my hands behind my back so that no one can see them shaking. "Hi, I'm Genevieve. You will have to excuse me if I seemed a little apprehensive when I first came in here. The last time I was in the presence of a gathering of Gankana, I had to fight for my life, so, shoo, glad that's not happening again," I say, pretending to wipe the sweat from my forehead. "I just want to say that I've never been a queen before. I don't think that I'll be any good at it, but I promise not to make any of you eat cake or pay taxes or anything like that. I'm hoping it's more of a figurehead type of position, because where I come from, we really don't buy into the whole evil dictatorship thing you've got going on here. We leave that to North Korea. Anyway, thanks for your warm reception. Sláinte." When I finish, the place is dead silent for a few moments, until they all burst out laughing like they will never stop. Brennus pulls me nearer to his side and whispers in my ear, "I may not be able to ever change you, McCree. I'm afraid that if I make you a true Gankana, they will only follow orders from you." "Ah, then my work here is done," I reply, deflecting his flattery. "Would you like to see the rest of the house, then?" Brennus asks, grinning. "I would," I respond, using the affirmative that the Gankana seem to always use. I think it's their way of never saying yes to anything. "Fen, finish up for me here. I'm going to take me queen to see the estate," Brennus orders. Finn inclines his head and Brennus leads me to a set of doors in the back of the room. I'm relieved because I don't want to walk by all of the fellas again. Moving through a long hallway, I peek at Brennus, who watches me with a smile on his face. I clear my throat and say, "I didn't see Molly in there." "Molly has not earned a spot in there yet," Brennus replies. "That was for the Lech. That word means warrior. They are the warriors who have proven themselves to me. Molly has much to learn before she can enter that room." "Are you teaching her to fight?" I ask. "Fen will see to that," Brennus replies. "Or he may not. 'Tis his concern, not mine. She is not me sclavey. I didna create her." We stop then in front of another set of enormous wooden doors. The doors are carved with intricate dragon-like figures whose heads jet out ominously from the flat surface of the portal. Opening the door for me, Brennus ushers me into another long room with vaulted ceilings, just like the hall that I had come from, but this one does not contain a long table in it. This one is like an armory, where wicked-looking weapons glitter evilly in the slats of light from the narrow openings along one wall. As I walk further in, my eyes wander over the menagerie of deadly weapons that cover nearly every inch of the stone walls in this hall. Maces, swords, spears, chakrams, daggers, axes, bows, shields, machetes, throwing stars, armor, and other things that I have no names for are on display. Strolling quietly through the room, I pass by scores of armor. It all looks ancient. It's not medieval, like the Knight's Bar armor. No, all this stuff looks otherworldly, inhuman. I pause in front of a large suit of armor that can be described in no other way but fairy-like. It seems somehow more beautiful than the rest. Making a circle around it, I see that it's long, like a silver tunic that is embellished with intricate gold-toned trim. The entire surface of the metal is etched with Celtic knots and scrolls. There is a golden set of wings affixed on the center of the silver breastplate. Silver chainmail leggings hang from the metal tunic with long leather boots attached to them. The boots are covered with silver metal, making it look similar to the framework of a stained glass window. The coolest parts of the armor are the slits in the back of it that were created, I'm guessing, to accommodate wings. The metal gloves of the armor hold a weapon in its grasp. I reach out with reverence and touch the intricately carved battle axe that is attached to a long metal shaft. The shaft of the axe is as long as the javelin that Z trained me to use, making it nearly as tall as me. It has several notches to position my hands on so that they will not slip down the shaft easily when hefted. The blade of the axe is silver and resembles one of my wings, like the way my feathers lay upon each other and serrate along the edge. But the axe edge is sharp and menacing, lethal. On impulse, I pick up the battle axe. The metal in my hand feels different, eerie. It has a vibrating current in it that is like an exquisite hum of an instrument I have never heard before. I rest it against my cheek, feeling the vibration and hearing a sweet melody that sounds like a lullaby. "Do you hear something?" Brennus asks me breathlessly. "Yeah, it's like music," I reply. I begin to hum along with the beautiful lullaby as it weaves lovely patterns in my ear. Smiling, I glance at Brennus to see that he looks stricken. What's wrong?" I ask in alarm, pulling the blade away from my face. It has not done that since..." He falls silent, staring at me. "Since when?" I prompt him. "It has not sung since I brought it with me to face A. I thought it died with me," he explains in a low voice, reaching out to take the weapon from me. He holds it to his ear and listens intently. "Can you hear it?" I ask. He looks so sad that I want to do something to change that. He shakes his head and begins to lower the weapon. I reach out and touch it, grasping the shaft of the weapon in my hand. I press the flat of the axe head gently to his ear. The vibrations ignite in it again as I press my ear to the opposite side of it, hearing the lullaby play again. "There it is. Do you hear it?" I ask.
"I do,"
Brennus murmurs. His hand moves to cover mine on the hilt of the axe, squeezing it lightly. Immediately, my personal guards all jet to different parts of the room, pulling weapons from the walls. Lachlan makes it back to my side first. He stares at Brennus, who lowers the axe from between us and inclines his head. Lachlan turns to me and asks,
"Will you hold this?"
He holds up a spear that is capped with a diamond-shaped double-sided blade. The hilt of the weapon is intricately etched, just like the axe had been. Sure," I reply with a confused look to Brennus. Moving to Lachlan's side, I grasp the shaft of the spear just above his hand, while he raises it to his ear and listens. Lachlan leans down so that I can press my face to the other side of the weapon and hear the humming sound of a different lullaby. After a while, Lachlan straightens up and there is pain in his eyes when he says,
"I never thought that I would hear that again."
"What is it?" I ask.
"Home,"
Lachlan replies sadly. "Why does it do that?" I ask.
"It wants you to know that it will protect you, that you don't have to be afraid,"
Lachlan replies, his voice sounding thick with emotion.
"It wants you to know that it will fight for you, that it chooses you too."
Declan interrupts Lachlan by thrusting a ferocious-looking spear non-threateningly between the two of us.
"Try this one,"
he says gruffly. This spear looks like it has row after row of sharp, spiky fangs jutting out of it. "Yours?" I ask as my eyebrow arches.
"'Tis,"
he says, looking lovingly at the brutal weapon. "Okay," I sigh, gripping the handle of the spear near his hand. Declan's melody is surprisingly poignant, like it aches for him. Before the song is over, though, Declan lets go of his weapon. He turns swiftly and leaves the room. Holding Declan's spear in my hand, I look at Brennus. Brennus's eyes soften.
"'Tis okay. He will be back in a little while,"
he says quietly, taking the spear from me and resting it against another suit of armor. Phelan and Ian have similar reactions to hearing the songs of their weapons again. They both look like someone punched them in the stomach. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that they would do that if I touched them. I didn't mean to," I trail off.
"No, that was a gift that you gave to us,"
Lachlan replies.
"None of us ever thought to hear home again. We just miss it. That's all."
"I know how you feel," I say. "The same thing happened to me."
"What?"
Brennus asks in confusion. "It's ironic, really. It happened in your cell, in the caves in Houghton, when I was dying. My Uncle Jim, whom I considered my home, came and laid down next to me in my cell and held my hand at the end. I never thought I would see him again while I was alive. I think it was his soul," I say, feeling the poignancy of that moment again. "It's a gift and it's a curse, because you can't go back and change the past, no matter how much you want to. You can't keep them. You have to let them go." Each Gankana in the room stares at me with the oddest expressions on his face. They look almost humble, and that is something I never thought I would see.
"Why did you pick up this weapon, of all of the thousands in this room?"
Brennus asks, studying the huge battle axe in his hand. "Well, it was held by the suit of armor, but I guess it's because it's the one that I wanted," I say. "I like the blade. It looks like my wing, do you see?" I ask, running my finger gently over the edge of the serrated blade.
"I do. There are hundreds of suits of armor in this room," he says. "What do you think now, knowing that it belonged to me?" he asks.
"Coincidence," I reply, not wanting to draw any parallels to Brennus. Brennus frowns.
"Not coincidence. A weapon is personal. It has to fit you. It must please you, or you do not choose it, and it will not choose you," he says in a soft tone. "It has to be made for you. I made this one, and now 'tis choosing you. So now 'tis yours."
"They're all choosing me," I say, indicating all of the weapons I touched that sang for me. They are, he agrees, and something is telling me that he is not speaking of the weapons. Will you accept this gift? He asks me solemnly. I think about it for a second, and then I say, I will accept it, if you promise to teach me how to use it. The Gankana are vicious fighters, and I could learn a lot from Brennus, who is their best fighter, or he wouldn't be the king. This tribe is ruled by cunning and strength, not by inborn privilege. 'Twill be me honor to make you earn it, he replies with a wicked grin. Desire is clouding his eyes again, and I have to look away from him so that I won't respond to it. Wanting to change the subject, I say, So this isn't really an armory like I thought. It's more of an archive, a record of who you all were before you became Gankana. That's right, McCree. We have other rooms that contain more effective arms than these. We create body armor now that is more practical than these with advanced charms to protect us, Brennus says, raising his arms to indicate the thousands of weapons and armor that belong to another world. Come, I want to show you a special room we just created, Brennus says, taking my hand and leading me towards the door. We exit the room and walk down the corridor, turning onto another hallway. We stop in front of another huge set of wooden doors, but these doors are different. These doors have intricately carved angels' wings on them. This is your archive, Brennus says as he opens the door. I am not prepared for what I see. It's a tower room, so it's round with a ceiling that is at least 3 or 4 stories above my head. This room leads to tier-like balconies above, and there are different spaces arranged on every floor. A spiral staircase leads to each level, or I can fly up to each one, landing on the platform between each railing. It sort of resembles a cross-section of a hive in a way, like the way the chateau is arranged, but more open. The main level is like a reception area. A large stone fireplace is centered on the far wall, and above the fireplace is the portrait that Mr. McKinnon painted of me as the goddess Persephone. On the mantel of the fireplace is a small glass box. My steps are slow as I walk forward into the room and move to the mantel. When I lift the lid of the glass box, I find that it contains a letter opener, cradled on a bed of red velvet. I recognize it instantly as the weapon I had used to try to ward off Brennus at the library in Houghton. Touching the letter opener lightly, I murmur, "Not as impressive as a battle axe." "You are wrong, McCree," Brennus responds immediately. "'Tis more impressive than the axe. 'Tis an unbelievably brave weapon." I shut the lid to the box gently and wander slowly around the room. Some of the furniture from my uncle's house is mixed in with very chic furniture to create a lovely place to sit and receive guests. Delicate tables dot the room, and on them, next to beautiful vases of fresh flowers, are priceless things that I never thought I would see again. Pictures of my friends, of my Uncle Jim, of my mother. They have all been rematted and framed so that they are better preserved. I walk numbly to the table in front of me, before picking up a picture of my uncle and me. I think I was in the 4th grade and I had won the spelling contest at school. "You were a beautiful child," Brennus says from over my shoulder. "You think so?" I ask, trying to hide the tightness in my voice. "Tell that to some of the boys. They used to call me Tomato Head." Brennus's eyes narrow to a dangerous edge. "Who called you that?" Brennus asks. "Mikey," I begin, and then I stop. "Why?" I ask with suspicion. "I will kill him," Brennus promises in a soft tone. "He was 9, I reply. "Then he has lived many years longer than he should have," Brennus replies with malice. "Never mind," I say, placing the picture back on the table and silently moving from table to table, touching the pictures with trembling fingertips. "Do you want to see the rest of your tower?" Brennus asks me. "I do," I say, finding it hard to breathe. "I'll meet you up there." As I expand my wings, I take 3 strides and then jump into the air. I fly a little shakily to the 2nd level. I find the railing a lucky addition to the design as it stops me from crashing into one of the bookshelves on the far wall when I come in a little faster than I should on my landing. Clutching the railing, I see that this tier is like a library, with ornately carved bookcases full of leather-bound books and comfortable chairs and sofas where I can read. "That was an interesting landing. Do you need a couple of pointers?" Brennus asks as he and the fellas make it to the room. I think I'm doing quite well for having had little instruction. The first time I flew was in China, and, well, you were there. "I was," Brennus agrees. "If I wasn't already dead, that may have killed me." "Oh, come on," I reply, rolling my eyes. "I was not that bad." "That is debatable," he replies. "I had to keep reminding myself that you are stronger than you look. 'Tis why I did not try to stop you while you were in the air. I was afraid you would not survive it if I did." "That was kind of you," I remark. "Not kind. Practical. I knew where you were likely going," he replies smoothly. "I'm sort of an open book, huh?" I ask. "I would not say that," he murmurs thoughtfully. "You surprise me too often to ever say that." I smile as I go to the bookshelf and see many, many volumes of books I haven't read yet, mixed in with books that I have. "This room is for me librarian, Lillian." "I didn't think that you liked Lillian. She vomited all over the bleedin' beamer," I say. "'Twas Finn's beamer," Brennus replies with a grin. We head up to the 3rd floor, and I opt to take the stairs this time. This level is a chic office area complete with several computers and a seating area with a theater-sized screen. DVDs that I have long since lost interest in line the shelves, relics from my life with Uncle Jim. I let my fingers roam over the selection, pulling one from the shelf. I read the front aloud. Hackers.
"What is that?"
Lachlan asks. "Is it instruction on killing?" Phelan asks, and I burst out laughing. No," I reply. "I'll host a movie night and we can watch it. I'll make popcorn."
"What's popcorn?"
Phelan inquires as we walk up the stairs to the next level. When I make it to the landing, I pause because it is almost like walking into my bedroom at my Uncle Jim's house. Everything is there. My bed, my dressers, and my posters of the bands that I like. They even have my prom dress hanging in the closet. Molly must have been instrumental in recreating this room because everything is placed pretty much where I had it before I left for college.
"What's this thing, Genevieve?"
Ian asks, picking up a little troll with purple hair from a shelf. "That's a troll," I mutter numbly.
"No, 'tis not,"
he replies, sniffing it. Yes it is," I reply. He raises his eyebrow at me and says,
"This is not a troll. Trolls are huge and they smell like arse, and they have razor-sharp teeth that will gut you if you get too close to them. This is a little naked plastic thing that's not the least bit scary."
"Oh," I reply, stumped. I walk over to the bed and pick up my pillow. Bringing it to my nose, I can just make out the smell of home that still lingers faintly on it. In an instant, I begin sobbing, and I don't think that I'm ever going to stop.
"I'm sorry, 'tis a troll. I swear 'tis a troll," Ian says in a rush.
I sit down on the edge of the bed with the pillow grasped tight to my chest. "Lads, wait downstairs," Brennus orders. When they are gone, he sits down on the bed next to me, pulling my head to his chest. I cry for a long time while Brennus strokes my hair. He doesn't say anything like I would have expected a human to say. He doesn't promise me that I will be okay or that things will be better soon. Not in words, anyway. But even if he didn't say any of those things, sharing my pain with him, letting him see me vulnerable and him accepting it, makes me feel better somehow. When I stop crying, he wipes my tears away and says, "This is your room. You can come here whenever you desire. But when you sleep, I want you up in me room. The fellows and I can protect you better up there. It makes it easier for them to work in shifts, and I can work in my office and still be near you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" he asks me. "Yes, you like me in your bed," I say sullenly, looking at his wickedly handsome face as he smiles at me.
That's exactly right, he agrees.
You must be hungry.
Let's go feed ya.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 14. Angel and Soulmate. Russell.
I take the shot and point to the shot glass that I slam back down on the bar. Another, I say, watching the barmaid look at me skeptically.
Why don't you pace yourself, honey? You look like a nice kid, and you have such a pretty face. I don't want to see nothing bad happen to you, she says with a pitying look.
Then don't look, I mutter, waiting as she pours another shot of Johnny Walker Red. As I set the glass back down on the bar, I see a movement out of the corner of my eye. Looking over at the bar stool next to me, Reed is sitting there like he materialized out of thin air. I stiffen, but I don't say anything. What's there to say anyhow? She's gone. For now, anyway. We let him get her. I let him get her. It's noon, Russell, Reed says, not looking at me, but across the bar. Thanks, Big Ben. Why don't you head back to Parliament where you belong? Run along now. There's a good chap, I reply, sipping the beer I had ordered earlier.
Wow, you're pretty too.
The barmaid preens as she drops a napkin in front of Reed.
You got ID, Mr. GQ? She asks him.
Ma'am, he's older than dirt, I say honestly, but she ignores me. Nothing for me, thank you, Reed says with a polite frown. I came to collect my friend, he says, indicating me.
Oh, that's nice, she says, smiling at him. Did someone break his heart? She asks Reed, like I'm not even sitting here.
Something like that, he murmurs, and I snort. He stole my girl, I say to the barmaid, and she looks at us both and takes a step back, not sure that she wants to be involved in this conversation. You think that's what happened? Reed asks me in his quiet, contemplative way, watching the woman walk down the bar to assist a couple that just sat down at the other end. Yeah, I reply grimly, taking another sip of my beer. I don't think that's what happened, Russell, he says. Oh, you don't? What do you think happened then? I ask, not really caring what he thinks. I think you tore her heart out and her soul, too, he says in a low tone as he turns to look at me. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. What are you talking about? I ask him, growing still. I would be interested to know about what happened in your last lifetime, the one just before this one. Did you leave that life early? Die young? He asks. Did you leave her behind? I'm not sure. Why? I counter as my eyes narrow. Because she still won't let you go. She loves you even when the angel part of her keeps telling her not to, begging her not to, and I keep wondering why that is. It's like the angel side of her knows something that the human side of her refuses to admit. The only thing I can come up with is that you must have betrayed her somehow. You never intended to stay here, in this lifetime. She pulled you back. She changed your destiny, made you stay with her. There's no way I'd betray her. I scoff at his reasoning. And I wanted to stay, or I wouldn't be here. I had a choice. I asked to stay. I remember begging for it as I was dying. I had to stay to help her. He faces forward again, picking up my empty shot glass and studying it. I keep wondering why anyone would pick a mission like this one. To be born the only half-breed with a soul. When I look at Reed, he says, "Oh yeah, she chose this. Although this is an honor, it's more like a suicide mission, and one that not many souls would volunteer for because there are so many ways to lose yourself. Lose your soul to Sheol. It's the probable outcome. So I have to wonder why she would agree to it. Was it that she is just that good?" He asks me rhetorically. Or was it because she no longer cared what happened to her? And if that is the case, why didn't she care what happens to her? And no matter how I look at it, I keep coming back to you, he says, turning the shot glass over and putting it down in front of me. You think I know the answer? I ask him angrily. No, I know you don't. But someone does. I'm just waiting for that someone to show up, he says, looking at me. Good luck with that, I reply, hoping he'll leave soon. No, she won't let you go, he murmurs, almost to himself. It's like she still needs you even when you don't need her anymore, he says in a flat tone. What do you know about what I need? I ask him furiously. Do you know what she did when she found out that the Ifrit had you? He asks me rhetorically. She allowed an undine named Saphira to humiliate her in order to not offend Saphira so that she would help her save you. She lied to me. She lied to Z. She went against every precaution that we set up to protect her, and then she made a deal with the Gankana so that they would save you from the Ifrit. I never asked her to do any of that, I mutter, feeling like he's choking me. No, you didn't have to. She would do it again in a heartbeat, too, he says without a hint of doubt. How do you know that it wasn't me that chose this mission? I ask. For one, she was born to it, and for another, she never sat around in a bar at noon while her soulmate needed her help, he replies. You are here out of obligation. Maybe some guilt, too. Why don't you just let her go if you aren't going to help her? I point my finger at him. This is all bullshit, Reed. You're total bullshit. You know you stole her from me, and this is your way of trying to get rid of me, I accuse. His speculation is making me want to hurt him more than I normally do. How is it possible to steal a soulmate? Have you asked yourself that? It's impossible, and yet she loves me with a fierceness I've could never fathom existed. She chose me. I don't know why, but I'm grateful, and I love her, and I will do anything for her. Even talk to you, if it will save her. I'm gonna get her back, Reed, I promise in a soft tone, looking him in the eyes, so he knows I'm not playing. Reed's eyes narrow dangerously. She is bound to me. She swore an oath to me. She's my... And he says some word in angel that I don't know. She has sworn many, many oaths to me in more lifetimes than you can count, and she's my soulmate, and I will have her back, I assure him. Then help us so that there will be something left in her to win back, Russell, he says with a fierce scowl. Reed is seriously pissed off that I'm going to try to get her back, but he had to know that I'll try even before he walked into the bar. He must be convinced that she won't be coming back if we don't figure out a way to save her. My heart sinks further. Is he torturing her? I ask, going white. I have nightmares about what might be happening to her. Brennus is extremely intelligent, Russell, he says. He already tried torture. He knows she's too strong to succumb to that. Then she'll survive this. He can't bite her. It's the stipulation that breaks the contract, I say, and I watch as Reed turns and stares at me like I'm an idiot. Once she's one of them, he wouldn't need the contract to keep her with him, would he? She would be his slave and he her master, and her soul would be forfeit to Sheol. No, but that is plan B. If Brennus cannot win her, he will bite her. She knows that, I think. She is so clever, Reed says as a small smile comes to his lips. So, she will play along for a while, but he is not a patient demon. He is used to getting his way, and we cannot underestimate how dedicated he will be to his plan. He wants to win her, and he knows more about pleasure than you and I put together. All forms of pleasure. I think about that for a second and feel my face flush hot with anger. Reed glances at me and says, Exactly. And his face mirrors my coloring. So what do we do? I ask. Our first priority is to find them. They are experts at cloaking themselves. The Gankana use their magic well, and it's ancient magic. They have learned techniques to help them fly below the radar, like importing their food supply, perhaps even raising their own stock and disposing of the evidence, Reed says. But they cannot block you, I don't believe. You and Evie are connected. You are the other, as Brennus so aptly calls you. You need me to find her for you? And then what? I ask. You go there and try to take her away? You're going to make it worse for her. She can't leave, and if you get caught, he'll kill you. Or worse. What else will Red have to give up to save you, too? I ask solemnly. None of y'all can kill him. Not with her tied to him. He intertwined his life with hers, so if you cut him, she bleeds, I explain, and I feel almost crazy with the pain of knowing I am the one that did that to her. A look of frustration crosses Reed's face. I'm not going to try to take her from him. Not physically, anyway. I have to try to help her so that he doesn't break her, so that he doesn't get her soul, Reed admits, like he is ashamed of not having a better plan at the moment. How are you going to do that? I ask. We are going to do it. It's going to take both of us, he says, turning to look in my eyes, and I see what it's taken him to say that, the pain that I have refused to see until now. I'm not just worried about him breaking her. He is strong, powerful, Reed admits grudgingly before he goes on. But when the evil community realizes that he has her, he is going to need every ounce of his power to keep her. What do you mean? You mean that there are worse things out there that can get her if you don't find her? I ask. I can't begin to estimate how very, very pissed off that is making me. I already know that there are crueler things than the Gankana. I know it firsthand. So you're saying you might have to help that demon hold on to her? I ask. Let's pray we can figure out an alternative to that. But if it comes to that, then yes, that is what I will do. There is evil that you have not seen yet. Things that make the Ifrits look benign, Reed says with a worried frown. I shudder and begin to quietly shake like I've been doing since I left the church. Why didn't none of y'all tell us that? You know, before, I ask. Could you have conceived of what I was saying until now? Reed counters in a soft tone. I slowly shake my head. No, nothing could have prepared me for Valentine, I say, feeling sick. I'll help you, Reed. It's red. There's no question that I'll help, only... I trail off, taking my trembling hands from the bar and hiding them under it. They are shaking so bad that I want to order another shot to see if it will stop them for a few hours. Russell, it's been a long time since I endured the kind of torture that you just experienced, and when it happened to me, I was much older than you. At least your body, anyway, he says without a hint of humor. It is gruesome, and it won't get better for a while. Even when your body heals within days, the memory of what happened will linger. Everything will make you feel tense. Noise, silence, certain scents, the emotions of others. He trails off before he says, Brownie is going to be someone you will be tied to for a long time. She shared your pain. You will need to be near her at times, and at other times, it will be almost impossible to look at her face. How long does that last? I ask quietly, not sure I want to have this conversation with him, but not able to stop myself from having it. As long as it lasts, he says, and his answer makes my throat feel tight. I have learned something in the length of time that I have been here. This is temporary. Everything changes, whether you will it to or not. What you feel now will eventually fade, and you will cease to remember it, until you need the information that you learned from it to survive. Then it will be there for you. At the times that I have felt out of control, like you do now, I found that one thing always makes me feel more in control, more focused. What's that? I ask. Work, he says. Do you feel like working? What do you have in mind? I ask, feeling like I know what he's saying without him having to say it. Maybe he and Z will let me stalk some fallen with them. Well, I thought that I had taken care of all the Gankana who have been following me before I came in. But I think there are a few of them outside waiting for me to come back out. You want in? He asks, and I freeze. The Gankana have been following you? I ask, stunned. Yes, I am their public enemy number 1. He smiles at me, like he is delighted with the distinction. Brennus is persistent. He wants me to cease to be. He has been sending me only his most seasoned killers. Zephyr is very jealous. Don't tell him that I let you help me, or he will sulk.
Chapter 15. Forgiving Magic. Evie. Hearing Brennus chuckle next to me, I don't look up from the book I'm reading as I say smugly, I told you that you'd like it. You did? Brennus replies, turning the page in the book I gave him. I must admit that this poor human has a way about him. I enjoy the inventive way he tortures. He employs the fear of pain much more than I do. I just go with the pain. 'Tis usually very effective. Is it The Pit and the Pendulum? I ask, lowering my book to look at him next to me on the sofa in my library room. 'Tis. Brennus smiles nefariously. I didn't give you that book to read so that you could learn new forms of torture. It wasn't supposed to be instructional, you know, I say with a sigh. Like I would need instruction on torture, Brennus says with a laugh. I shiver a little because truer words were never spoken. There are many forms of torture. Did you know that? There is sensual torture as well, he says, lifting my hand and kissing my palm, sending a shiver of pleasure through my body this time. I'm sure there are, Brennus, I say, trying to tug my hand away from his lips. That's not something I want to learn from you. His eyes darken with desire. But I am the best teacher, he says with hubris, undaunted by my rejection of his affection. Maybe you can answer a question for me then, I say, trying to distract him from kissing me again. He lets go of my hand and waits for me to ask my question. Do you know why I'm broken? What? Brennus asks with concern, while scrutinizing me with his eyes to see if there is some physical deformity to be repaired. I could do things before that I can't do now, I admit, biting my lip. What can you not do now? He asks me with concern in his green eyes. I'm no longer having any nightmares. Premonitions, I say, not sure if he knows that I have been seeing the bad things before they happen. You are safe now, McCree. Nothing is going to harm you now, so you would not have nightmares, would you? He asks in his rhetorical way. I hadn't thought of that. Could it be true? Could being with Brennus make me safe so that I no longer dream of a scary future? I wonder. I had thought it was because Paradise had deserted me because I willingly entered into an evil contract. I can't send out any of my clones either, I say, blushing. I tried to send them to my friends to let them know that I'm all right, but nothing happened. That, I believe, is part of our contract, Brennus replies. In your mind, you know that even if you are not sending a message to him, your friends will relay the message to him, so you would then be communicating with him, which you cannot do. Oh, I reply. That makes sense because I can't even send an email. I tried to write to my friend, Buns, but I couldn't send it. It was so frustrating because I wrote it all, but every time I tried to click on send, I would click on cancel instead. I think you are not broken. I think that 'tis just that you cannot communicate with them. You should try sending one of your clones to Molly, or to me, he says casually, like he is not angry that I tried to talk to my friends. I tried to call Buns, too. I couldn't even dial her number to call her, I say. You're too intelligent, McCree, he smiles. You cannot fool yourself into thinking 'tis not just like speaking to him. You're the one that sets the parameters of the contract. Your mind sees all the possibilities, and then it compares them to the contract. You're much too honourable for your own good. This contract works so well on you because you are not evil, he says, shaking his head with an ironic grin creeping to the corners of his mouth. Well, that completely bites, Brennus, I say in frustration. He laughs hard at my comment. That's funny. So, in theory, if I could lie to myself effectively, then I could do anything I wanted? I ask him. Even leave here? In theory you could. I would not have entered into this type of contract with, say, an Ifrit, because they are evil, and they can convince themselves that up is down and down is up if they wanted to. Evil will believe their own lies, you see? He asks. Yes, I say grudgingly. I hate magic. Ah, come now. There are a lot of very nice spells, too, Brennus says in a gentle tone, putting his arm around my shoulder and hugging me. Would you like to see one? He asks. No, I say in a salty tone. You will like this one, I promise, Brennus says. Standing up, he offers me his hand. I take it with reluctance as I stand as well, watching him close his eyes and concentrate. His lips move, but I hear nothing of what he says. I feel the energy in the room begin to collect and sizzle like static electricity. It all seems to be rushing towards Brennus, like he's pulling it to him. Then, like he flipped a switch, the energy explodes outward in a rush. I feel the sizzling pop of energy pass through me like a shock wave, while the room around me begins to change. Ferns and vines grow up from the floor and the walls. Wildflowers sprout out of long grass, covering the carpets. A waterfall tumbles down the spiral staircase in a rush, while lush trees grow from the first floor and continue past us on the second floor on their way towards the ceiling. Hummingbirds of pure light fly by me to feast on the flowers near the bookcase. Fireflies drift around, glowing magically in my room. I would have sat back down in awe, but Brennus catches me by the elbow, saying,
"Dinna sit on the bunny, Macrae."
Turning, I find a yellow rabbit made of light on the sofa where I had been sitting. As I straighten up, Brennus smiles at me in amusement.
"Hey, do you mind?" Ian calls from downstairs. "We are playing cards down here."
"Shut your gob, Ian," I call back, while admiring the magical rainforest that Brennus has created. An instant later, a black-winged, shadowy creature that has the physical characteristics of a man, but with a long spiky tail and ferocious claws, leaps to a branch of the tree near me. It climbs up a little higher, leaning towards me, like it will pounce on me at any second. Sinister yellow eyes bore into mine, causing me to go into a defensive crouch as I growl at it. My heart pounds in my chest while killing scenarios pulse in my head. Trying to read its intentions, I take another step back, pulling Brennus's elbow back too, so that he doesn't get too near to it. Brennus scowls next to me and flicks his wrist. The frightening creature melts away in seconds, while Brennus calls downstairs sternly, "That's not funny, Ian."
"Me apologies,"
Ian calls back as a rainbow shoots up to the ceiling, an apparent attempt from Ian at making amends. "Well, that was interesting," I say, straightening up. I try to slow the beating of my heart to an acceptable level. "Do those creatures exist?" I ask, gesturing towards where the scary thing had been standing.
"They did, but I have not seen a Nevedosh in a very long time," he replies, looking concerned.
"That's good," I murmur, raising a shaky hand to my forehead.
"You know that you are safe here. I was standing right next to you, and I would never let anything harm you,"
Brennus says in a gentle tone, reaching out to stroke my arm. "You already have," I say, backing away from him. "You have hurt me before. So bad that it would have been kinder to let me die. You locked me in a cell. I was so alone. When I had barely recovered from it, you made me fight Keegan. Then you bit me and it ached, and I wouldn't stop bleeding while my whole world turned to fire and melted around me."
Brennus looks ill. "You're right. I did that. I cannot undo what I did to you, but I learn from me mistakes," he says in a gentle tone. "I just want you to wait at your are. If you want to be Gankana later, then I will turn you. But for now, let's just get to know each other. That's what I want."
"I don't trust you," I reply, staring into his eyes and seeing them soften in the corners.
"You do trust me, just a wee bit, and that scares you,"
Brennus replies, his green eyes shining with amusement. "You are insane," I sigh in frustration.
"Not insane. I am right,"
he says, smiling. "Loco," I reply, raising my eyebrows and twisting my finger near my ear.
"Do you want to learn a spell?"
Brennus asks me coaxingly. My heartbeat picks up again. Do I? I wonder. Yes, I want to learn it all. Everything that will help me to survive. "Yes," I reply grudgingly.
"You are very powerful. I see that in you. But you use your power differently than us," Brennus explains.
His dark hair falls forward a little on his forehead, making him even more attractive. "What do you mean?" I ask, trying to ignore how sexy he looks.
"You give it, we take it,"
he says with a rueful look. I cannot walk near you without you giving me your energy. 'Tis like a drug. I crave it now, he says seriously. Really? I ask, wrinkling my nose. He smiles at me tenderly. I crave you in ways you can never truly know, he says, and I blush. Come here, he says, crooking his finger at me. My eyebrows draw together in suspicion. Why? I ask. He sighs, saying, Just come here. When I come nearer to him, he pulls me back gently into his chest, wrapping his arms around my waist. He speaks into my ear, saying, I'm going to pull the energy from this room to me. I want you to try to feel what I'm doing as it passes through you to me. Brennus concentrates, and the magical scenery in the room begins to swirl and twist out of shape, like a watercolor picture that is saturated with water and bleeds into a mess of colors and distorted shapes. As he pulls energy towards us, I feel it filtering around me, but some of it I am managing to absorb as well, blocking it from going to Brennus. Good, Brennus breathes in my ear. Try to keep it from me, if you can. That's a good strategy when fighting an enemy. If you can block him from getting energy, you can block him from creating a spell to harm ye. And if you take his energy from him, then you hold all the power. I feel electric, like I might burst into flame, for real, at any moment. Stings a wee bit at first, Brennus says airily as I begin breathing heavier. Think of something you want to create. Anything. Like fire, Brennus suggests, holding his hand out in front of me. Then you say the words to make it so, he says as a ball of fire erupts in his hand. What words? I ask. That's personal to you. Sometimes 'tis easier to rhyme something, like, give me fire for what I desire, he says, and I wrinkle my nose again. That's an awful rhyme, I reply. Poetry is not your thing. He chuckles before he says softly, Just try it. I'm no poet either, because I can't think of anything that rhymes. Then a thought enters my mind. Listening to it in my head, I begin to whisper low. Suddenly, a whoosh of fire shoots wildly up from the first floor. It looks like a comet spiraling madly out of control in front of us, as it careens around Brennus and me, circling us with intense heat. Shielding me with his body, Brennus pushes his energy outward, creating a barrier between the fire and us. It takes a few minutes before Brennus manages to snuff out the roaring inferno that I had created. He straightens up then, pulling me with him and checking me for injury. He grasps me by the shoulders, asking with eyes wide, What did you just say? You said to say anything about fire, I retort defensively, trying to pull away from him. I did, but this is your first attempt at it, so you should not have been able to create more than a little spark. A flickering flame. What did you say? He asks again in awe. Just then, Ian, Lachlan, Phelan, and Declan burst onto the landing. What are you doing up here? Redecorating? Declan asks when he sees that we are both okay. Don't blame me. Brennus told me to say anything, I mutter. Eh? Declan asks, sounding just like a youper. I made up a stupid song and the fire went crazy, I say in all seriousness. A song? Brennus says with a skeptical frown. Yeah, like lyrics, I mutter, looking at the smoldering book on the sofa where I'd been sitting with Brennus. Sing me this song, Brennus orders. Fine. I exhale deeply, clearing my throat. Your smile has shades of sweet. It touches me with its heat. Color floods into my cheeks as my tone becomes pitchy. The smolder in your eyes encircles me with your lies. I am caged by your desire. I falter for a moment, trying to remember the rest of what I'd sung. Surrounded by its fire, love burns as you conspire. It burns like fire. They all look at each other incredulously. You just made that up. Are you a sorceress? Declan asks with suspicion. No. At least, I don't think so, I reply, picking up the book I was reading and seeing that it's completely charred.
You cannot sing well, Declan points out.
You're a horrible singer,
Ian agrees with a nod of his head. I wrinkle my nose at them. I wasn't aware that this was American Idol.
You wove love and desire into your spell of fire,
Brennis says in a thoughtful tone.
That's your strength, your ability to create love and desire, and then you added fire to it. What was it that you said? Tempted to die within its seething hot fire. You nearly blanketed us with the fire. 'Tis your ability to pull energy to you. You rivaled what I can do on your first attempt.
Raising my hand, I say, "Overachiever," while glancing around at the destruction I caused to my library room. "I think we should go outside when you teach me other spells," I add, seeing that the sofa is still smoldering.
You cannot teach her anything else, Ian says seriously. She'll kill us all.
"Starting with you, never-ash lover," I say, crossing my arms and glaring at him.
"That's not funny,"
Ian replies in a sour tone, putting both his hands up defensively.
"Can you try another spell? Can you make it rain?"
Brennis asks with excitement in his voice, ignoring Ian's scowl. "I don't know. Are you sure you want me to try again?" I ask, looking around at the disaster in my room. Brennis waves his hand negligibly around him, saying, "I'll fix this." "You want rain?" I ask, searching my mind for something to rhyme with rain. Brennis nods. I start to pull energy in the room to me, while I try to think of something that rhymes. "It is love that can sustain the ache of two hearts parted. It is love that will make it rain upon the cheek of the downhearted." Soft drops of rain begin to fall from the ceiling above us, wetting everything in my tower and causing the smoke in the air to dissipate. As water drips from the fellas' hair and trails down their stunned faces, I say, "I made that up too. If you like it, wait until you guys hear Ozzy Osbourne." Before I can evade him, Brennis catches me by the waist and twirls me around and around. When he stops, he hugs me to him. "You're so grand, Genevieve. Where did you come from?" "Detroit," I reply, feeling strangely happy as they laugh at my comment. As I look over Brennis's shoulder, I see Finn standing near the staircase. He is getting very wet, just like the rest of us. A soft growl comes from me, and Brennis stiffens, pulling me behind him. When he sees that it is Finn I'm growling at, he relaxes and puts his arm casually around my shoulder. I'm not fooled. He is doing that so he can catch me if I decide to attempt to murder Finn again. Sizing up Finn, I can't miss the battle axe in his hand. It's like the one that Brennis created, with a long silver and gold-etched shaft, but the head of the axe is different. It's more like a hammer than an axe. As he approaches me slowly with the weapon, his pale green eyes look haunted. Finn stops in front of me. Holding his weapon at arm's length, he says,
"Please."
"No," I reply abruptly, knowing that he wants to hear his song from it. He wants to hear his home again. "She will never go home again either. You stole that from her," I say softly of what he has done to Molly. "Lads, wait downstairs," Brennis says, sending the fellows away as I glare at Finn. Brennis says something to Finn in their language that I don't understand. Finn nods, never looking away from me. Brennis turns to me and says, "I will be just downstairs, Macree." I'm not sure if that is meant to be reassuring or a threat not to attack his brother, but I nod my head to him. When we are alone, Finn says, "I love her." "Is it love, or did you just want an object to crave, Finn?" I ask. He scowls at me.
"I am capable of love. You are not the only being fortunate enough to experience it," he utters softly.
"Her family loved her too," I reply. Finn's scowl fades to be replaced by sadness again. "You are her mashta now, her judge, jury, and executioner who condemned her to another life, a life of death."
"What would you have had me do?" he asks with pain in his eyes. "I watched her for days, with Ian and Keith. We were going to have her, no matter what. Nothing would have stopped that. She is your friend. She would bind you to us.
I feel the stab of guilt that I will always have for not protecting her, for making her a target.
Ian and Keith both asked for her too.
I pale, thinking of Ian or Keith as Molly's master instead of Finn. I sit down numbly, feeling rain soaking through my thin shirt and clinging to me. I know that this is my fault. It's just easier to blame you for it, I whisper.
I love her. I really love her,
Finn says, sitting down next to me.
She fills that void in me that has been empty for eternity, since I condemned me brother to die with me.
That wasn't you. That was I say.
'Twas me. Brennus would not have become Gankana if it were not for me. He would not have chosen this,
Finn says, hanging his head and holding his hammer in front of him. From near the staircase, Molly says,
Enough with the guilt, you two. Sheesh.
She pushes herself off the wall she has been leaning against, listening to us. Striding to the sofa, she squeezes between Finn and me, putting her arms around both of us.
My two favorite people turn out not to be people at all, and you both want to whine about it? I don't miss being human,
she informs us.
A second of this life is worth an eternity of the other one. You can either live above this mess, or you can live under it. Embrace destiny or be buried by it.
Molly, I always thought you were a vampire, I say with honesty, hearing Finn hiss at me like I just insulted her.
Yeah, but now I can kick vampire booty.
Molly smiles, letting her fangs engage. She shows me her impressive weaponry. Wicked, I remark, like she is showing me new shoes that she bought at the mall.
So, Eves, are you going to stop the rain now? Because we get it,
Molly says, holding her hands over her head like an umbrella.
Sure,
I stammer, trying to think of a rhyme.
Rain, rain, go away, come again some other day,
I sing in a rush as I pull the energy in the room towards me and then release it.
Kindergarten rears its ugly head again,
Molly says, because she knows that rhyme as well as I do. Nursery rhymes make great spells, apparently, I shrug, while the rain stops pouring down on us.
Good to know,
Molly replies, wringing the water out of her shirt and looking around at the disaster.
So are you going to stop being so lame or what?
I was not being lame, I replied defensively. I was avenging my friend.
I can take care of myself, and I don't want to be avenged,
Molly replies.
I chose this, so do me a favor. Forgive Finn before the guilt finishes him off. I'm the only person he has ever turned.
I watch Molly rub Finn's back as she says that, and the look that passes between them is hot. Sighing, I say, I will try to forgive you, Finn. Finn's smile is angelic when he says,
Thanks, Genevieve.
If you turn anyone else that I love, I will kill you, I add softly.
You would try.
Finn trails off, showing some of the Gankana arrogance as he smiles at me teasingly. Getting up from the couch, I look around. Everything is charred and wet. Sighing again, I wonder how to clean it up. That may take a while to figure out. Feeling a crackle of energy stirring the room, I turn towards Finn, who is drawing energy to him. He is mumbling words that I cannot make out as things in the room are beginning to spin like tops. The couch we had all just vacated is now spinning around like a cyclone. Coming to an abrupt stop, it is completely back to its original form, without any hint that it had been touched by fire. The beautifully woven carpets are all clean and dry now, no longer making squishing noises when I step on them. Finn, that's amazing, I breathe, grateful to have the mess gone. I page through my book that was charred to see that it's as good as new. Thank you.
You're welcome,
he says before he and Molly head for the stairway together. Wait, I say, catching up to Finn. I reach for the battle hammer in Finn's hand, and he slowly relinquishes it to me. As I touch the etched metal, it vibrates with an energy that I can only describe as charismatic. Placing the menacing hammerhead between Finn and me, we both listen to its melody. Finn's weapon is different from the other fellas. The song is more lively and carefree, more like a rock star's would be if I can compare it to any of the music I know. Finn, you must have had all the ladies chasing you with mad beats like this, I giggle. We should put this on Guitar Hero.
I had my share, Finn replies, trying to cover his sorrow at hearing the music of his past again. If I still felt animosity toward him for what he did to Molly, it is gone when he looks into my eyes after having looked towards Molly. He still has regret for what he has done to her, and that is its own revenge.
Chapter 16. Casimir. I spend my nights in Brennus's room, trying to sleep alone in the huge bed, always pretending that I'm lying next to Reed. Sometimes the longing that I have for Reed is so intense that it feels like my heart might stop beating. On those nights, I wake up to find Brennus sitting in my room, watching me sleep. He knows that I'm in pain. We don't talk on those occasions. It's like Brennus wants to replace the image of Reed in my mind, so that when I see him instead of Reed as I awaken, I'll forget that Reed is out there somewhere. A part of me thinks he's insane for thinking he can ever replace Reed, and another part of me is afraid that I will lose the image of Reed that I am pushing really hard to keep ingrained in my mind. At least Brennus hasn't tried to kiss me again, not since the day when he kissed me in front of everyone in the hall. He likes to touch me, though. I almost feel like a favorite pet at this point. He likes to play with my hair or stroke my wing when we are in my tower reading, or when I'm eating breakfast in his office each morning before I get dressed for the day. Brennus goes out of his way to spend time with me, even when someone is constantly trying to gain his attention for this or that problem. He takes me for walks around his huge estate. He shows me the cliffs where the sea meets the rocks far below. I love to go there now, even though it's getting colder and windier as winter is creeping in. I want to fly around those cliffs, see what is in the caves far below us, but I'm not that good at flying yet, so I stick to practicing away from where the wind can toss me into a wall of stone, and then down to the deep, treacherous water below. Brennus is getting better at knowing me, too. I can tell by the gifts that he gives me. At first, he gave me things like a ridiculously expensive car that is more elegant than any I have ever seen before. It has seats that are more comfortable than a recliner. But since I can't go anywhere but around the grounds, it's pointless. I can run faster. Then he presented me with more jewelry than I had places to put it. Every shape, facet, color, and carat is covered, but when he notices I don't wear any of it, he gets smarter. Eating my breakfast in Brennus's office, I watch him slide a perfectly wrapped box towards me with an expectant look. I eye it like it's my nemesis. Continuing to spread jelly on my bagel, I ask, "What is it?" "A gift. Just open it," he says casually, watching me with a small smile on his face. Licking the jelly from the tip of my finger, I roll my eyes at him and reach for the box, hoping it's not more jewelry. Unwrapping it quickly, like tearing off a Band-Aid, I open the lid of the box, and a small gasp escapes me when I find a pair of running shoes in it. I've had nothing to wear on my feet lower than a 4-inch heel since coming here 2 months ago. Has it really only been 2 months? I ask myself. I feel like it's been an eternity since I have seen Reed, since there has been something to hope for when I get up in the morning. I gently reach into the box, pulling the shoes out and hugging them to me. I haven't felt like me since I have been here. The strange surroundings, the strange clothes, and the even stranger fellas have made living here day to day a constant balancing act. I have been feeling like, at any moment, someone will jump on my tightrope and cause me to plummet from it. "You're the most confusing crater," Brennus murmurs, shaking his head. "I give you jewels, and you cannot be bothered to put them on. But I give you trainers, and you act like they are the most precious things ever created." "I'm not a toddler, Brennus," I reply, smiling at his comment. "Just because it's shiny doesn't mean I want it, but these will make me feel more like me." "There are more things for you in our bedroom." "Denim," Brennus says, like he has lost some fierce battle and he is surrendering to the enemy. Not thinking, I rise from my seat, letting the silk robe part and expose the slinky little nightgown underneath. Throwing my arms around his neck, I hug Brennus tight, saying, "You bought me jeans?" "I did," he replies smugly, hugging me back just as tight. "Thank you," I say delightedly, kissing him quickly on his cool cheek and pulling away from him. I bolt from the office, materializing in the bedroom in seconds, and see a ton of new clothes hanging in my wardrobes. Some of it is still very edgy, but there is also more practical clothing for training and fighting, which I have been doing more and more of with Finn and Molly and my personal guard. Pulling a black designer workout outfit from the closet, I hold it up to my body, trying to see what it will look like on me. I race to the bathroom to change, hearing Brennus chuckling behind me. "Are you training with Finn again?" he asks through the bathroom door. "Yes, I'm supposed to meet him near the war room," I call back, pulling on the tight black pants and matching top that hugs every contour of my form. I let my wings shoot out of my back, thinking Molly must have helped pick this stuff out because it fits perfectly and is made to accommodate my wings. "The war room?" Brennus calls back, sounding confused. I open the door and step out, pulling my hair up into a ponytail so it won't hang in my face. "Yeah, that's what I call it. You know the room that no one uses? The one that has the lovely hand-painted maps on the walls? It has a grand piano in it." I trail off because he is looking at me weird, like I have grown horns or something. "What?" I ask him. "I was wrong," Brennus says, walking in a circle around me. "As you often are, but what is it this time?" I ask, smiling at him.
"These clothes are really sexy," he says softly, sounding amazed.
"Oh," I say, blushing. Click. I step back from him when I hear his fangs engage. It is a knee-jerk reaction because I'm used to trying to avoid being bitten by them. I have been unsuccessful at locating any venison blood I need to sustain a bite. For undead fairies who feed on blood, there is surprisingly no supply of blood around other than the human supply, and I can't bring myself to try to get some of it. I have been storing my own blood in the perfume bottles in my bathroom. I take a little at a time when I'm alone in the shower. I use my razor to prick my finger. I don't have a lot collected yet, only a little more than 2 small perfume bottles. I can't afford to get caught, so I only cut myself a little so I can heal fast. It completely grosses me out to think of drinking my own blood, but the alternative is much worse. Brennus sees my reaction to his fangs and immediately retracts them. "Come, I'll walk with you, and you can show me this war room that you are using," he says, extending his hand to me casually. We walk out to the hallway where my personal guard waits for me. 2 more clicks resound in the hall, one from Phelan and one from Ian.
"Banjaks,"
I hear Phelan mutter under his breath as we move down the hall. Our suite of rooms is located in the North Tower, and my archive of rooms is in the West Tower. They have the best views. The East and South Towers I have not had a tour of at all. I think that most of the fellas that live here full-time live in these 2 towers, along with the Wands. The War Room is located just past my West Tower, on the long corridor that leads to the South Tower. We are just coming to the doors of the West Tower when Finn and Molly meet us in the corridor. Finn has on his concerned look as he stops near us.
"I was just coming to see you. We have a guest who has asked to speak to you directly,"
Finn says to Brennus, looking a little grim.
"Should I see this guest directly, or will it wait?" Brennus asks, watching Finn.
"Directly,"
Finn replies, immediately.
"Are you going to train this morning?" Brennus asks Finn.
"I will go with you. The girls will have to find something else to do for now,"
Finn replies. Turning, Finn says to Molly,
"You stay with Declan. Do not leave his side. I will come find you later."
I see her nod to him before he reaches up to stroke her face, not like a victim, but like a lover. "Is there a problem?" I ask Finn, my heart kicking up a notch because he is acting strange, threatened.
Brennus smiles, saying, "There are always problems, McCree, but there are none that I have not seen before, so do not look so worried."
Brennus speaks quickly to Declan, saying something in fairy that I don't understand, and red flags start going up in my mind. Declan nods, looking at me, and then at the other fellows in my entourage.
"Lachlan, go get Keith and Leaf. Meet us in the Angle Tower. Make sure you lock the doors to the West Tower after you let yourself in," he instructs, and Lachlan shoots away to do as ordered.
"What the... Brennus, what is going on?" I ask, watching the fellows move closer to me. Uninvited guest. Just a precaution, he says softly, looking completely calm. I should go with you? I ask, feeling threatened. What if something happens to him? Then it will happen to me too. We are linked, Brennus and me. I feel like I need to protect him, if for no other reason than self-preservation. Why? He asks, looking intrigued. What if something happens to you? I ask nervously. Pushing a strand of my hair behind my ear, he counters. What could happen? Narrowing my eyes at him, I say, You tell me. Crossing my arms in front of me, I wait for him to tell me what's going on. Laughing softly, he leans nearer and kisses my neck, just below my ear, before whispering to me, You are perfect. I will see you soon. Try not to fret. Looking at Finn, Brennus nods his head and they leave together, heading back towards the North Tower. Declan takes us to my tower, and I wait there with 2 extra guards posted inside with us, and several more outside the doors of the tower, patrolling it. Finally, after hours of waiting, Finn comes to tell me that Brennus would like to speak to me in his office. He carries with him a beautiful red silk dress and heels that are incredibly elegant. Handing them to me, he says, Brennus would like you to wear something more appropriate. Why? What's happening, Finn? I ask, wanting an explanation. He will tell you when you get there. He wants you to meet someone, he says without elaborating. Who? I ask Finn, holding up the dress to see what it looks like. It's elegant and sophisticated, but it has a neckline that is a little risque. Someone you need to meet, Finn says cryptically, and I give up because he is not giving anything away. I change quickly and meet the fellas outside my tower room doors. I walk with my extensive entourage to the North Tower, trying to read their faces. Approaching Brennus's office, I still before reaching the handle as my hand reaches up to cover my nose. A rotten, grotesque odor seeps out from under the door ahead of me. If I had hackles on my body, they would be raised, but as it is, I have goosebumps running the length of my body. Fallen, I think, feeling dread eat at me. I know their stench. I remember it from the 7-Eleven where Gaspard, the fallen angel, tore apart all the people in the store. What are the fallen doing here? I wonder feebly. I know that Brennus is evil, but he doesn't make a habit of hanging around with the fallen. At least I don't think he does. I never really asked him. "'Tis all right," I hear Finn murmur from behind me. "He would never call for you if it was not safe, or at least necessary." Nodding my head, I make myself reach for the door handle, while all of my senses are telling me to flee. As I open the door, I try to inhale in shallow breaths, because the stench in the room is enough to make my eyes water. Knowing that I have to hide every weakness and vulnerability that I possess, I stride confidently into the room, as if I am the most powerful being ever created. Seated behind his desk, Brennus rises as I enter. Looking towards the doors across the room by the balcony, it is easy to spot the one who has created the stench. He is standing in a shower of light from the sun, looking out at the view of the sea beyond. He turns when I stop just inside the doorway. If I had thought that I had seen true physical beauty before, I have to admit that I have been mistaken. The seraphim angel standing before me now has corrected that notion in an instant. His skin is perfect, not pale like mine, but a golden sun-kissed hue that looks supple as it curves over the masculine planes of his face. He is wearing the same kind of black body armor that Reed and Z had worn when they knew that the Gankana were arriving. His armor is more Gothic-looking than theirs was, with elaborate emblems etched into the chest area and on his broad shoulders. It clings to him, outlining all of the powerful contours of his physique. He is as tall as Russell, but not as thickly muscled. His tawny, golden-tone hair has honey hues throughout it, and his eyes, I know that I have never seen eyes the color of his before. They are golden brown, but with gray and green flecks in them. His eyes stare back at me from beneath eyebrows that incline gracefully on his brow, but they are impossible to read. His eyes register no surprise, no shock at seeing me here. There is no emotion in them whatsoever. His wings are extraordinary. They are the same crimson hue as mine, but they are huge, reaching the entire length of his body and stopping just before the floor. But the most beautiful feature that this angel possesses by far is his mouth. Its perfection in its fullness and the sensual way that it turns down in the corners, like he finds displeasure with most things. His disapproving expression creates an intense desire within me to see if I can change it somehow. That last thought shocks me, and I tear my eyes away from his mouth and bring them back to his eyes. His expression hasn't changed at all since I have entered the room. It's like he has been injected with Botox, and now his face is relegated to one expression: exquisitely beautiful disdain. Feeling ugly in the presence of such allure, my wings flutter around me. A loud snap sounds as the beautiful angel's wings unfold in front of me, blotting out the sunlight behind his back. At full extension, his wings are fierce and awe-inspiring. Startled by such a display, my heart accelerates, and I take a small step back from him. Instantly, Brennus's fangs engage with a deadly click. My eyes go to Brennus's to see that his expression is equally disapproving. He extends his hand to me, indicating that I should come to him. Wanting his protection from the lethal predator in our midst, I walk to his desk. Brennus takes my hand in his before he sits down. I allow him to pull me onto his lap, and I am surprised to find that I feel safer near him. Brennus retracts his fangs as he brings his hand up to my cheek to gently stroke it. As I glance back to the angel across the room, he slowly lowers his wings to a resting position, but his expression remains the same. "Genevieve, this is Casimir. He has come to meet you," Brennus says, introducing me to the angel. Casimir steps forward, nearing the broad desk. My mind tumbles over itself as I roll the name Casimir around. I know that name. It's familiar to me for some reason, but I can't place it. Since I don't know how I should greet my enemy, I say, "Oh?" as I look from Brennus to Casimir. "Well, here I am, Casimir. I would say nice to meet you, but—" I trail off, wrinkling my nose at him. An intense predatory glint enters Casimir's eyes as his chin drops down slightly. His eyes don't leave me as he speaks to Brennus in Latin. "You are to be commended, Brennus. You have found her. We are all quite pleased with you. You will be rewarded." Intense fear overcomes me in that moment, causing heat to flush my face and my hand to squeeze Brennus's tight. Brennus uses his other hand to stroke my hair softly before he too replies in Latin, "She is the reward, Casimir."
"She is if you can hold her.
"You cannot," Casimir replies emphatically.
"She is ours. She has always belonged to us."
Brennus laughs softly, smiling at me as I look at him. My heart is beating like a drum. I feel ill, understanding that Casimir is here to bargain for me. What will happen to me if Brennus hands me over to the fallen? I wonder. "You lie," Brennus responds in English this time.
"Do I?"
Casimir asks, switching to English as well, but his is refined, elegant. "You do," he says, smiling as his hand brushes my cheek lovingly. His fingers trail down my neck and over my clavicle towards my heart. Casimir watches everything that Brennus does with the same disdainful expression. Brennus's fingers slow, trailing over the plunging neckline of my dress. Pulling the red fabric aside, he exposes the mark branded over my heart. Seeing Reed's wings etched in my skin, an intense yearning claws at my heart, making it difficult to breathe. A low, deep growl issues from Casimir at the sight of my binding brand. Instinctually, I growl back at him, letting go of Brennus's hand and putting both of mine lightly on the desk in front of me. I lean forward like I could spring over the desk at Casimir at any moment. Then, I drop my chin a notch, staring at Casimir with the same intensity that he is staring at me.
"You have bound yourself to a power,"
Casimir says with deadly intensity, like it's a capital offense. I smile because I have managed to wipe the lofty disdain from his face and swap it for true, raw anger. It is horrifying on the most basic levels, but the angel in me is completely gratified by his response. It's the one decision that I have made in my life that I do not question. Ever, I respond truthfully.
Who is this power? I shall make him question that decision,
Casimir asks. Brennus's arms wrap around me tight just as I spring towards Casimir, intending to bash his head in with the statue reed carved of me clenched in my fist. His words are a thinly veiled threat to read, and I'm not having it. I think we have had this conversation before, McCree, but maybe it bears repeating. You cannot kill me guest. Brennus breathes against my ear. 'Tis bad manners. To Casimir he says, She bears a mark of paradise. She is not yours. Casimir switches back to Latin.
Everything will be ours eventually.
You know this. The Reaper contacted you, did he not? You sent Alfred, I state in Latin, letting them know that I can follow them in this language too. Casimir replies,
Mr. Martin, your Latin instructor, said you excelled in his class on all of the progress reports that we had from him.
I clench my teeth at his words so that my jaw won't drop open, because he is talking about a teacher I had in high school before I attended Crestwood. They have been watching me for a long time, but Alfred betrayed them and tried to take my soul from me without their permission. They have plans for me. No one just watches someone else. They want me for something. They have always wanted me.
Alfred was a poor choice,
Casimir says. His calm demeanor is back now. Gaspard and Cade were poor choices too, I reply.
You didn't enjoy them? I'm surprised. You seem to champion mediocrity, he counters.
I bristle because his eyes drift to my binding mark again, and then his eyes move towards Brennus. I don't enjoy you, and you seem to be a complete failure, so what does that tell you? I ask him calmly, mirroring his demeanor. A slow smile begins to pull the corners of his mouth up, making him look achingly beautiful. But there is no magic in his beauty for me. I am repulsed by it, not attracted to it.
Name your price, Brennus,
Casimir says softly.
I wish to take her with me when I go.
There is no price, Brennus replies in an equally gentle tone. But if I find another like her, I will be sure to let you know.
There is no one else like her,
Casimir replies as his top lip curls in a sexy sneer. 'Tis true, Brennus agrees with a shrug. I could kiss him for not exposing Russell to Casimir. This has been an interesting and informative meeting, Casimir. However, I am afraid there are pressing issues that call for my attention, Brennus says, trailing his finger over the line of my clavicle, making me shiver at his cold touch. Declan opens the door and steps into the room, followed close behind by Ian, Lachlan, and Phelan. They stand just inside the door with their fangs clearly discernible.
Brennus, you have done well for yourself. Why would you want that to change? There is always a price. You should name it, or you may end up paying it,
Casimir says seductively. Are you going to try to make me pay this price, Casimir? You must be tired of living in your hole. Or are you just tired of living? Brennus asks, looking completely calm and amused.
It could be me who makes you pay, or it could be the little jewel sitting on your lap. I heard you tried to make her grovel at your feet. That didn't work out so well for you, did it? And she is just getting started. You have no idea what you have there, do you? He asks.
I'm learning something new every day, Casimir. Life has suddenly gotten worth living again, Brennus replies.
It's too bad for you, then, that you are already dead, is it not?
Casimir replies. The next time you come here, Casimir,
you best not be alone,
Brennus replies coolly. Do you need more telling? Casimir growls in response, which elicits a hissing sound from the fellas who move toward him menacingly. Casimir backs to the balcony doors. He takes one last look at me, and then he leaps into the air and is gone.
Someone open the windows, would yous?
Ian says, holding his nose like it stinks.
And they say we stink.
Any of yous see him again, you have me permission to kill him, Brenna says to my personal guard. He wants your queen. Drain him if you like. Brennis touches my chin, turning my face to meet his eyes. Remember his face. If you see him again, you run. You tell us, and we will take care of him. Do not try to face him yourself. He is dangerous for you. Do you hear what I'm saying? Brennis asks me, and I nod, feeling terrified and grateful. I did not want you exposed to him, but I had to make sure you saw him and understood what he is. Seeing is easier than saying. You weren't lying to me, I say softly, looking into his eyes. You plan on protecting me, for real. Brennis looks at Declan and says, Take the fellas and tell Finn I want to see him after I speak to Genevieve alone. Declan inclines his head, and they look grateful to be leaving the office, to be getting away from Casimir's foul odor. I will protect you. You are safe here. Do you know what the Fallen plan for you? He asks me, deadly serious. I shake my head at his question. 'Tis important now that we find out exactly why they want you. If 'tis just for your soul, that could be changed. But I have gotten the impression that there is more to this than just that. Why do you think that they would want more than my soul? I ask. Did you not see what you were doing to the seraph? You walked into the room and you owned Casimir. You fluttered your wings, and he responded to you. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about, I say. I watch Brenna smile broadly. You do not even know you're doing it, do you? He asks. Doing what? I shake my head. When you came in, your wings asked him a question, and his wings answered you, he says. What did my wings ask? I inquire breathlessly. They asked, Do you desire me? He says, watching me blush. I'm going to have a little chat with my wings later, I mutter. What did Casimir's wings say? His wings said, I will kill anything that keeps me from having you, Brennis replies. You really roiled him too. Seraphim never show emotion. 'Tis like 'tis beneath them. They usually seem more dead than we do. You cannot read them. They are good at giving nothing away? I ask, thinking of Reed and how good he is at that when he has to be. You can say they wrote the book on it, he replies. You made him growl, twice. I never thought 'twould be possible. I have seen Seraphim kill their enemies with that same blank expression that Casimir had in here, but he could not hold it in your presence. You got to him. He was emotional. Bringing you in here was the best thing I could have done, because it showed me how desperate he is for you. You think he will come back? I ask, fearing his answer. I'm certain that he will, and he will bring his army, he replies casually. Why not just give me to him then? You could avoid all of this, and they will probably give you whatever you want in return, I say, feeling cold at the very thought of being handed over to Casimir. Declan was right. The devil that you know is far, far better than the devil that you don't. The Ifrit, Valentine, proved that to me. He will not have you. You're mine. I am not weak. I do not have to do what I am told, he replies. Power has its privileges. You're me queen. You're very powerful too. You do not have to do as you're told, except when I'm telling you, he says, smiling at me. Without thinking, I wrap my arms around his neck and snuggle into his chest, hugging him tight. Resting my head against him, I whisper, Thank you for protecting me from Casimir. I want to learn everything that you can teach me. Magic, fighting, weapons, strategy. I have to become more powerful. If Casimir is responsible for sending Alfred, then he is ultimately responsible for my uncle's death. I want to crush him. Slowly. Painfully. I stop speaking when I hear Brennus's fangs click in his mouth, and his body grows still. Slowly, I pick my head up off his chest and turn to look in his eyes. Desire and pain war in his eyes as he says, "I had better go feed now, McCree. I like it when you speak to me of vengeance, and when you lay your head on my chest. I should be able to control this, but lust and bloodlust are entwined in what I am, you see?" he asks, afraid that he has scared me. I nod. "You should try venison blood. It tastes a little piney, but it stops the craving," I say seriously. "It's probably healthier, too. Humans are full of cholesterol." Brennus laughs. "Would that please you, if I stopped feeding on humans?" he asks, squeezing me tighter. "Yes," I respond immediately. "Can you? I mean, it wouldn't hurt you to eat something else, like cows?" "Blood is blood. It all nourishes," he says. "The taste, however, 'tis something else entirely." "That's epic, Brennus! You can all start eating beef blood. We can get our own cattle. Get rid of the ones," I say, grasping him by the shoulders and looking at him happily. "What? No, 'twill never work, Genevieve," he replies. "I might be able to cross over eventually, but the fellas will never be convinced to do it." "Why not?" I ask disappointedly. "I told you that lust is entwined with bloodlust. We get both from the ones. If I told the fellas that they had to feed on animal blood, they could probably do it, but you would be asking them never to touch a female again. In order never to harm a human, we could never touch them. I would be saying to the fellas that they had to be monks from now on. 'Twould make me more despised than I ever was." "Oh," I say dejectedly. "You see why you are so special. Not only are you not affected by me touch," Brennus says, running his fingers down my cheek and over the curve of my neck. "'Tis like you were made just for me. You can have a soul, you can have life, and be touched by me, and not change. Not become a compliant shell that does anything I want. You have a mind, and you use it, and you sass me, and you rage at me, and you love. And you make me want things I never knew I could ever have again. Things I thought died when I died." "Brennus, you're asking me to be the queen of the wild things," I murmur sadly. "And you're asking me to give up everything that I already love to do it." "I'm not asking," he says softly, his lips hovering inches from my neck. "No, you're not asking," I agree, before feeling his cold lips press softly against my neck. My heartbeat increases instantly. Brennus pulls back quickly, like I burned him. As he searches my face, his brows draw together with desire. He picks me up in his arms and then seats me on the top of his desk. He grasps me firmly by the back of the neck, tipping my face up to meet his. His cheek grazes mine. When Brennus presses his lips roughly to mine, my mind races. If he bites you, he breaks the contract. Make him bite you. Make him lose control, my mind whispers to me. The blood I have collected will be enough. It will have to be. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him to me and kissing him back with unrestrained fire. With one hand on his back, I reach out with my other hand, touching the statue on the desk and feeling its cold stone beneath my fingertips. "Reed," I think, closing my eyes and pretending that it's his lips on mine. My fingers grasp the base of the statue, ready to hit Brennus with it the moment he sinks his teeth into me. I feel his fangs scrape my bottom lip, but not enough for it to bleed. What if I do make it back to Reed now and Casimir follows me there? Will he bring his army with him so that Reed will have to fight not only the Gankana but the Fallen too? Reed will be crushed, I think, feeling my heart twist painfully. If I stay here, the Gankana might wipe out the Fallen for me, both my enemies pitted against each other. But the longer I stay here,
the less the Gankana feel like my enemy. Can I live above this mess, or will I be buried by it? I wonder as my hand balls into a fist. Genevieve, Brennus whispers against my skin, like he would worship me if I would only let him. Something twists inside of me at the sound of his voice. The passion and the need within him is calling to me. This is love, a version of it, and I wonder when that happened. When did I start loving him? I ask myself, but it doesn't really matter. It's the bottom of the wave, not the top of it where love crashes over me and washes me away, like it does with Reed. Nothing can compare to that. Nothing. I can't be what you want me to be, I whisper to Brennus, while trying to pull away from him.
You already are what I want you to be,
he replies softly as he tries to halt my retreat.
Give it more time. You will see that I am right.
Shaking my head, I rest it against his chest. From somewhere outside the grounds, shouts erupt from the fellas. Brennus tenses as his arms tighten around me. Lifting my forehead off him, my eyes go to his face to see his expression harden. What's wrong? I ask, following his eyes to the open doors where Casimir had left. In the next instant, Russell enters through the doors and moves rapidly towards me. The shock of seeing him again is overwhelming, bringing tears to my eyes. I don't have time to even take a breath before Russell's clone enters my body. Then, a comforting sense of being home, a calm and a peace that my soul has been silently begging for, floats through my body.
We're searching for you, Red.
Russell's voice whispers from somewhere deep inside of me.
We need you. You're ours. I love you. And so does Reed.
Chapter 17. War of Hearts. As Russell's voice speaks to me with the resonance of a dream, I feel like, for just one moment, some of the pieces that have gone missing from me are filled. I must have a look of bliss on my face because when I lift my eyes to Brennus's, his scowl startles me.
"T'other needs more telling,"
Brennus growls while stroking my cheek.
"I thought the Ifrit would have been enough to convince him that he is way out of his element. But he is having a problem dealing with reality. What did he say to you?"
I lower my chin and look away.
"I'm not used to open defiance,"
he says sternly, pulling my chin back so he can look in my eyes. "I'm not used to betraying my friends," I reply coolly.
"Ah, the Seraph has already taught you something, has he not?"
Brennus says with equal cool.
"You're practicing your poker face,"
he asks with a smile that isn't reaching his eyes.
"Remember that they all have something to learn from you.
Not you from them."
Letting go of my chin, he turns towards the door to leave. "What are you going to do?" I ask worriedly, leaping off the desk and following him.
"I'm going to speak to Finn, to make sure you do not spend the rest of your life in show, with mentors like Casimir,"
he says abruptly, turning on me in frustration.
"So that they do not get their hands on you and pluck all the feathers from your wings one by one, just for fun, just because they can. You wonder why I do not want to turn you now? 'Tis because I do not want them to get their hands on even a piece of you. What they would do to a soul like yours is unimaginable. I will turn you, if I have to, if it saves even a piece of you. But now I crave all of you. I want everything. Not just the angle part,"
he says, wiping his mouth like he is trying to wipe away the words he just spoke to me. "I want to come with you when you talk to Finn." "Please?" I ask, putting my hand on his arm to stop him from leaving without me.
"I'm not going after your soulmate. He probably cannot help himself," Brennus says reluctantly. "If he comes here, I will deal with him. But truly, he is the last of me problems."
"I believe you, but I still want to come with you. I need to learn everything I can from you. You're an expert on strategy and you know my enemy well. I have no idea what Casimir will do next. But you have some idea, don't you? Teach me, please," I beg again. Brennus's face changes when he sees that I'm absolutely sincere. I need someone to teach me how to fight my enemies.
I cannot sit back and hope to be protected any longer. "What do your instincts tell you about them?" Brennus asks, linking his arm with mine as we walk from the office. I squeeze his arm gratefully as we enter the sitting room and are met by Finn and my personal guard. "Let's convene in the kirk," Brennus says to them, and when I look at him in confusion, he says, "The night spire, as you so aptly named it." We walk the corridor together, arm in arm, while I think about what Brennus had asked me. When Brennus opens the doors next to the medieval suits of armor, I step into the softly lit chapel. Brennus seats me at a table and then goes to the bar. He pours me a glass of a clear liqueur. Sipping it, it tastes a little bit like black licorice. I don't know what Casimir will do, but I trail off, taking another sip and feeling a little calmer. He's kind of a snob, isn't he? I ask as Brennus sits next to me. He looks down on Powers and Genkana like you're beneath him, which I really can't figure out because he is the one who reeks like rotten garbage. Brennus smiles. "So, what does that tell you about how he will proceed?" he asks me, lifting his eyebrow in question as he leans back in his chair studying me. Well, he doesn't seem the type that enjoys getting his hands dirty. After meeting him, I'm surprised that he even deigned to come here himself. He must really want me. Or he really needs me for some reason. He is willing to come here alone and take the risk to bargain for me himself. It makes me wonder if the higher-ups are breathing down his neck. He kept saying we, and at first I thought that maybe he uses it like the royal we to mean himself, but no, I don't think so. I think he is truly reporting to someone else. I pause and take another sip of my drink. "Good," Brennus says encouragingly. "So, he is a snob, and he doesn't like to get his hands dirty," Finn recaps. "What will he do?" he asks me. "He will look for someone else to do the dirty work for him," I respond. Then I turn to Brennus and say, "Need teaches the plan. He will try to cultivate an ally within." "She warms the heart, does she not?" Declan says, like a proud papa. "What lengths will he go to?" Brennus asks me. "Huh?" I ask. "How far will he go with this plan?" Brennus restates the question. "I don't know, do you?" I counter. "I do," he says. "Casimir told me that he sent to Ifrits to search for you. He wouldn't have done that unless he plans to go to any length to have you, or to see you dead." "So, if a traitor cannot get me out alive, he will turn assassin?" I ask, feeling ill. "Casimir wants you, but he is willing to see you dead if he cannot control you. I have not seen them so concerned about anything like they are with you," Brennus says, and his words chill me. I take another large gulp of my drink, trying to get rid of the goosebumps that are running the length of my body again. "When he fails with his plan to kidnap you, then what will he do?" Brennus asks me. I look over at him, feeling surprised that he asked me that question. Brennus smiles encouragingly. "You have to keep looking ahead. Keep anticipating the future moves. Staying ahead of your enemy is how you win." Okay, I reply, thinking. Well, if I'm Casimir, I have been sitting in a stinky hole waiting for someone to deliver that irritating angel to me, and when she doesn't show, I come out of my hole like an angry wasp, looking to bust some heads. Toting my army with me? I ask them, looking at all of their faces. The fellas all start laughing again. "Maybe," Brenna says, grinning. "Anyone else have any ideas?" Finn leans forward in his chair. "He tries again, but this time he comes to Genevieve. He is staying away from Shoal for now, letting the stink wear off, and keeping a low profile from the divine powers who would like to tear him apart. He wants to come to her as a friend, a savior. He will protect her from the bad Gankana, the ones that tried to kill her, hoping she doesn't know that he is the one who sent to Ifrit," Finn says, while watching me. "I've got some candy for you, little girl?" I ask Finn, understanding what he is teaching me. Finn's eyebrow rises cunningly. "Or, I'm really not a wolf, little girl. Just disregard these fangs, would yous?" Finn replies with a wink.
Or he starts recruiting again, Declan counters, but this time from the outside. He doesn't want to bring his army. There's too much risk that the divine angels will get wind of it and be there to do their jobs. But if he uses non-angels, that may buy him some time, where the divine are concerned. They are not so concerned about what, say, the trolls are doing. It could stir them up, but not like the fallen amassing.
Come on. Trolls, I exclaim, irritated. The ones that smell like arse and have really sharp teeth that will tear you apart if you get too close to them? I ask, looking at Ian.
They do not have purple hair either, Ian says, pointing at me. They are usually bald, or they just have little tufts of hair coming out of their ears.
Gross, I mutter.
And troll breath,
Ian goes on before I hold up my hand. I get it, I say exasperatedly. What kills a troll?
Gula,
they all say in unison. Gluttony? I ask, translating the Latin they spoke. I must look confused because Finn says,
it depends on the troll. You have to find out what they cannot resist, and then you give them more of it than they can possibly handle.
Still confused, I look at Brennus and his face breaks into a sexy smile.
If a troll cannot resist a bear, you give him 1,000 of them. He will drink himself to death in a matter of hours, Brennus explains. If that does not work, then you cut his head off. Fire is no good. They have skin more resistant than ours to it.
Huh, I say, trying to process this new information.
Steps?
Brennus asks the group.
Watch for the disgruntled. Some of the new fellas. The ones who have the crap jobs. Lachlan chimes in. You smell anyone that smells foul, like they have been talking to the shoal shiners. You pound him till he squeals.
The shoal shiners? I ask Lachlan.
The pretty boys from hell.
He smiles at me, speaking of the fallen seraphim. What defeats the shoal shiners? I ask him, seeing him tilt his head, considering my question.
Superbia,
Lachlan replies, meaning pride.
Vanitas,
Phelan adds, meaning vanity.
Invidia,
Declan says, meaning envy.
Iram,
Ian chimes in, meaning wrath.
Avaritai,
Finn says, meaning avarice. Libidinum, Brennus says, meaning lust. What defeats me? I whisper to Brennus.
Tristitai,
Brennus softly utters the word that means sorrow.
Especially when 'tis the sorrow or suffering of someone that you love.
My throat tightens because I know that he is right. Gently, he places his hand over mine on the table. A sad smile comes to my lips when I say, You have a lot to teach me.
That I do,
Brennus agrees, lifting my hand to his lips and kissing it.
You need me, whether you think you do or not.
Steps, I say, reminding him that we have issues to discuss. Brennus's eyes soften in amusement.
Finn, make sure we know who Casimir plans to cultivate as outside allies. Send a word out that we are in the business of making them just as happy as the Faramim are to remain loyal to us. More willing, Brennus instructs. To me, he says, Information is the key. We try to be respectful to the other beings out there, in so much as we can be respectful. So they tend to reciprocate, in so much as they can reciprocate. Most demons and lower beings are tired of the seraphim. It makes it easier.
I think that is called the golden rule, Brennus. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, I say with a crooked smile. Phelan looks at me strangely, asking,
That's a rule? Then what's the silver rule?
Before I can answer, Ian chimes in.
The silver rule must be what you do when the golden rule does not work. It must be, kill all the others before they kill all of yous.
Lachlan smiles at me and says,
The golden rule should really be, you will bleed if you do not do what I'm telling you.
I roll my eyes at them and Brennus smiles at me possessively.
We need to tighten the security. We lock the corridors from now on. Only fellas that have business in the north or west towers are to be there. Post only well-trusted fellas at the doors, but do not trust them either, Brennus orders Declan. Do you want more personal security for the Queen? Declan asks Brennus. No, I respond, looking from Declan to Brennus. 4 is enough. I'm used to you guys. I don't want more fellas staring at me. Can't we just get cameras on the door or something? I ask, and they laugh. Anyone can get a feed onto cameras. Even closed circuit can be breached, and then they know everything, Brennus says. We will need to question everyone that comes near you for a while. Do not assume that they have business there. Challenge them to prove why they are there. I think it's time you showed me how to use that axe you gave me, Brennus, I say quietly. How about joining us in the war room when you're free? I ask him, looking up from my clenched hands. 'Tis not a bad idea, McCree, he says, covering my hands with his large, cool one. We will begin tomorrow. We will see to it. I nod as the meeting adjourns. Just after nightfall, I crawl into bed, hugging the pillow tight to me. As I lie there, I try to will myself to sleep immediately, so that I won't think about all the scary things I learned today. I don't want to analyze my future because it's grim. The possibilities of winding up steeped in evil are endless. I have to prepare myself for the worst-case scenario. I have to be prepared for Casimir getting me. I need to decide now if I allow that to happen, or if I take option B, like I chose in the caves in Houghton. I can't let Brennus turn me, and I can't let Casimir have my soul for eternity. My life is so out of control now. If I try to leave my new home, I put everyone I love at risk again. Casimir will try to figure out a way to kidnap or kill me. I have managed to remain cool all day, not letting anyone around me see how afraid I am. It's been like trying to tread water while holding a brick in my hands. My heart is begging me to try to find a way out of this place. I need Reed, and I need Russell, probably more than they need me. But there is something so right about letting the Fallen and the Genkana battle each other while keeping my angels safe. I'm just afraid that I will lose Reed and Russell forever if I get caught in the middle of it. Maybe that's a good thing, my mind whispers to me. Maybe they are better off without you. Tears blind me, so I close my eyes and let them leak from beneath my lashes. Is there really any question that they would be safer without me? I think. Exhaustion finally makes me sleep, and I am having the best dream about Reed when I begin to wake up from it. As I try desperately to cling to the dream, I feel fluttering butterflies in my stomach, like he is here with me, and it's the sweetest torture. Refusing to open my eyes, fearing that it will be gone the moment I do, I breathe in deeply, smelling his sexy scent that causes a primal ache to spread throughout my body. I become aware of warm arms around my waist, pressing me back into an equally warm chest. My heartbeat races within me. I open my eyes to the pre-dawn light of the room and I glance behind me, seeing Reed holding me tenderly in his arms. There is a storm of emotion in his dark green eyes, but I immediately have to turn away, not because I want to, but because some force within me is making me. It's the magical contract. Reed is here. He is so close to me, and all of my senses are screaming out to touch him, to taste him, to tell him that I want him. I need him. I crave him. That I'm sorry for what I have done to him, but I can't move now. I can't turn to him or speak to him. It's like I have no free will. I am a prisoner within my own body. 1,000 thoughts pulse in my head, but there is nothing I can do. My jaw is clenched tight, my throat is taut, and I can only breathe in shallow breaths now. Evie, love, I know that you can't speak to me. It's part of the deal that you made to save Russell. Reed breathes quickly in my ear, while I remain still, an unwilling statue of apparent indifference to the beautiful creature next to me. That does not mean that I cannot speak to you, he says in his sexiest voice. I close my eyes, savoring the feeling of his arms around me, the scent of his skin pressing to mine. He nuzzles my neck. I'm sorry that it took me so long to find you, he says, while running his lips softly over my skin.
An ache of longing breaks out inside of me, wanting to kiss him back, but I can't.
The temptation to pick you up right now and carry you away with me is nearly overwhelming, Reed says with torment in his voice. If I take you from here, you will be trapped inside yourself. You would remain like this, not eating or sleeping until you were returned to him, or we found a way to break the contract. Or you died, Reed explains. It's too great a risk, without a sure means of breaking the contract.
His fingers smooth my hair back from my neck, trailing a line down it and over my shoulder, to pass slowly down my arm, making me shiver.
I have missed you. Every moment that you have been here has been... I need you, Evie,
he says in a near whisper, kissing the curve of my shoulder. A tear escapes my lashes to run down my cheek.
Don't cry,
he breathes, hugging me tight, while wiping the tear gently from my cheek with the back of his hand.
I will find a way to get you out of this. Trust me, I will. You are mine, and I will never give up. I promise you.
I want to tell him that I believe him, that I trust him. I want him more than I have ever wanted anything. Just hearing his voice makes me want to fight harder for him.
I think that I have come up with a way for you to communicate with us. This contract will make it seem as if you are locked inside yourself when I am near, but I think that Russell can speak to you, from within you. I will ask him to try. He has been working with Phaedrus. He can control his clones now. He will send one to you soon. If he can step into you, maybe the two of you can speak from within you, where they cannot stop you. Tell us your plans, what you have seen, so that we can help,
he says, holding me close, while stroking his hand down my side hypnotically. Hope kindles in me at his words. He knows about my contract, how it works. He knows that I'm not being cold to him, that I can't respond no matter how desperate I am to react to his touch.
Keep playing along, Evie. I know that you have probably figured out that we only have a few months left before Brennus has to find another way to keep you with him,
Reed says. Inside, I rejoice that he understands that too. He is aware that Brennus has no intention of ever letting me go.
Make him believe that he is becoming what you want, what you desire. Lull him into complacency. Make him believe that you are outgrowing me. Do whatever you have to do to survive. Anything, so that he doesn't try to turn you, Reed advises me in a whisper.
Holding me in his arms, his exquisite body is spooning mine as he inhales the scent of my hair. I want to lie here forever with him, just the two of us.
I'm sorry that I was not there when everything was falling apart,
he whispers, and I hear pain in his tone as he speaks of Valentine.
I was too late. I won't be too late again,
he promises, like he is choking on the words.
Hold on to the string, love, until the current shifts and we can be together again.
His words, spoken so urgently, bring tears to my eyes again. My eyes widen as I hear footsteps coming down the hall. I want to scream to him that he has to go. He has to leave before one of the fellas finds him here and touches him. Reed, run! My brain screams in panic, but I can't make a sound. I can't move to even tell him with my eyes.
This is for you,
he says against my ear as he presses a scrap of paper under one of the feathers of my wing.
For when it becomes hard to breathe.
The door of my sitting room opens, and someone enters the outer room, turning towards my bedroom door. Reed rises quickly from my bed, uncapping a bottle of perfume. He splashes some on me and on the bed before smashing the bottle on the floor and diving to the open window. Instantly, I turn towards the window, seeing that he is gone, as the door of my room opens and Brennus steps in.
"What happened?"
he asks suspiciously, sniffing the air. Seeing the broken perfume bottle on the floor, he asks, "McCree?" I don't answer him. I just stare at him, hoping that he won't detect Reed's scent. I have to give my angel time to get away. Pulling the blanket up to my chest, I look grimly at Brennus, who is frowning at me. "Are you crying?" he asks me as his eyes soften with concern. Brennus walks to my side and sits in the exact place where Reed had been just seconds ago. My heart palpitates in my chest as fear for Reed makes me ill.
What's wrong? 'Tis just perfume. You can have another one, Brennus says tenderly, reaching over to cut my cheek. I say before breaking into a sob. Brennus pulls me into his cold chest, letting me cry. Are you afraid? He asks, and I nod, because I am. Seeing Reed again has left me feeling like I can't last one more second without him. The ache inside of me feels like it will soon get so bad that there will be no point in surviving. It's like he just reminded me why I'm alive. It's to be with him, and now that I can't do that, I feel crushed. I will protect you. Casimir will not have you. You do not have to be afraid, he says, rubbing my back to comfort me. I sniff, trying to stop crying. Brennus doesn't know that Reed was here. He can't smell him. That is what the perfume was for, to cover the scent of him. I will have to begin carrying some around. If Reed is planning to have Russell send me a clone, I will have to mask the scent of it. It will smell just like Russell does, lingering in the air for them to detect. I'm all right, Bren, I say, trying to pull myself together. I'll be fine. I'm going to take a shower now. I'll order you some coffee. Would you like that? He asks. I nod with a watery smile. I walk to the door of the bathroom and I pull it closed behind me. As I lean against it, I listen for sounds in my room, but I hear nothing. After I turn the shower on, I move to the vanity. I pull the scrap of paper from beneath the feather of my wing where Reed had placed it. I unfold it, reading the message written on it in Reed's beautiful script. It's the quote from Shakespeare. Doubt thou the stars are fire. Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth to be a liar. But never doubt I love. I love thee best, oh, most best. Believe it. Reed loves me. He still loves me. My mind whispers like a prayer. I have tried for the last 2 months not to let fear and doubt overwhelm me. But having proof that Reed still loves me, even after I shut him out, is making tears spill from my eyes again. I hide the paper under one of the perfume bottles on the vanity before I enter the shower and let the water wash away my tears. Reed came here to fight for me. He wants me to continue to fight for us so that I won't give up and just let them make me an undead creature. He could have just let Russell come here and speak to me, but he didn't. He risked everything to tell me himself. He entered the lair of hundreds of killers to show me what I mean to him. He's insane. The most perfectly insane creature ever created. And he's still mine. But for now, I can't have Reed. He wants me to lull Brennus into complacency so that he can find a way to get me out of here. I will have to try to do that. I have to use the weapons I have. Thinking about what Buns taught me about feminine mystique. I am going to make it really hard for him to kill me, to let any piece of me get away from him. At the same time, I have to learn how to run with the darker side of this world, to think like them, to kill like them. If I had remained with Reed, I would have allowed him to take care of me. I would have let him kill for me, protect me. Now I have to learn how to kill, and mean it. Brennus may be the best one to teach me how to do that, since he seems to be so good at it. I dry myself off quickly, and then I pull the piece of paper from beneath the perfume bottle. I tuck it back under one of my feathers and make sure that the edges of it don't show, and then I dress in a workout outfit. I head directly to Brennus's office and find him seated behind his desk. Planning a hostile takeover, Bren? I ask, breezing into the room. As I walk to Brennus, I force myself to give him a quick kiss on his cold cheek before sitting at the table and pouring myself a cup of coffee. Glancing up at him, he looks a little shocked by my affectionate greeting. Every takeover is hostile, Brennus replies, snapping out of the stupor and grinning at me. Or they would call it a surrender. Good point, I say, sipping my coffee that has gotten better than when I first got here. Maybe the staff in the kitchen has turned over, I think grimly. I smile at Brennus. You remember that you promised to teach me to fight, starting today, I remind him. You should change or I'll ruin that beautiful suit.
I quirk my eyebrow in challenge, eyeing his exquisite dark suit that fits him like his own skin.
I'm afraid I will have to meet you later. I have a meeting planned for this morning, he says, coming around his desk and sitting next to me at the small table where my breakfast is spread out.
Who are you meeting? I ask, feeling his leg brush mine under the table.
The leader of the Weary, Brennus replies, watching me pour a little milk on my oatmeal.
The Weary? I ask, wrinkling my nose.
No, Weary, he says, making it sound almost the same.
The Wary? I ask, seeing his light green eyes soften as I try to understand him. Wary, like to be cautious?
'Tis, he replies. That's probably how they got their names, because that's exactly what you have to be around them.
What's a wary? I ask.
A wary is a creature you do not want to meet. 'Tis best that you eat your breakfast and go with the fellas, he says, looking at his watch.
Why, are they mean or something? I ask, feeling a pang of dread. Maybe I should stay with you, thinking I may need to protect him.
No, they are envious, he replies.
Describe one for me, I ask, trying to picture a wary. What are they like?
Depends on the wary, but I suppose the best way to describe them is that they are like scarecrows, Brennus says.
Goosebumps rise on my arms instantly.
They find a trait that they envy, and they take it from whoever has it. So they look cobbled together, like a scarecrow who takes the cast-offs of someone else.
What? I ask him, putting down my spoon before it reaches my mouth, feeling instantly cold inside.
Some of them appear grotesque. 'Tis like they do not know what looks good together. So they may take the arms off of an extremely powerful ogre, but then put it on a smaller body, so that the proportion does not look right. Or a feminine head on a masculine body. You know what I am saying?
You mean they steal body parts from other beings and swap them out for their own body parts? I ask, pushing my bowl of oatmeal from me. Fear at the thought of a creature like that coming here is making my stomach hurt.
That is exactly right. I do not want them to see you. There are so many things about you that they could covet. Your eyes, your skin, your hair, your wings,
he says, reaching out and stroking my wing reverently. You are not going to be alone with it, are you? I ask, fear bleeding into my tone.
I have nothing that a weary would want, McCree, he says, his beautiful face looking less pale in the soft lighting of the office.
You have a nice face, I murmur, reaching out and touching his cheek gently. Studying him, there are no lines of imperfection in his immortal skin. He has the kind of beauty that draws you in at first glance and keeps you enchanted forever. My touch is affecting him as the darkness in his eyes grows with desire. I whisper, "Do not let the weary covet your face. I'm growing accustomed to it." Brennus stills.
He could not take it. He will be me slave if he tries to touch me. His flesh cannot abide mine. You are still the only being I have met that can withstand what I am. You and the other, he says, looking completely happy about what I just said to him.
I never thought I would say this, but good, I reply, leaning forward slowly and kissing his lips lightly, feeling the cool texture of them against mine. Brennus groans then, leaning into me and putting his hand on the back of my neck. His other hand snakes behind my back, scooping me off of my chair and onto his lap. He deepens our kiss, demanding more from me than I am prepared to offer. I am just about to pull away from him when I hear click. It makes Brennus pull back from me. When I open my eyes, I see heat in his. "Hungry?" I whisper to him, rubbing my nose gently against his.
"You offering?" he asks with a sensual smile, cupping my face with his hands and using his thumb to brush over my bottom lip.
My heartbeat increases, feeling a pull towards him. Sure, there is still plenty of oatmeal left. It's yummy, I tease him, nipping at his thumb. I know I am playing with fire as I use my finger to trace his bottom lip.
Do not play with me, McCree. You will lose, he warns me softly, before nuzzling my neck, making my heartbeat dance wildly in my chest.
And then you will have just an empty cage, Brennus, if you kill the bird. I whisper as I feel his sharp teeth press against my neck. The pressure increases for a moment, and I tense, ready to try to fight him off and get to my stash of blood. Brennus rests his lips against my neck, as if deliberating. Then he pulls them away from my throat, retracting his fangs and smiling at me, but it looks like more of a grimace than a smile. "You're a dark, wicked little thing, wrapped in a sweet, naive angle. It's hard to say what I love the most about you," he says, his eyes softening. "You love the sweet part the most, or you would have killed me already," I reply, feeling his reluctance to let me go as I rise from his lap and begin moving towards his office door. That was just too close, I think, feeling like I just barely escaped a trap. I meant to try to lull him into complacency, but I think I pushed him a little farther than either of us intended to go. He is way too smart to take anything at face value. He will need proof that I love him before he becomes complacent enough to break our contract. I just don't know how I can prove something like that to him. How do you make a demon believe that you love him? I wonder, listening to the soft chuckle coming from Brennus behind me as he watches me retreat. Finding the fellas waiting for me in the hallway, I say to Declan, "Brennus has a meeting planned with the Weary this morning."
"I hope they have orders to lock up the wands,"
Ian remarks to Lachlan as we start down the hall towards the West Tower.
"I like me wands with their heads still attached."
Stopping in my tracks, I turn to Declan. "Okay, that's just too creepy," I say as a massive shiver runs the length of my body. "Someone has to stay with Brennus. I'm not letting a Weary make a toupee out of Brennus's scalp."
"What did she just say?"
Ian asks Lachlan, scratching his head. "I said, someone protect Brennus's back or I am staying here and meeting the Weary myself," I reply, crossing my arms in front of me.
"Ah, no, you're not," Declan says sternly. "That's the last thing we need. That thing sees you and 'twill be lucky if he leaves with whatever he came in with. We will have to kill him, and since he is likely coming to give us intel on the Seraphim, that's not going to help at all."
"Ian," I say, but looking at Ian's confused face, I change my mind. "Phelan, please stay here with Brennus, at least until Finn gets here. I don't want him to be alone. Please?"
"You're worried about him," Declan says softly.
"No, don't be silly. It's self-preservation. Magical fairy contract, remember?" I ask, feeling myself blush.
"You lie,"
Declan accuses, smiling. "Faye, just stay with him," I plead while placing my hand gently on Phelan's arm. Click. Phelan's fangs shoot forward in his mouth.
"Banjax,"
he says, looking at Declan. Declan scowls and shakes his head.
"Ah, you might as well stay now. Maybe after you can feed before you come back,"
he says, before he looks at me and points his finger accusingly.
"Oi, no touching the fellas. You're too tempting."
"Sorry," I wince, letting go of Phelan's arm contritely. "Thank you, Faye." As I stride down the hallways with Lachlan, Declan, and Ian, I can't shake the eerie feeling I have been having since leaving Brennus's office. Everything is the same. We pass by several fellows on our way to my tower, and they all step aside, allowing us to pass them, but the goosebumps have not receded on my arms. I feel stalked. I wait beside Declan as he whispers the words to open the doors to the West Tower. A dark shadow catches my eyes, and I think for a second that I am watching my own shadow pass me by to enter through the doorway without me. No one else seems to notice it. My eyes grow big and my mouth goes instantly dry. As Declan takes a step forward, my hand grabs his upper arm and stops him from entering the passage ahead of us. The look of annoyance crosses his face until his eyes meet mine. I stammer, Shoot, I left my iPod back in my room. I can't train without it. We have to go back and get it, Dec." My hand is like a vice on his arm. I pull him back with me from the threshold of the door. Seeing Ian about to enter, my other hand lurches out to grab him and pull him back into Lachlan. Declan's fangs engage instantly, catching on to what I'm telling him. Ian and Lachlan quickly follow suit as we all back up from the doors in a defensive posture.
A signal sounds, like a distant scream, causing the darkness that had appeared to be shadows shrouding the interior to my tower to move forward en masse. I can now discern a score or more distinct shadows separating from their hiding places on the ground and walls. "Wary," Declan mutters, and a chill runs over my skin as we continue to back away from them. "What kills them, Dec?" I whisper urgently to him. "Disembodied like this. You need magic to hurt them," he says, before getting in front of me to block them from lunging at me as we move back. Dark, twisting shapes scurry over the deep red tapestries lining the walls on either side of us. Following the progression of the inky bodies to the ceiling, 3 of them attempt to get over us, either to get behind us or to drop on us from above. 2 of the shadows make a lunge for Lachlan, but they fall back as flaming light bursts forth from Lachlan's hands, setting them on fire. But it's not like real flames. It's more like magical light with no physical heat. The effect of it, however, seems to be more than sufficient to stop them as they drop to the ground, writhing. Several of the awful, faceless weary stop just inside the doorway ahead of us. Planting their feet like archers, they poise before us, aiming shadowy bows with black, wicked arrows. The weapons look like extensions of them, since it's all comprised of their essence. Declan immediately whispers magical words, erecting a barrier between the wary and the 2 of us, but Lachlan and Ian are using their own magic to battle the ones ahead of them, so Declan can't cover them too. Declan tries to warn them at the last moment. "Arrows!" he cries. The dark, shadowy shafts make no noise as they spiral through the air, striking Lachlan in the chest and making him stagger backward. Ian goes immediately to Lachlan as he falls to the floor. Grasping Lachlan by his shoulders, Ian pulls him backward, continuing our retreat. Lachlan's jaw clenches in agony while he attempts to grasp an arrow shaft adorning him, but it slips through his fingers like the night sky. My feet freeze beneath me and I stop retreating. Lachlan's back arches in pain as his arm stretches out to Ian for help to remove the arrows. Ian continues to shield him, trying to protect him from the freaky archers who are drawing back and aiming to shoot at us again. As I pull energy in the room to me, I feel the weary fighting me for it. They are trying to block me from creating a spell, but the more I concentrate, the more energy is flowing to me, like it wants to come to me instead of to them. "Get behind me, Dec," I pant. The intensity of the energy I have pulled into myself burns me. "What?" Declan scowls. But then he feels the energy I'm pulling towards me beginning to shift, because he retreats to a position behind me. Without any time to create a spell, a thought occurs to me and I latch onto it. Softly I sing, "Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes, they all fall down." When I finish the sing-song nursery rhyme, I flip the switch on the energy, just as Brennis taught me, expelling it from my body. A rippling current explodes out of me, striking the wary ahead of me. Their murky figures darken to a pitch-black hue. Slowly, their bodies begin crumbling to ash while a desolate wind blows through the corridor, sending the scattered remains of several of my victims to cover everything with a coating of grit. The weary that I have missed with my spell stop dead in their tracks. The same kind of scream issues from one of them. It is a signaled retreat. The shadows creeping on the ceiling continue their movements over our heads, beetling above us towards the north tower. As I close my eyes to attempt another spell, a sharp, piercing pain stops me as it twists in my side. When I glance down, there is nothing there to indicate that I have been hit, except for the blood that begins to seep out of my abdomen. "Dec?" I say in confusion, placing my hand on my hip and trying to stop the blood. He hisses near me, smelling my blood while a look of longing crosses his face. Ian, on the other side of me, still holds Lachlan, but he freezes, seeing the blood on my hands as it flows from between my clenched fingers. "It's Brennis. He's been hurt," I whisper. Another stab of pain spreads through my shoulder, causing a circle of red to appear in my shirt as I double over in agony. "Banjax!" Declan mutters, before covering his mouth and nose with his hand. Speaking through his hand, he orders,
Get to your tower. When you are in, seal the door shut and find a place to hide until you heal. Ian and me will take care of the few worried that are left, and then we will see to Brennus. Can you make it there on your own? He asks, still trying to block the aroma of my open wounds. I nod before I pivot and stumble back towards the west tower, away from Ian, who is watching me like a cat watches a mouse. Moving toward the door where my enemies, the wary, just formulated their attack on us, I assess the area behind me in short bursts to make sure that no wary are there to jump on me. I also have to keep Ian in my sights because he is having trouble letting me retreat. Ian's hands are balled into fists as he hangs onto Lachlan's shirt now like an anchor. He's panting with the exertion it's taking him to remain crouched near his fallen friend and not pursue the meal that is backing away from him on trembling legs. Losing the battle to remain where he is, Ian shoots up out of his crouch and begins to move with stealthy grace towards me. Fear makes the blood drain away from my face as I bump into the wall at my back, near the doorway to my tower. I feel frozen, not knowing if I should try to fight him off, run, or try a spell. He's my friend. I don't want to hurt him, I think feebly. I flinch when a warm hand reaches around the doorway that leads to my tower. It pulls me through the archway effortlessly and into a tight embrace before the door slams shut between Ian and me. Whispering softly in my ear, I hear Reed say against my hair, "I have you, love. I'm here." Chapter 18. My Angel.
Z, block the door. Russell, help Z, and then meet me upstairs in Evie's tower.
Reed barks out orders. He reaches his arm down and lifts me off my feet to hold me close to his chest. I can't move now. Since Reed is here, I have to retreat inside myself due to the contract.
We took care of the rest of the weary in here, love,
Reed says, kissing my cheek as his incredible scent settles around me. I wonder how he did that without magic, but I can't ask him. I'm a prisoner inside myself as I lay listless in Reed's arms. Reed's strong wings elevate us from the floor as he flies us to the doors with the angel wings carved into them, my tower rooms. He pushes the doors open and leaves them wide for Z and Russell to follow us in. Reed seems to know where to go as he lifts us into the air again, flying to the highest level of my archive, my bedroom. We land easily on the platform, and he strides to the bed, easing me onto it. He tears my shirt from me, exposing the bleeding cuts that feel like someone stabbed me with a bayonet. Pulling the sheet from beneath me, Reed shreds it in strips, wrapping one tightly around my waist. He then binds my shoulder, pulling it tighter than I think is absolutely necessary. I scream out in my mind, but otherwise I make no sound.
That will stop the bleeding. You should heal now,
Reed murmurs to me, placing a blanket over me. I'm fighting for air now. The pain from being magically stabbed is nothing compared with the fear I have for Reed, Russell, and Z. What are they doing here? They have to get out of here before the Weary or the Gankana converge on us.
"Red!"
Russell yells, panting a little as he bursts from the stairwell to my room. I can't see him. My head is turned away from the stairs, but just hearing his voice is taking some of the pain that I feel away, replacing it with worry.
How is she?
Russell asks Reed as he kneels down in front of my eyes so that I can see him. His beautiful brown eyes are concerned. Well, what I can see of them because his hair is long and getting in his eyes. I want to brush it back for him and tell him that he should get a haircut. Reed comes to kneel next to Russell so that I can see both of them. Staring into their lovely faces, I want so much to throw my arms around them and tell them both how much I miss them, that I love them, but I can't.
We should have let that creepy Gankana bite her. Then we could have killed him and taken her out of here,
Russell says to Reed. Reed speaks rapidly to Russell, saying,
I thought about that, but she's wounded. I didn't want to take the chance that he'd drain her quickly because she already lost a lot of blood. He is one of her personal guard. That means he's elite, an excellent fighter. We need to get a lesser Gankana, one that has recently been turned. If we take him and then starve him for a few days, he'll bite anything we tell him to, even his forbidden queen. Then it will be easy to pull him off of her and destroy him before he can really hurt her. But we need to do it with assurances that we'll be able to get her blood to drink, and then protect her as we escape. I get it. You can't touch them, and you think I couldn't take that stinky bastard myself, Russell says with a grim look, translating. Neither Russell nor Reed is wearing any protective armor against the touch of the Gankana. It's like they were caught off guard and not able to put it on. Z, are they coming? Reed asks Zephyr, who is somewhere below us. Not yet, Zephyr replies, sounding calm. I'll let you know when they get in the West Tower corridor. Do you think you can do it now, Russell? Reed asks. You have to be fast. I doubt we have much time. Brennus knows she's bleeding, and he knows he has to get her before one of his men does. Yeah, I'm ready, Russell says, sitting down in front of me and closing his eyes. I watch in silence as Russell's face loses some of the concern and begins to look calm. All at once, a golden, glowing image of Russell steps out of his body, turning towards me. As Russell's image enters my body, I hear his voice say aloud, and in my head, Red, shoot. Reed, she needs some painkillers, and can you please loosen the bandage on her shoulder? You're cutting off her circulation. It is like he is speaking in stereo. Reed immediately loosens the binding on my shoulder, saying, I'm sorry, love. Is this better? I think, yes, thank you. She said, yes, thank you, Russell says to Reed. You can hear me, Russell, I shout in my head, elation hitting me in waves. Yeah, I can hear you, Russell says aloud, grimacing. I can feel what you're feeling, too. Okay, I think, as my brain begins to tumble over itself, trying to figure out where to begin to explain to him all that has been happening. Images of things that have happened flash rapidly in my mind. Molly and Finn, Brennus and the gathering of fellas in the hall, the Gankana archive room with the singing weapons, my meeting with Casimir and his attempt to bargain for me, receiving Russell's clone while wrapped in Brennus's arms, the strategy meeting with Brennus and the fellas, lying with Reed in my bed this morning, Brennus at breakfast, and then the weary attack. Image after image pulses in my mind, and it's taking a toll on Russell. His face looks pale and shocked. You're killing me, Red. Slow down, Russell mutters in pain. What is it? Reed asks Russell urgently. Russell shakes his head. You don't want to know half of it, Reed, Russell says with a frown. Do you know Casimir? Russell asks him. A growl escapes Reed. Did he come here? Does he know you're here? Reed asks me, putting his hand on my brow and sweeping my hair away. His green eyes look haunted, and I know I have to explain what has been going on. I tell Russell. He came here to bargain for me, but Brennus told him I'm not for sale at any price. Casimir warned Brennus that he should turn me over to him. I think he probably sent the weary. They were coming here to give Brennus intel, but they attacked us instead. Brennus thinks that Casimir will go to any length to either get control of me or kill me so that I'm no longer a threat to the Fallen, but we haven't figured out why they are so threatened by me, I think, and then listen as Russell translates what I'm thinking word for word to Reed. Reed's eyebrows draw together in thought. We saw the weary arrive this morning while we were preparing to have Russell send you his clone. Z, Russell, and I watched them shed their flesh suits outside. They only do that when they're planning to attack. They cannot remain outside of their suits for long. They need them to survive, but they're more agile outside of them, Reed explains. How do you kill them without magic? I wonder. She wants to know how we killed the ones in her tower, Russell says. Sunlight kills them. That's why they came before the sun came up. They cannot be without their flesh suits in the sun, Reed explains. He pulls a mirror from the pocket of his jeans and angles it towards my face, flashing light on it. We didn't have time to put our armor on after we saw them. We just had to take our chances. That was stupid. Don't ever take your chances again, I think. She just called you stupid, Russell says, grinning. Company's coming, Z utters from below. They just entered the West Tower. Okay, Z, Reed says over his shoulder. You have to take Russell and leave now. I'll follow you in a minute. I love you, Red, Russell says out loud, and it echoes in my head. I love you too, Russell, I reply desperately in my mind. Please tell Reed that I love him too, and Z and Buns and Brownie. And then my mind says things to Russell that I would never say out loud because I know that it's not right to say them. Desperate, pleading things.
I beg him to stay with me, to make Reed stay with me, not to go and leave me here alone with them again. I tell him how afraid I am of Brennus winning and Casimir coming for me, and then the worst thing happens. My soul speaks to him, pleading with him to stay with me, to love me, to never let go of me. In an instant, the connection to Russell ends as he opens his eyes. The pain that I see in them is brutal. It is beyond anything I have ever seen in them as we stare at each other across the small space. Zephyr lands on the platform and comes to kneel by my side. After kissing my cheek tenderly, he pulls back to look in my eyes, saying, "I have missed you, Evie. I will be back for you. I swear it to you. Just a little longer. Be brave. Bun said to tell you that she loves you and that she will see you soon. Brownie, too." Straightening up, Zephyr turns to get Russell so that he can fly him out of here. Russell steps back from Z, pulling his arm back forcefully from him when Z tries to pick him up.
"No, I'm staying here," Russell says with his brows drawing together, pushing against Zephyr when he reaches out for him again. Russell's wings arch out as he scowls at Zephyr.
"Do not be stupid, Russell. You cannot stay here," Zephyr replies in a calm manner, like he is talking to a child.
"She needs me. I can't just leave her alone. I'm staying," he says in desperation.
He wrenches his arm back again from Zephyr and scowls at him.
"Y'all don't understand. She's scared. They're gonna hurt her. Break her," he argues, backing up so that Z won't be able to just grab him and go.
Zephyr frowns. "We have no choice, Russell," he says. "They will kill us if we stay. I cannot allow myself to be taken by the Gankana. If they could turn me, I would be a lethal monster. I have a duty to make sure that does not happen, and I have a duty to see that they do not make you a monster as well. So, we must go. I do not want to have to make you leave," he says in a low tone.
"I'm not leaving her here alone,"
Russell shouts, stabbing his finger towards me in agitation. Tears escape my lashes to drip down my cheeks. I didn't mean to do that to Russell. I don't know how to censor what I'm thinking so that he can't hear it. Begging him to stay like that is nothing short of torture to him. He has to leave here before Brennus arrives. If he stays, there is no question that Brennus will kill him this time, and maybe Zephyr and Reed too, if he can get to them. A loud bang startles me as something pushes against the doors downstairs. Time is up for them. They have to leave now.
"Sorry, Russell,"
Zephyr mutters, right before he punches him hard in the face. He catches Russell in his arms as Russell falls forward, unconscious. Z turns to Reed and says in a menacing tone, "Be right behind me. Do not make me come back here for you." Reed nods to Z. Zephyr launches into the air, cradling Russell in his arms and flying towards the skylights in the rooftop ceiling. Glass smashes and falls as Zephyr and Russell break through the roof and make it outside. Kneeling down, Reed looks into my eyes again as he whispers to me,
"I will be watching you. We have a plan to break the contract,"
he says as another loud crash sounds from the doors downstairs.
"I will smuggle some animal blood in for you. You have to locate places to put it that you can get to quickly, in case you are bitten before we can execute our plan. I will not let him have you. You are mine. We are one. I love you, Evie.